So generally, what virtue we are engaging in, whatever virtuous activity we are going to do, it is always important that we make sure we are imbued with what are called the three purities, or the three excellent purities. The first is known as virtue in the beginning, which constitutes the pure motivation, the motivation of bodhicitta. And so whatever virtuous practice we are engaging in, whether it is listening to teachings or contemplating their meaning or meditating, at all times, if we first give rise to the motivation of bodhicitta that feels, I shall be engaging in this virtue, in this practice, for the sake of all sentient beings to attain the state of perfect awakening, the state of complete and total Buddhahood. For that purpose, I am listening to these teachings, or I am engaging in this virtue. That is known as virtue in the beginning, with giving rise to the motivation of bodhicitta.
남주인지 가동대주 사고라라 소바기 너나 아니 내가 강 드바 이바이네요 아니 지 카인 무이응 마송바 아니 리마 아니 예손 찌찌고 그거네 근데 아니 내가 그때는 네토바 어떻게 무지로 가네 그게 좀 차게요.
That's it. So, in the middle, virtue in the middle, the second of these three purities or three excellences, is often termed as the actual how to frame one's mind during the main body of the practice. And really, ideally, the best scenario is if we are able to be in a state of the view, the profound view of emptiness. And so, whatever we do, that we are doing so in a state of being kind of sealed with emptiness awareness. But if that's difficult for us at this time, the most important thing, like whatever practices we are engaging in, the process of listening to teachings and so forth, or even just generally, like when we are doing mantras or practice, even doing like prostrations or circumambulations and whatnot, the important point of this is that we are in a state where our minds are actually present for the practice, that our mouths are not running off, our eyes are not wandering here and there distracted. But basically it means that our body, speech, and mind are fully there and fully present for the practice without distraction. So that's the essence of the meaning of purity in the middle with being beyond reference point, as we call it.
담보송은 그 숨바테 그자 공펀더로 아니 디탈나 아니 뭐이 말이 되는데다 나는 저 겨자 강드바이 말이네요. 아니 대 생진 인동 같이다. 아니 대 조장 같이다. 뭐 만나서야 돼. 하지 그 이쯤이 말이야.
Never. And then the third of these three purities is what causes all the roots of the virtue that we are accumulating to continue to grow and increase. And this is known as the dedication of merit or virtue at the end. And basically, when we feel our roots of virtue, whatever virtuous activity we are engaging in, by dedicating them toward the proper aim, to the proper end, that is for the sake of all sentient beings, and for the sake of perfect enlightenment for all beings, then we are fully feeling all of these roots of virtue with the pure dedication. So that is known as the purity at the end, or in the conclusion with the dedication.
안에 이제 뭐와든 물론 대수 못해 다 많은 그 추상권 좀세는다 다가나 인기 딱 가동되죠 사고라 돈 개와 가지지 들어봐야 많이네요 근데 드럼시에 대수한다 덜 물어봐지 잡아요 그때 대수 뭐 차진 수모데 상황이 많이나 다 많은 그 개와 가지지 들어봐야 많이네요 개와 양다고去양다고去演的罗杰刚搞的呢第七天是么的马场外没呢等马上说给我啊呢啥不蛮啥不也把当就是忙不当我当家全部都把也没呢呀那这给我 number 的我当 아니 취 소리지는 로와다 니가 매바이 말에 근데 이메인데 다 됐어 못했다 남제 다 남아 저기 근데 에 공무에 요리나 아니 파전 양이 하나 요리 에 요소리 되는데 다 나서 하전 그 기침 뭐 말에 됐어 못해 시고야 됐다 얘는 동남남 거야 됐다 아니 남제는 나서 그 양내는 결고야 돼 하전 그 기침 뭐
So basically, having these three purities intact, the purity that precedes whatever virtuous practice we are doing, meaning giving rise to the bodhicitta motivation, the pure motivation at the beginning, at the outset, and then the purity that is during the whole main practice itself, which is known as being beyond point of reference, purity in the middle. And then finally, dedicating the roots of virtue at the end, so purity at the conclusion, virtue at the end. Having these three purities intact is something that we really want to make sure we understand. So purity at the end is dedication, making aspiration prayers, and so forth. And so we really want to try and make sure that whatever virtuous practice we are doing, whether we are listening to teachings, contemplating, meditating, and similarly, even if we are just doing our recitations, our practices, or we are making prostrations or circumambulations, in short, any and all virtuous practice that we engage in, it's really the case that we must make sure never to be divorced from these three purities. Because if we have these three elements, these three purities intact, then whatever virtuous actions we engage in, that becomes authentic, pure virtue. Then it becomes pure Dharma, real Dharma, Dharma that is actually in accordance with Dharma. But if we are engaging in Dharma or virtue and we lack any of these three or these three elements, then even if the actual practice we are engaging in is something very profound and we are doing some kind of very magnanimous, virtuous action over a very long period of time and it's very vast, it doesn't matter because there's no guarantee that this virtue, this so-called virtue will genuinely be real authentic virtue. There's no guarantee that our Dharma is actually according to or going in accordance with Dharma if we do not have these three purities. And so that's why at all times, of course, all of you, many of you are already practitioners and sure, and so it's something that is just so important for all of us to remember how crucial it is to make sure that all of our virtuous practice is imbued with these three qualities, these three purities. So that's something to always know and always remember in our practice and in our day-to-day life.
그를 뭐지 가르성 예스네. 추 저발에 장 접촉조성 요래. 또 대승도 가르치는 나는 그 담보 추 접겨야 돼. 접당돼. 근데 지 접촉돼야 뭐지 차야 돼. 그게 참 우리 되는 성요래. 다때 가르쳐야 요랬다. 나는 그지 추 접당당 접촉돼서 야고지 마시베세. 내가 추 접대바 이마이나. 지 추대. 근데 추예나 차 산, 양의 추대, 이제 농마 때다 먹게 가래 참 니봐요. 근데 이제 냐미 다고는 뭐지 이게네. 추예 마도나 추예 나는 성도 집어서 그 조세 있으면.
뭐지? 바로는 제대로 대바도 거서는 최루바래 양 죽수 또 성도 되는지 제가 뭐지 변화 큐나로 반대변화지 야보시라 거는
야야야.
ये फायदा लो
और तते सुंदु छुजबा ले जे जुचो सोंदु नाम जो के ता कौन दो
याबो 당기면도 가만히 좀 ये फाय 제가 비고 sorry it became completely unclear I have to call back Hello?
Hello?
Hasta voy a estar igual que por que check no vou ler tanto tu só são a DJ lá já vou como assim.
어레레 다데 대데 나는 담보지 추 접어야 되잖아. 아니 추 접당다.
서부터
근데 추가 내당에서 시야다 하긴 개친 모르겠어.
맞아요, 맞아요.
근데 가서 나눠서 대 마시베 이마이나. 근데 시엔도기 추 저번도는 추 저네야. 뒤추대 추 넘버 딱바지 차서 요당 양은 이제 추대 추 많이 바지 차요 때 네바요 말이지.
맞아.
근데 근데 냠이 다보를 못 찍네. 추추엔데 맞잖아. 추지 당내성도 트버세 바고 저세 있으니 드립소는 요래. 근데 추근에 성의 치해요 말때 얘는 추 접담도 마시 바이바이나. 추 신절로도 차성마 이마이나. 근데 나중에 이 개와 그 평용도에 되는 이제 니바체와 근데 용시바 이마래. 근데 이제 내가 같아서 나는 그 친구에 하는 게 친구 이마래지.
맞아요. So what Guru Rinpoche said was that more important than the practice of Dharma is how you are practicing the Dharma, the way that you are practicing the Dharma. So more important than just like the Dharma practice itself is making sure that you really know how to properly practice that Dharma. So what this means is basically, are we really practicing the Dharma as it is supposed to be practiced? And do we really know the meaning, the nature of that Dharma we are practicing, and how to practice it, how to properly practice and accomplish that Dharma? Because if we are practicing Dharma, but we don't really have an understanding of how to properly practice it, then actually there is no guarantee that that Dharma we are practicing is really pure Dharma practice. And furthermore, there's no guarantee that what we are thinking is Dharma is not actually becoming something against the Dharma, something that is not really Dharma. So that's why the peerless Gampopa said that if we do not practice Dharma in accordance with Dharma, then even that Dharma practice can become yet another cause for falling to the lower realms. Now, this is not to say that Dharma itself will ever be able to lead us to the lower realms. What it means is if we are practicing Dharma incorrectly, if we are not practicing the Dharma as it is meant to be practiced, then we are practicing Dharma wrongly, and that wrong practice of Dharma could actually bring more harm than benefit. In fact, that's possible. And so that's why it's crucial that we really understand the key points, the crucial points on really how to actually practice Dharma.
근데 이제 산재기 나눠서 야 아니 추드려도 고람지 된지 som도 그때 투상 검som시 된지 som도 용다 되지 다 투상세야 다 로젠로 검세야 돼 냐니 다테 간제스는 고람지 된지 빌려면 유시나 담보 많아서 추드당도 시고 그러 대인데 추를 로젠로 그래 대 로젠데 대 소소 로젠세 som다인데 투상 그때 시타로 그 요가 다 나눠지 검냐니 세야 되다 된지 용이를 된데 투상 검순 진는 된지야 되버지 된지 차려래 다 나눠서 지금 담비 추자 말이 이제 띵데 사와이 바이나 대가랑제도 그래서 뭐라지 동거는 담보 뭐라데 로병 거도 뭐라데 야고지 로병 맞아서 뭐라 땅와 이바이나 다 살짝 가고 컨트롤하고 뭐도 다가랑 칼라게 zu바이 된지도 칼라테 땅와 야고지 조 시스마이 바이 칼라즈는 칼라 심고 차야 칼라 조보로 펜바 차야 되는도 양 칼라 조 마시베 이바이나 양 칼라 심고 메바 칼라 그 조보 나자 동이 되는 몸을 네 취인은 이제 띵데 사와이나 아니 담보고 대 야고지 하고 시차와 이바이나 빼내다고 작은도 사와 가지고 있네 가서 뭐 맞추면서 하 마고면서 되는 거 좋지 뭐 이제 매번 제목 깔을 먹고 잡려가 있네요. 아, 소진은 양년가요 되게 소진은 양 깔래들 준대 중중 준대 시부 마통 같은데 이거도 되는 게 이제 추게 되는 더랑이 된지는 이제 되는데 내가 같아서 한 소리지 친구에 그렇게 모르죠.
That's why Lord Buddha gave us a sequence and sort of like an order, a structure for how we practice the Dharma. That's why we talk about the 3 stages of listening, contemplating, and meditating. So we always talk about listening to teaching, contemplating their meaning. Listening and contemplation basically means studying, learning the Dharma, studying the Dharma. And meditation means actually practicing that. And so that's why, for example, like, first we study because we need to know how to properly practice the Dharma. What is the way to practice? And so we learn, we listen to teachings, and we reflect and contemplate on their meaning. And so that's all the process of learning about the Dharma and studying the Dharma. Now, once we understand the key points on how to practice, once we understand this, then we actually have to bring it into our practice, meditate and practice on it. And so we have these processes of listening, contemplating, and meditating. And so it is really the case, not just in Dharma, but even in worldly activities and worldly life, that we cannot expect to dive into something without first training and learning about it. It's like driving a car. The first step in learning how to drive is studying and learning about the rules of the road and the rules for how to drive the car. Otherwise, if we just get into a vehicle and we've never learned about how to operate that car and we just kind of immediately tried starting to drive, well, we know how that would go. It would be all crazy and dangerous. And same is true about eating food, or cooking food rather. Like, if we really want to know how to cook a meal, we have to learn. We have to understand how the proper way to cook the meal is. And if we really have a good understanding of that, then when we make food, that food will taste very delicious and will be very nutritious and good for the body. Otherwise, if we really don't know how to cook and we try to cook up something, it's possible that it will taste very bad and may even cause all sorts of physical health problems. So that's another case or example of how we really have to have first an understanding, really learn about how to do something before we embark on it. And so that's true not just in Dharma, but also just in the worldly life. So first we have to understand, we have to have an understanding. Otherwise, if we don't have that real understanding, that foundation of an understanding, then even if we try, we push ourselves, and we try really, really hard to do something, well, first of all, it could actually become more dangerous and destructive than beneficial. And secondly, it's possible that all of that effort and struggle will yield very little, if any, result at all that we want. So that's why when it comes to the Dharma, it's also like this. So we want to make sure that we really have an understanding of how to practice. See, having an understanding of these crucial elements, these main points when it comes to practice, is really crucial, really important.
다 양토바 예나 아야 올리데 예나야 근데 다 제도 대상 나와서 양 토고야 네바야 또 예나 나와서 이제 내가 더서 때 많지나 진짜 마시라 지차 되는데 다 맞아 부모님 바이네 제단 장원은 그 가지 판나야 아니 니마 버바게 룩서지 군데 그 주다네 나주도 법장에 봐서 dinang 이제 시에다서 소르지 근데 맞아 부모가 주다 싫어 지금 나주 법장게 없어도 뭐 맞아본데 또 나눠지 때서 지르기 때에 때에 달이 이제 미니기 지금 맞아 부모님 바이나 법장 보건도 살짝 가봐나 있는데 나서 나주 야고지 시선 때는 냐네서 야고 시는 지금 때에 니네 다다시바나 인기 나서 지 자체 못인데 이제 이정가 보마서야 로지 마치나 게요 맞대 얘나 다다변 담바섬 세야로 대화지는 제가 그 조지어라서 봐 남주인게 제 다다 나서 지 장로다 선지당 되는 지 되게 베더 란도 근데 다 마시 나 탑차데 받지 들리지 차고요 이때 나서 법정서야 그 참고리샤 소제는 양 나서지 고노르지 그 고노르 가르지나 다 개와 덥스리 양치 농동이야 다 꼬르데야너 지들이 라린도 때 첨부지세 로장서야 돼야 그 배용 매관하고 당 개자를 맞이반다고 지 진지 소지는 도와 진지 말해 추카가 동의 배용요도 추성못하는 배용요도 추나외트는 배용요도 지과인 말해 배용 되는지 이마인지 아니 배용요 봐 나벌도 나는 소지 투야 돼 나눠주지 쳔더다. 된 쳔더만 마도베 메이네야. 이제 제가 스만다. 대소는 나눠주지 시럽 전부 차야. 시럽 공부를 로야. 다 대소 그랬다. 배운 사람이 제가 나눠줘. 이제 법전 제가 去녀야세요. 근데 다去了지 배쳤다야 돼. 아니 다가나지 去学呀돼. 어떤 뒤질때 하자면 그게 전부 차별이야 돼. 이제는 니는 나눠서 이제 법하게 소준기만 로소지 여러 봐. 로던지 여러. 뒤로소지 이제 나눠서 이제 맞지 그 로소 진짜면도 나눠서 그 로소 그 주인데 이제 체력 망보다 상당한 나축의 소준 그 로소. 라고는 이제 부그 정내 로소도 진입을 해야 돼. 근데 이제 천들 따라 양 개발 참아서 매매나 천들 따라 장 개발 매매나 제가 스마트 나는 제 개발 참아. 아니 제가 스마트에 이제 그 시럽도야 아니 이제 고제야 시럽이야. 뭐다 진짜 나는 소지 제가 한수 캐는 거기 때문에 우리 뭐 소준도 소소 데 진짜 돼야 돼. 이제 이메일 추상세야 돼. 로나 제발 매봐. 아니지 로 최종의 제벌이요 말 참하게 이제去년야 돼서 참하게 정말에 아니 이제 뭐자 부모의 제벌이요 말이 지 부모의 제벌이요 말이 이제 자화는 뭐자 제벌이요 말이 나도 참하게 이제 도전해야 돼. 자 지금 뭐 좀 거야 이제 차자.
Also, when we talk about learning and studying the Dharma, it doesn't mean necessarily that you have to go out and do this extensive academic Buddhist studies like in a Shedra kind of environment and so forth. Because there's no guarantee that everyone has the capacity to do that. However, what's most important, what we cannot sort of skip understanding are the crucial points. The main key points of the Dharma that we really have no choice but to learn. For example, like in Tibetan Buddhism, for example, like it used to be the case that only like the monastics that would go into the Shedra and like go into the monastery, that they would be given like the real solid Buddhist education. But like the non-monastic, just like lay people, like the ordinary men and women, they would sort of not kind of feel that they needed to learn or feel that they had kind of the necessity to learn the Dharma. And His Holiness the Dalai Lama is now really making a point to emphasize that for everyone, it's not just for the monks and the nuns, that this learning the Dharma and really studying is something is the responsibility of all the people, whether they are the lay people, men and women, or whether they are the monks. That His Holiness the Dalai Lama is now really encouraging the lay community of, just ordinary lay people, men and women, to really take on the studies and learn more about the Dharma and really study. Because once you understand the Dharma, then your practice can really grow and can really become genuine practice. And that's why there are certain points in Dharma that we cannot sort of avoid learning, that we really must understand. For example, like, even if we don't have very deep, extensive academic knowledge of Buddhism, but at least we understand, for example, what are the three purities, and for example, like what are the four causes to be reborn in Dewachen, the pure land of Sukhavati, for example, and understanding like refuge and bodhicitta, and like what is right and wrong, like what virtuous actions, what constitutes the virtue that we need to practice, what constitutes negative karma that we need to abandon. These kind of things you really need to have an understanding. There's no way that we can practice Dharma without learning about these points. So that's why we really must study this. And then secondly, there's also another kind of misunderstanding that some people have, and that is that some people think that like it's all about the ritual and like the actual practice of like the rituals and the rules for that. And then they kind of overlook or ignore the importance of having an understanding in theory and in the actual meaning of the practice. And so actually then maybe they don't even have like the basic really understanding of virtue. But then they're doing all the pujas and all this, so that's why it's really important that we understand that whether you're reciting the Dharma practices with your mouth or thinking about the practice or listening to the teachings where you hear the Dharma with your ear, all of this is beneficial. The Dharma is beneficial, however it is coming across. However, listening to the Dharma is something that is beneficial beyond just this life. For example, when you listen to the teachings, that actually, even if you don't understand the full meaning of what you are listening to in this life, that's planting seeds for the future life, so that your wisdom and your knowledge will continue to grow, not just in this life, but in also the future lives as well. Your wisdom will continue to increase. And that's the benefit of listening to the Dharma. And so the benefits of listening to Dharma, hearing the Dharma, are beyond conception. They're inconceivable, actually, immeasurable. And so when listening to Dharma teachings, reading the Dharma text, the Dharma books, but especially like listening to teachings, is something that, first of all, in this life, even if we don't have the full understanding, it will continue into the future life. And secondly, for like the Tibetan Buddhism and Dharma practices, for example, it is not something that even in one lifetime we could ever fully learn every aspect of the teachings. This is something that many, many lifetimes continue, is a process of learning and study. And so when it comes to like the Tibetan Buddhist practices and Tibetan Buddhist teachings, it's something that not just in this life, it's something that will continue to benefit us, to cause our wisdom to increase in future lives as well. And so that's why this is something that if we understand this, then we will not overlook the importance of continuing to learn and study. And when it comes to the study of Dharma, it makes no difference what age you are, and there's no difference as far as old or young. Anyone can learn Dharma, anyone can enter into the teachings and listen to the teachings and know and learn the Dharma. And the same is true about male or female. There's no difference, man or woman. There's no difference whether you are a monk or a lay person, whether you are ordained or just a lay practitioner. When it comes to the listening to the teachings and learning the Dharma, this is something that everyone can do. And actually, if we really cultivate this wisdom, this prajna, then from wisdom can be awakened all the other noble spiritual qualities like faith and compassion, bodhicitta, and even the view of emptiness. Meditation, practice of emptiness can grow, and all of this comes from increasing our wisdom and our knowledge. Actually, wisdom is the root of all Dharma. And so that's why if we want to gain wisdom, it's not something that we just pray to some deity to grant us siddhis of wisdom. That being said, of course, deities have blessings and they have the siddhis and attainment. But the real way that we will gain wisdom in our minds is through cultivation of that wisdom for ourselves, through studying and contemplating and reflecting and practicing. And so that's how we will cause our wisdom to grow. Oh, sorry. And so that's why, because generally speaking, everything goes by karma, the law of cause and effect. So if we engage in the causes of increasing our wisdom, such as reflecting on the teachings and listening, that will cause our wisdom to grow.
Devachin Joki, Malanja, Tati Malagana, Devachin Joki, Juship, Tamashi, didn't there was a gunner, 10 months of Devachin Joki, Tap. What up? Did this song Shabaji? Today, what is the Musina?
So now for the actual main practice or main teaching itself, it is on the prayer of aspiration to be reborn in the Pure Land of Dewachen or Sukhavati. It's known as the Dewachen Aspiration Prayer or the Sukhavati Aspiration Prayer. And basically this is an aspiration, it is a prayer. And within this prayer, I will be going through what are known as the 4 causes for taking rebirth in the Pure Land of Dewachen. And so we'll be going through the prayer of aspiration, and it talks about the methods or the way to cause ourselves to be reborn in the Pure Land of Dewachen. So all of you can look at your text, and we will be reading through the text and explaining as we go. So this is the prayer of aspiration that was written by the great master, the accomplished master, LamaTsulnamAspirationMar12, and it is widely known as the Chapme Daemon in Tibetan, which basically just means LamaTsulnamAspirationMar12 aspiration prayer to be reborn in Dewachen.
Page 397.
So generally, this prayer of aspiration that was written by LamaTsulnamA, it is said that when he was writing it, that he really underwent quite a great deal of discomfort and physical pain. Like, for example, his hand was really hurting as he was writing this down, but he forced himself. It is that he really pushed himself and really, really tried to keep going, even though his hand was aching as he wrote these words. And the reason is because this is how important this prayer of aspiration is for sentient beings. And so actually, this is something that's so important for our regular practice that thinking of wanting to benefit so many sentient beings, LamaTsulnamA, who was already quite advanced in age, was already quite elderly at the time that he composed this. And as he was writing it, he said that it was really, really painful for his hand. And even so, he just kept going. He just pushed himself because he was trying to show us how crucial and how precious and important this prayer is. And so that's why it is said that for this prayer, if we can do this prayer, we can inspire other people to do this prayer for the virtue of being reborn in Dewachen, and we can explain the meaning of the words to others. All of this is of tremendous benefit, it is said. Because even LamaTsulnamA is sort of sacrificed the comfort and really pushed himself and his own body to finish writing this prayer. So it is said that there is nothing more beneficial than this. And why? It is because in this very prayer are contained the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewachen, the Pure Land of Sukhavati. And so if we practice these 4 causes, we will be able to be reborn there in the Pure Land of Dewachen. And that's why in the Buddha's sutras, it actually says that there is no practice more beneficial than this prayer of aspiration to be born in Dewachen. Actually, all Dharma is equally beneficial. We cannot say one Dharma is more beneficial than another, but the reason why it is said that this is such great benefit is because this prayer of aspiration to be born in Dewachen, if you practice it, anybody can practice it. And anybody who practices it and who practices the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewachen will be able to be reborn in Dewachen. That's why it is of so much benefit. And LamaTsulnamAspirationMar12 says, I have no more profound, direct oral instructions beyond this. Nothing more profound than this. So here the word is Dhamma or Upadesha, like heart instructions. Generally, when we talk about heart instructions or oral instructions, they're referred to as such because they are very simple, but they give us the most profound and the most vast way where we can accomplish something so profound and vast, but in a very easy way to practice method, a very simple way. And so that's why, because they are so profound and yet so easy to understand, so simple, that is the nature of the oral instructions, or profound oral instructions, Upadesha. And so why this prayer of aspiration to be reborn in Dewa Chen is said to be like the most profound direct oral instruction is because within this prayer that contains the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewa Chen, that if we practice this, then in a very short span of time, we can accomplish. And also it is easy to practice, easy to accomplish, and it doesn't matter if we are monks or nuns or if we are lay people. So what the vessel that we are in is not determining, is not limiting. If we practice this, anyone can practice this. And also it does not require an extensive knowledge of Dharma and an extensive kind of academic background in Dharma. That anybody who really practices this can very easily accomplish the results, which is through this practice of the prayer of aspiration of Dewa Chen and the 4 causes, becoming free from samsara. We can gain rebirth in the pure land of Dewa Chen, Sukhavati. And so thinking about that is something so incredibly amazing and profound that there really is no oral instruction that is more profound than this. Why? Because we don't have to engage in too much hardship. It's like with very little effort, we can accomplish this tremendous result. And so that's why, like, generally speaking, we talk about Dharma, like, all Dharma is profound and all instructions are of great benefit. But they all bring us tremendous benefit. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to practically speaking, this is something that we can actually digest, that this practice we can actually put into practice easily, and we can accomplish the profound results. And this is something that is easy to do and brings tremendous benefit. And that is why it is said to be the most profound practice, because it can yield us becoming completely free from samsara and being reborn in the pure land of Dewa Chen. And once we are reborn there in Dewa Chen, then we can gradually progress through the stages of the path, and we will never fall back again into samsara, and we will attain the state of Buddhahood. So that is why it is said that there is no oral instruction more profound than this.
Then Dolo Imbeser, then they won long last over Matobi made and don't you days to the summer.
Oh, Gonda, I muted myself, sorry. And so it is said here, Gamatamaruchi says, this is the root of my Dharma. This is the root of my Dharma practice. And you should really just not leave it on its own, don't let it go. Really practice it. Really take this into your practice, because this is like the essence of the practice. And so that's what Gamatamaruchi says, is encouraging us to practice. And he also says, even if you don't receive the transmission, then you can still practice it. So you can practice this without an oral transmission, without empowerment.
And that the Muji de Masun and that they were in the jail, the judge and the rock going to the Masun here.
And so now, now comes the actual prayer itself, and in it are included all the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewa Chen.
That the judge about the Tambote and the Choshins and the sea. And it is Choshin that they were in the single over the Sunday. And then Johnny about the Judge Sosa to the youngs and you're not the Baguna and Sosa to the young. Then just about the Pros Sanjo Simji, Sinanity, Sanjo Sen Gomia. Then the judge about the Jim Mana number Tawas in that the Devati Joe Judge, but that didn't there were going to Monte and the Mason here is.
And so the first of the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewa Chen is the visualization of the sources of refuge and the refuge field in front, as it is called. And so this is where we visualize, we have a visual picture right there of the Pure Land of Dewachen and all within. And then the second of the four causes is known as gathering the accumulations and purifying obscurations. So this is encompassed in the 7-branch prayer that we see here in this prayer. The third cause for rebirth in Dewachen is known as the support being giving rise to bodhicitta mind, bodhicitta commitment, so we give rise to bodhicitta. And the fourth cause is known as the supportive conditions, and that is with the and then that is the pure So then the fourth is the supportive conditions known as the pure aspiration prayer itself. So the first cause is the support, which is the visualizing the pure land. So the prayer begins with the exclamation Emaho. And Emaho is an expression of wonderment and amazement. In Tibetan it would be translated like Ngom Tarwa. It means amazing, how incredible. And so what is it that is so amazing? Well, what is amazing, what is so awesome and amazing is the quality of the compassionate motivation of Buddha Amitabha. And the Pure Land itself, Buddha Amitabha's Pure Land of Dewachen, how amazing these are. And what is it that makes this so amazing? Well, first of all, what is amazing about Buddha Amitabha is that out of his compassion, his bodhicitta commitment, if we so much as pray to Buddha Amitabha, and we have these four causes intact, and we pray to be reborn in the Pure Land of Dewachen, we are able, by the power of Buddha's prayers and aspirations, and by the power of Buddha Amitabha's commitment, then we are able to actually be reborn there in this Pure Land of Dewachen. And so that is something so amazing. And also the Pure Land itself is amazing. Dewachen is also amazing. What makes it so incredible and amazing is, first of all, that the Pure Land is just that, a completely pure Buddha field, and all who are born there are the realized bodhisattvas. So everything, the actual Pure Land itself and all the beings within are completely pure. So that's something so amazing. And so then the benefits of praying to be reborn in Dewachen, the qualities of the Pure Land of Dewachen, and the incredible qualities of the compassionate motivation and commitment of Lord Buddha Amitabha, these are all something so amazing. Hence the exclamation, Emaho, how amazing.
and do na niji da the dewaji shinkhande nanzo ji yang ji saja lewanda utse yo mari tinji ke niji jang me ba ki pharo dana nanzo jing ji ke kan de le jungse yang pha de ba ki ti saja dana nob ji soro ani ji nde de ji na ni ji pha jang me ba ki ni tinji ke 사자 되네 나랑서 직딩 그 대대 중세 양파 되마 어떻더나 내가 지금 생각도 요리です.
And so if we were to ask, so where exactly is this Pure Land of Dewa Chen, like in relation to where we are now in this world? And so the first line reads that in the western direction from here, countless world systems away from this world known as the Mijie Jiten, or this long enduring world that we are in. So many countless world systems away and a little like higher up as far as like the level, then there's this Pure Land of Dewa Chen. So as it is expressed in the text, so it is like west of here, like if we were coming from the vantage point of this earth, this world, then in the western direction, and also like many countless world systems beyond, and then also a little bit higher up as far as like the level, as far as like where it is in relation to us, like it's in a higher level up in space. So that would be like sort of a description somewhat of the location of the Pure Land of Dewa Chen.
아니 이제 다다 마다 생각 깨져 버리는 건데 아니 이제 생각 위에는 아니 이제 넘버 타고 내봐요. 왜냐면 나는서 이제 직딩 감대 산지 체크도 그 생각 임바를 다 얘는 내 들자 타고 그 뭐라 이 생각도 넘버 타고 자기 나는 마다 그 뭐라 다 직딩이 감대네요. 지 담아게 사도당 저도당 아니 이제 되는 게다 저당 정체를 가서봐 근데 마다바게 근데 근자물은 여기 근데 다나지 그 남주는 내가 그 시기 이바이나야 다지 저거저거 소바 마다바게 심지야 여기 다바게 산지야 여기 봐 근데 이제 생각은 다 마다 망보이게 돼 얘네야 내와지 그 생각한테 아니 노 넘버 타봐 다지 생각이 지금 내와지 그 생각한테 마다바게 사도당 저다당 나도 그 마다바가 뭐 잼매 봐 아니 참아 생각 넘버 타버리데 이 생각 대를 주고기 근데 나주 그 심지 바이나야 근데 산지어 봐비 퍼버지네서 클래스 오버게 아니 산지에다 산지 무슨 봐 아니 저 퍼버게네 아니 저 다주 말아서 봐 근데 그 퍼버 가자만도 봐게 마다바가 심지어 근데 내와지 생각한테 생각 이인래 아니 저 제발 퍼버 아니 저 요즘이 넘버 타버 어떤 된지 차도 요소
and so then it describes this Pure Land as the completely, utterly pure Buddha field. So actually, when we talk about like fields of manifestation or Buddha fields, there are known as pure and impure fields of manifestation. So not all like Shinkam, that is, or fields of manifestation or pure lands, not all of them are actually like perceived purely. In other words, this very earth is known as the Pure Land of Buddha Shakyamuni. And for those students, those disciples who have pure karma, they can actually see this as really the Pure Land. It's a pure Buddha field. It's Shakyamuni's Buddha field. But for those of us who have impure karma, we actually see this as a mundane, ordinary world with like ordinary elements of earth and rocks and mountains and cliffs and cities and towns and so forth. We see this world, this earth, and its impure manifestation. So, and that's also true of the sentient beings who populate this earth. For example, we have the beings, like the beings in the six realms, and then we have the pure beings, like the Buddhas, awakened ones, and so forth. So you have this variation in terms of pure and impure appearance. But the Pure Land of Dewa Chen, there is nothing impure, nothing at all that can be perceived as impure. So, for example, whereas in this Pure Land, or this field of manifestation, due to our impure karma, we see ordinary mountains and towns and rocks and trees and so forth. In the Pure Land of Dewa Chen, it is really the case that there is nothing and no one who is impure. For example, like there is no ordinary rocks and ordinary stones and ordinary earth anywhere to be found. Not a single thing that is impure or ordinary can be found in the Pure Land of Dewa Chen. And the same is true of the beings within Dewa Chen. There are no ordinary sentient beings there. There is the Buddhas, Buddha Amitabha, and the great Bodhisattvas like illustrious Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, and so forth. And there are like the Arhats, the realized Arhats, and the Bhikshus, the great Sangha of the Arhats, and the realized monks and the realized beings. And so you don't have anything or anyone who is impure in Pure Land of Dewa Chen, and that is why it is known as the utterly and perfectly pure Buddha field.
Gardena sopa ke shankan gar yimai na shankan de le jin ya tene ani je ta lodang je che zo on de la ya nang so ji ma ani je ko de je wa len go ya ani tin je ke shankan mong go ye ba ta de wa jin ne je wa yimai na nang so ji ya sang ma je ke ba de la de ko de je go ye ma ta do de ne je sang je tene ani je de ne ta sen ji ge dong na je de ne ke tama manang ke to jewa jin ma to ba ke ji te khwa de jadang ke jewa ma len go ya ma de de dewa ji shin ka de jewa ba wa ya ba de.
So in other what we call like heavenly realms, for example like Tushita heaven, known as Ganden in Tibetan, and these kind of realms we call them like the pure heavenly realms. But in some of these you may be reborn there, but when your lifespan is up in these realms, then again you have to take rebirth back into samsara, into the other realms in samsara. But this Pure Land of Dewa Chen is not like that. Once we are born there, we never have to fall back in samsara again. And until we become Buddhas, we can remain there in Dewa Chen. And when it says we never have to take another body in samsara, that means without our own willingness. In other words, by the power of our aspirations and our compassion for sentient beings, we may be able to like willingly take birth in samsara in order to benefit beings, but we will never have to go into samsara against our will, like helplessly taking rebirth in samsara. So that's the quality of the Pure Land of Dewa Chen.
Chu samu jo na demo drop song te song yu da kon ko che tu la ne ta garden la ya je wa ki chi da ne je de samu nam te to da ma yin song de ne jo ne kon ge de ne ka le je de ne to jang de nyam ne nam de ta garden ne je na ya ne je la kro wa le je go ni se da kro wa le je wa yin na je ga na je ko do ma de yang de yong de ti do ma le这个呢，这个东方的，你这宁中界呢，他那空给国家买的了，三毛的话价呢，他那demo的做个因素嘛的，demo娘的那我的，这个的是呢，对话这个接头也没呢，那哪能做好的？这个呢，这个东方用不过，对的，头也没得是。
What Chalmers Rinpoche said was, in the earlier part of my life, I was focused on the prayer to be reborn in the Tushita heaven Pure Land. In the later half of my life, I realized that I was going to focus on the prayer of aspiration to be reborn in Dewa Chen. The reason for this is Gautama Rinpoche was explaining that in the earlier part of his life, he thought it was enough simply to pray and aspire to be reborn in Tushita heaven. But then he studied more and learned more the Dharma and realized that even if he were to be reborn, even if we are born in Tushita heaven, there is still a limit of time there. And we again, eventually, when our lifespan is up in that heavenly pure land, we have to again return to samsara. And if we are reborn in samsara again, then we will again have to suffer the four great sufferings of birth, aging, sickness, and death. And so Gautama Rinpoche had genuine renunciation for this, and recognizing this, samsara. Then in the whole second half of his life, Brahmacharya Rinpoche said he switched from the focus in prayer being to be reborn in just a pure land or a heavenly realm such as Tushita to the prayer to be reborn in Dewa Chen, the aspiration prayer. And because if we do this prayer, then we can be free from the entirety of samsara and never have to experience the suffering of birth, aging, sickness, and death. So we can become free from that.
저는 다 자매를 묻지에는 그 지역밖에 가라. 아니 공그 고소 열어봐. 아니 그 순조다 조다 제바 다 대화진은 아니 근데 personal 그 로지에 봐 말이야. 근데 다만 난지 공도 어제 대단해. 라버도 내가 라버 배용이 숨바다 대문도 배용 전부 소용이래. 바고 제네즈기 둘째 제목은 자매를 묻지는 말 농대 나나. 아니 자매를 묻지기 아니 선지 동서 든저 대화진만 아니 진 제토블이 시티니 농대요. 다들 라마 고마 mambuki 데모데 보여도면 벌써 뺏면서 밖에 잡채와 데모데 맞라니 로다 렌나와 아니 제 취다 제 되어가 취나오지 차유도 되는데 다 mambuki 라마 고마 좀그 네 제네스 그마 벌써 참여를 못해도 농디 남샤고 그 농디 둘다 바바리 진짜 이면 이제 데모가 취다 하장기 아니 제 내가 지금 취다 평균 무지 취된데 차이가 있는
거예요. 무엇이 당분 가르침바 디 코스 디 까마차면 무엇이 코스 디 무엇을 드니제 왔잖아.
참여를 뭐지 야 내그러와. 그건 내가 가라. 근데 콩 대화 진의 발송을 근데 콩기 다 봐봐 콩 차바를 줘 버려와.
맞아.
근데 소요의 콩 야. 다 된조스는 야스는 다 야합상 고대 사람.
맞아.
다 대다 제반이 대화진이 야 발송을했어.
아니 거리기디 약간도 된다야. 건장도 생각해.
된들로지요.
맞아. Kamachama Rinpoche, when he was still living, still in his present form, he traveled to the Pure Land of Dewa Chen, and it is said that even his female yak called the Zo, like even because he was like a hermit living in the mountain retreat land, so he had like the animals, like the Zo, and even these animals, like we may as well just say yak because Zo is a female form of the yak. They are said to have accompanied him along, gone with him to the Pure Land of Dewa Chen. And also, when it is said, when Kamachama Rinpoche said, there is no instructions more profound or beyond greater than this. Actually, Kamachama Rinpoche received a prophecy from the illustrious Avalokiteshvara Janesi, who said in the prophecy that Kamachama Rinpoche would be able to lead the 10 million, 동철선아 10 million, 10 million, 10 million, 동철, 10 million, beings in the Pure Land. So, in other words, it is actually in the prophecy that 10 million people would be led to the Pure Land of Dewa Chen by Kamachami. And it really is the case that his prayer of aspiration to be reborn in Dewa Chen is so widely spread in Tibet that like everyone, like it's like something that people just very easily can remember and can practice, very easy to memorize. And people, like, it really seems, many of the lamas have said that it really seems that Janezik's prophecy is now coming to fruition, like that it is really the time. Now is the time for the practice of the prayer of aspiration to be reborn in Dewa Chen. And that they say, oh, this is the prophecy. Now the prophecy of Janezik is coming to pass. So the benefit and profoundness of this prayer are really amazing. So that's why.
얘는 대대 제발 세발라 나한테 그게 뇽몽바 빠와 레드 잡아 레드 참아 아니지 마빵 더밖에 간사 마도 밖에 나한테 이제 소수지요 아니지 레드 드들 여바 간사 타서 제트메요 야와를 하시 다 얘는 대화지는 산지어 밤에 두기 그 만난 그 떡기 나한테 이제 드들 유연다 뇽몽 유연다 소수지요 그 간사 참을 바 임바이나야 또 대화지는 깨워게 저기야 냠서 나와 있나 또 대화지는 깨터버리 된지지 임바인데 다들 건데 음하고 세야기 생각 지지되는 된지들이
So there are, of course, other Pure Lands, other Buddha fields. For example, like the Pure Lands of the 5 Dhyana Buddhas, the 5 Buddhas of the 5 families. So they.
Hello.
Oh, hello? You can hear? Think so? In order to be reborn in any of these Pure Lands, it means that we have to have first purified all of our kleshas, our poisons of mind, and we have to have really worn down the veils or the layers of obscurations, karmic obscurations. Without purifying our emotional poisons and our karma, our karmic obscurations, ordinary beings could never be reborn in any of these Buddha fields of the 5 Buddha families. But this aspiration to be reborn in Dewa Chen, to be born in Dewa Chen, if we have karma and we have negative karmas and obscurations, because of the kindness and the aspirations of Buddha Amitabha, even while we are still filled with obscurations and negative karmas, and even while we ordinary beings still have the kleshas, the emotional poisons, we can still, in our ordinary state, we can still, if we practice the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewa Chen, we can still be reborn in the Pure Land, in the Buddha field of Buddha Amitabha.
Ben manzoji susujiyo phasha ben gombollo domroji imbayina ya ta jin khedok lama chi thebada samjim ma chado lama ji ta lakbarda ni je sasumba de jog de ba kin phabo kansa imbade yena thar khong ge gombade sa dewaji no gombade na tene ene khong dewaji no phabo yen so jinji ta te karese tenje ge lama cha chembo de namba karese dewaji no mona nang yesina 다다 공시반 나이기 대화진데 넘버 답아 너주 참 넘버 답아기 생각이 이마다 대화진의 계와 이마이나 그런 코로와의 선마도 봐 되는 가데 이제 다 연동도 몰랑 것도 마도 봐기 아니 이제 이게 이제 레뇽 그 왕그 나서 코로와의 제거예요 말이 되는 이제 이마인데 아직 자고요
Mochila. Chido.
다들 고송.
디파트 고송 디파트. 마토 젠든다 말랑 비토피 마토 지레다 니몽기 고네 나서 니 커버라 양자케 먹어 봐대 디파트.
이제 이메일 다시 자랑 보고 여기 방송 보고 노름라서 밖에 이제 되게 담지고 마모양 이제 다 대화진기 냠내는 대화진 만나는 대화진 커버를 다나지 그 보간진 그 정네 이제 사기간에 리스 맞게 받기 라만 그소기 이제 톡 만나 나서대 이제 다도 대화진을 다 된데 남아요. 배는 나기 돌라마 도진창 안에 괜히 정면 부족으로 되거이나 그 공기 담아대라 되는 공기지 다 톡대사 몰라 작사 되는 공을 라운지 여가 임바이나 되는 공 대화진을 지금 근데 대화진의 편은 산지와 밤이 근데 무슨 취시요. 근데 저는 냐내나. 근데 대화진의 공리지 근데 뜨는 자다 좀 저러다. 근데 이제 다 토끼다 또다 몰라 그래서 아니 이제 제메가 되는 아니 바가 가봤더니 아니 라리안은 이제 보강진 그 경우 이제 들어서 또 표기 대마도 담보 아니 이제 대화진의 공간에 되는 토근도 맞대기 소들이 나면 되는 이제 대화진 써야 돼 되는 시바기 아니 이제 배용 첨부 안에 대화진의 드롭하기 탑에서 담아서는 대화진의 신경과 같아서 아니 이제 다다 no juteso number tawa wata tenisani maja tenyo yo deba tini bares
So this is something that this Pure Land of Dewa-sen, even the great master Nagarjuna, of course, from India, was this incredible. He was a Pandita Mahasaya, incredible master. He was already on the third Bodhisattva Bhumi already. He was on the third level. So he was already an illustrious one. And this great Nagarjuna himself, his ultimate aspiration, where he was focusing his enlightened intent, was also to be reborn. So even these great, powerful masters like Nagarjuna, who was already a realized being, he was focusing and always trying to be reborn in the Pure Land of Dewa-sen. And that's how precious, because he understood, he recognized that once born in Dewa-sen, that this is a completely pure Buddha field. And once you are reborn there, then you never have to fall back into samsara unless you voluntarily wish to go by your aspiration, prayer, and altruistic motivation to benefit others. But you never have to fall back by the power of your karma or emotional poison into samsara. That's why even this great master like Nagarjuna also prayed to be reborn in the Pure Land of Dewa-sen when he already had this great realization, but he recognized the qualities of this Pure Land. And likewise, many of the great realized beings and masters of Tibet, the land of snows, spanning, not depending on the sect and karma, whether they're Sakya, Gelupa, Kagyupa, or Nyingma, they were all of them focused their enlightened attention on the practice of the prayer of aspiration to be born in Dewa-sen. And many of them focused on wanting to be reborn in this Pure Land of Dewa-sen. And that's why even my root Lama himself, Vajradhara in human form, that is great Kenshin Ji, he also used to always focus his enlightened intent and his main purpose on the being reborn in Dewa-sen, and he used to say, to go directly to Dewa-sen to receive the teachings directly from Buddha Amitabha and to practice them, to gain the full miraculous enlightened power and all the powers and capacities immeasurable. He used to say, I will kind of perfect myself in the Pure Land of Dewa-sen, and then I will come back to Tibet. But first, I will go to Dewa-sen. So even the great masters, like Jigme Phunso Rinpoche and all of these beings, they chose to be reborn in Dewa-sen and focused on this Pure Land. And that shows the great benefits and qualities of Dewa-sen. And they showed how to practice the Dewa-sen aspiration, and the quality of the Pure Land, what's called the Deishin Shinko, or setting up all the qualities of the Pure Land of Dewa-sen and visualizing the Dewa-sen, the qualities of this Pure Land. These are all something so precious, and so all these great masters even understood this, and therefore they focused their enlightened intent on Dewa-sen and on being reborn there.
다다 다게 초랑 마이크 만통이야 란세 서버에 담을서 숨바래 다다 나는 저기 수주지오기 아니지 초르기 맥 타멀기 맥이 되어진데 만져봐 있네요. 저는 아니 지금 산지 좀 있는데 그 되어진 게 생각과 같아서 마송이에요. 대수만은 이 나는 속에 지금 생각한데 한게 선나 서도 매봐 아니 대설람이 아니 되는 비싼다 거기 숨바래.
And as it says, even if right now with our ordinary physical eye, even if we cannot see the Pure Land of Dewachen and all of its qualities, Lord Buddha describes all the qualities of what the Dewachen looks like and all of the qualities in this Pure Land. And so we can see it with our mind's eye already, clearly and vividly, if we read and study the qualities of the Pure Land of Dewachen. So although we may not see it with our physical organ of our eye right now, we can have a clear visual picture of all of these qualities, and they can appear clear and vivid without obstruction to our mind's eye.
산지에 그 대화진 그 신경 거 같은 마송용 뭐 가거든요. 군가오기 에 산지에야 공기지 신감지 진기인도도 송들이 야슈지 공기지 되게 소왔다 되는 산지에 그 거가 어전 추네. 되네 아니 이제 생질라나 군가오기 산지 대화진 그 신감지 통하게 되는 로디오가 말이야. 나 되는데 다른 마음 속에 이제 무슨 마통이 있네요. 근데 얘기 마 산지 좀디 내가 온도라 소바가는 생각과 같아서 송요리 다나지디 데몬가 나느야 이제 대화진이 생각과 같아 배용도 좀 송요리 어땠으면 이 다다네 양도는 마음 속에 생각을 산데 어떤 되는 거 공부를 송말에 대네 띵 생각 산데 시대
맞아요. And that's why it is said that when Lord Buddha Shakyamuni was describing the Pure Land of Amitabha, Pure Land of Dewachen, Ananda really longed to actually see this and said, he prayed to be able to see this Pure Land of Dewachen. And by his prayer, then Lord Buddha radiated light rays from his body. And by his blessing, then suddenly in front of Ananda, the entire Buddha Pure Land of Dewachen became visibly evident and appeared before him. He saw the whole Pure Land of Dewachen. So this is in the accounts of the Dewachen. And also, it is said, even though right now we cannot see this Pure Land, but if we read the Sutra of the Pure Land, Amitabha Sutra, or where it describes very detailed all the qualities of the Pure Land of Dewachen, it's also in this prayer of aspiration of Dewachen as well, descriptions of what this Pure Land looks like and what are the qualities and benefits of this Pure Land, then we will be able to have a very clear picture in our mind. So we'll be able to see it with our mind.
그때 생각산대는 그때 템바스는 생각대로 템바 욕대바기 다네 산제당 산제와 밤이다 아니 콜 대제바니 예르세바 대산데 바이 말이 대인데 다 담보 조 아니 산제와 밤이 아니 산데바 대인 말이스.
And so in addition to the visualization of the Pure Land itself, also all the Buddhas and awakened ones within the Pure Land are described. So like Buddha Amitabha and Buddha Amitabha's retinue. And so first is the description of Buddha Amitabha.
냠비아 공지 죽은 남손 소리에 지정기 빼마동디 다버된데 산초 형의 거듭된데 두개 진데 양나 다버서 세야데 파트너다 산지와 바비 대만 속에 예가 산다바 대예세바 대인 바데
맞아.
다 대는 가르성 요르스나 생감 때나 되는 산지와 바비 요요리스 산지와 바비 꿈도 다다다 빼마라가 간도 다고 네 पेमन ड्रैगन दो तरह मरबो तने तक कोलजी वजर द जगी पाद में बा तने बोल चुतो जाव खोलो तने सांजे की को गयंदे सेजम बुसुन जो सोनी बेजे जम जेजी टे दे बा तने शारजे सानी न्यामजा कतन होजे जे दे बा कोल ता चु नामसन जेना ता तदे लागु नामजा थांगु सुन सो दे बा शब्द जी चिमुटोंगे पे मदाव देंदे ने जो Then Sancho Shan Gojati, then Tugi Chembogi, Tukzewa Chembogi, the Dasu Simpi Tangi Zedeva. What a Tinji Gongugre somebody.
And so to read from this text in the description of Lord Buddha Amitabha. So here it reads, there in this Pure Land abides the Bhagavan, the victorious Buddha Amitabha, whose body is like the color of ruby and who's radiating with this radiance and light, brilliant radiant light. And at his head he has the crown protrusion, and his feet have the wheels and so forth. These are the perfect signs and marks of a fully awakened Buddha. He is adorned with the 32 major and 80 minor marks of a fully awakened one. With one face and two hands in the mudra of meditative equipoise, he holds an alms bowl, and he wears the 3 dharma robes, and his legs are in the crossed vajra posture, the full lotus posture, and he is seated atop a lotus flower of 1,000 petals as well as a moon-disc feet. And he is seated so that a Bodhi tree appears behind him, sort of as the back support. And with eyes of compassion, he gazes upon me from afar. So that line, Tuji Jingi Yangni Dangadi. So up to that point, this is describing Lord Buddha Amitabha and how his body is this red color, glowing and radiant and blazing with this radiant brilliance, and how he has these 32 major and 80 minor marks of a fully awakened Buddha, one face, two hands, his hands in the meditative equipoise holding an alms bowl, and he has the 3 dharma robes, or the 3 layers of the dharma robes, and also he's seated atop this in crossed legs posture on lotus and moon-disc feet, and his compassion and love for all beings, he gazes upon oneself and all sentient beings. So this is how we visualize.
예서 산적 선바제에서 공로가고 사용배감에서 용도 산적 선바 투진도 홍보 돌진도 빼마요 예니 잡기 사자다 때 조순 뭐 저절은 뭐지 당내 렌나 당내 렌네 뭐래 조순 뭐 저절은 뭐지 당내 렌네 넘버 조건 콜 세워다 될 수말에 대한되다 산지와 법미기 아니 예서 산주 선바 보고 지내서 대한 공도 가고 사이에 바기에 이제 백간전데 봐또 법미 그 고용을 아니 산주 선바 투진터 근데 공도 뭔고 아니 사이에나 아니 도지가 신데 바게 빼만한데 봐 다디 지내서 단 투진터 넘버니가 기 아니 사이에 바게 된전데 봐 사이에 바게 잡진 사자 그때 다소 생기 탐절마 띵데 봐 하고 대단들이 조선 뭐 레저는 뭐지 손에다가 조다 산디 어바미 디에라 포바진에서 근데 용나 안에 산주선 뭐 뒤진도 어떻게 뒤집에는 공부 그래서
And then following this is the description of the 2 principal bodhisattvas in Buddha Amitabha's retinue. And so here it reads, so first on Buddha Amitabha's right is the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, his body white in color, holding a white lotus in his left hand. And on the left of Buddha Amitabha is the Bodhisattva Vajrapani, Tushento, or Vajrapani, his body blue in color, and in his left hand he holds a Vajra marked lotus. And both of these bodhisattvas have their right hand extended in the bestowal of protection mudra, the mudra of granting protection. And these 3 chief principal deities appear in this glorious splendor like Mount Meru. And so here in this description, you have to the right of Buddha Amitabha the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, and it is described here that his body is white in color and his left hand is holding the white lotus. And to the left of Buddha Amitabha is the Bodhisattva Vajrapani, who's blue in color and is holding a lotus flower marked with a Vajra. So both of these bodhisattvas are described as having their right hands in the mudra, or the gesture of granting protection to oneself and all beings.
Sanjay Mete, Tata Pimara Lumbola, Yamash Shavata, Marlanes, Rajalum, Lanis in the television. The name Powajen is a Kondo Carbo, Kaharaki, Lumbola, Yamashavata, Kalam. Then this Sanju Samba Tujinto, Aneta, the Mendoyaki, Roll and Yamashavana, Yinki, more Lanis in the Rajalum, Lanis, I had the television. Then Lene say, that this Sanjo, Bombing, and Papa Genes, and it to just somebody, some Tamachuki, Down, and so the Jima, so Yana to Jugon, and none they were J. Then Lammer say, that this so somebody took Sambada, and it Minji, Ishiki, and it is sent it on the Zeve Tata, and it Lammer Zedeva. What a tendency going Google is, they thought that they saw about me. Then it saw in Cork, so Genesis and Tusinto, what a tender yellow gone, tender yellow sharp, yellow sea, what did you Google is?
Con down the non de pala, the to sungi, and he took the Jansu Gitsim, the Yeshigi chick.
Sending the Zewa Chemboki, and it took Senji Tamil and it thought and it Montlamer Z. Devaji. The country.
And so then the text continues, and it reads that these beings appear like vividly and like radiant, and clearly they abide. And these three descriptions, so this refers to, like, here you have, there's Buddha Amitabha, and his body, like this red ruby color, is like this, almost like this Mount Meru, this majestic mountain made of ruby with the sun shining directly on it. So making it like this glowing, bright, brilliant red ruby mountain is present. And then to his right is the Avalokiteshvara, whose body is like white in color and glowing, again, like this white glowing mountain. And then the Buddha, the Bodhisattva Vajrapani, his body like lapis lazuli, like a Mount Meru. Hello? Oh, hello. And so they are all abiding like this majestic, radiant presence, and so like Bodhisattva Vajrapani, his body is like lapis lazuli, like a great Mount Meru of lapis lazuli with the sun shining directly on it. So this luminous, radiant, majestic presence of these three principal deities, Lord Buddha Amitabha and his retinue of Janusik and Avalokiteshvara. So it's describing like their majestic presence, and also it's describing the way in which these three deities are gazing upon oneself and all beings with this great, tremendous compassion and bodhicitta and wisdom awareness. So this is how we should meditate and visualize in our minds.
Tomba zo de sanji ba mi se khur de zo de jene ze ta ne san do ji ni se tujin to de ne yin ta de wa jin ki ta wa ba mi ko na san ju san ba ge na ane ta de de jang mai ba de ji ji de ba de ne cha ma ya ane de wa jin ji cha wa yin ba yin de no ju cha ma na ba ta ba de cha ro de ne ane ji na ju ki de wa jin ne ba ge sin ji cha ma ya de ne kon do ser bo de ne sen san pe ji yu de ba ane ta ane ji chu na so so de ba o ta tende kin kor ane tende jam so le nyama pho de ba ki ta bo ke tene set tene tende be jog de ba ta tende ye yo ba in baris ama jo ji ti set tene se de ane ji gummo ane ji ta yang na mo ki da ane ji jam so le nyama pho de jam so so set tene yo ta na ji de o ji mi chen kam de ne sam ju sam ba
And so then continuing on to describe all of the retinue of the bodhisattvas that are surrounding these three principal deities in the Pure Land of Dewachen. So it reads the 100,000, tens of millions of bodhisattva bhikshus or fully ordained bodhisattva monks, and all of them are like this golden color adorned with the marks and the signs of a fully awakened Buddha, and they all wear the three Dharma robes, and it is like this like field of gold, like this just massive, everywhere you look, this massive golden presence. And so here, like, you have, of course, Buddha Amitabha, and then next to him on his right and left, the two principal bodhisattvas. But then surrounding these are all the retinue of all the bodhisattvas that are present in Dewachen, because remember, in Dewachen nobody is ordinary, so everyone born there everything is perfectly pure. The land is pure and the beings within are pure. So you have all of the beings born there. All of them have this golden hue in their bodies, this golden form, and they all have the marks and signs. And they're like this gold. It's sort of like the sun shining on the ocean. It's like in the early morning in sunrise, or in the time of dusk as the sun is setting over the horizon. If the sun is directly like over the ocean, it's almost like the whole ocean looks like this orange yellow color. So it's like this sea of gold, literally. Like wherever you look, there's these countless bodhisattva monks in the golden color form. So it's like images like the sea of gold, like the sun shining directly over the sea.
Devoting Shanghai Goba Yelis, Descent, the Nanajo Devaki, Sanjo Bamita, only to Zonko, Tatashibana, Yitin Santa Boyere. Then Namjuya, then answer the Tata, Sanjo Bamit, Devoting Shanghai, the young Yel, son, the young Gom, young the Yelis, Della Tabas, Sora Manata, which it didn't say they were in Bayana. Then Naji, now the Chihuahua said that Lamsa, and it's devoting the Shingham the Train Tava. Then tell the Tava the Manatava in Bayana, and the Sanjo about me, Korgaram, 7 bonnet Japan, which you pardon and devoting the Yajawaki, and it's some other pilgrim, and one in Joanna, 3 marriages.
And so, that's why then to be reborn in the Pure Land of Dewachen. So when we do this Dewachen aspiration prayer practice, the first of the 4 causes now is this. It is the visualization of the Pure Land of Dewachen, and it is the visualization of the fields of refuge of the Dewachen Pure Land, and the Buddha Amitabha and Avalokiteshvara and Vajrapani and so forth. So visualizing the Pure Land and all its qualities, and also the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas within the Pure Land. So this is actually the first of the 4 causes, is having a visual picture, a mental picture in the mind of what this Pure Land looks like, and of keeping that image, keeping that visualization in the mind. So not just when we are doing the actual prayer and sitting in the practice, at all times, as much as we can in our day-to-day lives, we should try to keep reaffirming this visualization, keep our minds kind of like dwelling on the image of this Pure Land of Dewachen and of Buddha Amitabha and Avalokiteshvara and Vajrapani and so forth. And we should kind of keep meditating on it in our minds, to keep bringing that image into our minds clearly throughout the course of our day-to-day lives, and give rise to faith and devotion and pray and supplicate continuously to be reborn there. And then if we pray and we develop this kind of habit in our minds of visualizing and praying with faith to be reborn in Dewachen, then at the time of our death, naturally our minds will go there to the image of the Pure Land of Dewachen and Buddha Amitabha, and faith and aspiration prayers we will make with faith and devotion. And then Buddha Amitabha and Chenrezig and so forth, they will actually come to us as we are in the bardo, almost like to bring us, to invite us with them, take us to the Pure Land of Dewachen.
Then the store of the Mona Kaleta Shabayan by Naya. That's like Zundruki and it now Mishiki, sing it. Then it took Sewachemokan Ranso and Dona Sonyum Mate. 아니 사실 좀 내가 만도 나는 손이래 뭐가 토보가 뭐 이지 뭐 된다는 토바다도 요 손나래 나는 저기 대바다 쏘라다 된데 산제 곰 예를 세바 임바이나 에 산제다 산주 선바대서 너는 표현을 근데 반은 저 왕거스나 무도도 마음난 거 있으나 산지 좀 내가 시작할 때는 손좀 왜 말해
Awesome. And so if we can like continually in our day-to-day lives, if we can keep reaffirming that faith in Buddha Amitabha and pray to Buddha Amitabha and meditate in our mind on Buddha Amitabha and kind of the power of Buddha Amitabha's compassion and wisdom, if we through our faith we pray, then actually Buddha Amitabha has that omniscience. He can hear our prayers. And also his wisdom mind is filled with great compassion. And so Buddha Amitabha will be aware of us. In fact, Lord Buddha himself said, whoever so much as thinks of the Buddhas in their minds with devotion, at that moment the Buddhas actually are right there in front of them. And so that's anyone who has that faith and who prays and who holds in the mind the Buddha, then the Buddhas actually will come right before them, right in front of them. They will grant their empowerments and blessings and cities. And these are the words of Buddha himself.
근데 Buddha 대 무유게 대 종지요래. 그때 공부 매신은 다다 근데 공부 좋으신 근데 너 다다 이해해요. 대 공부 매신은 공부해야 되다. 라사게 샤소도 되게 근데 롱바지데. 대나는 공부 매신은 미 렘바. 아지 근데 여가 있는데. 근데 된 녀마지 라사다. 송 좀비를 송마데. 그래서 지금 내가 뭐바이 얘는 이제 다 좀비 탱기 마토베 이바이는 다 물리 토바 고여 말이서 뭐바를 텐데 룩소지 이래 이제 뭐바 참아 라사를 펜은 이제 좀비셔야 돼. 그러니까 녀마지 다가나 텐데 이바이는데 다 공부미연 내걸로 소 라사를 송 라사 좋은지 라사 좋은지도 저것도 어디에 살아 저것도 딱 갈래 타는 거는 아주 그렇게 말아 봐 다데 뭐래요 말이 때는 녀모모 그걸 나베나 되는데 다른 사사 그 조근데는 다 샤제모 뭐 부죠 또만 샤제모 뭐 다른 마음에 뭐 부죠 그걸 봐 이마인데 다 sommo 마부 좀시시고 말아 데 sommo 저다데 다들 또만 샤제에서 그런 사야래자 슬라크다 조그 지야래자 다들 마음에 대 양대 차오서요. 마르코에서 디디 마르코에서 많이 야 금으로 디디 까므로 디디 단다리야. 다들 조그 이제 있어요. 근데 그런게 그 들어가고 사고 넣어서 샤제지라요. 마르코 나나 쟁스. 야 쟁스. 야 조를 쟁지. 조도 샤는 좀데 말이. 다들 클라드 배야 본도. 야자 또 맞게라. 다들 리브 수도. 다들 라드 배야 보리겠어. 말면 롱데는 좀 뭐. 라지 다 메게스는 좀 뭐. 근데 라드 배야 보den도 상고 대바배지. 대바지. 배야 본도. 그런 거 사이트에서 나랑 그 수시하는 거랑 다른 배. 또 집어외는데 되는 정도도 상태이세. 다들 코가 컬보여야 돼. 컬보가 난 람단 다지 잘라단 다 잘라 저거 뭐여야 다른 다 이제 다 다와 되는 걸 내는데 다 잘라 컬보여야 봐. 당나 저랑도 꼬라는데 저랑도 꼬라 쪼라가는 꼬라는데 안 로인스. 근데 나 잘라도 저런 거 야고 냐로지야. 대세 그 잘라서 저거 꺼번내자. 그 쪼라간 꼬라도. 오란 로시아데 다티 전 람지 다다 꼬녀여로 꼬녀들 내면 다 패싸도시 저거 거방에 딘디 장라 저거 딘디 이제한테 코마레 집에 저거 샤르타래 아 다데 말이야 생각에 공부 좋은 비는 나를 주송시 저거 송송 근데 대자셔래 다 거의야 이제 딘디 빌라는데 다그 잘라라 야 말더나 냐데데 여러 저거 ko deba di je di ta ngane la de pe ya ko le ya se deba di je de se de ko ta chi ta pe ma si ba ga ta sanje ya bu je de cha se de sana lo joma da ta kumbo le yen je mi ni pro je ya se pro je se ya jo ta ko na ro na so de bi shi deba pe yu deba ke top ke de jo ko song song de ya ta cho sanje ma je kong ta sana ta ga tu su da ma pe yu me yin se de song song de ko ga da ju ko pai lo ma ji ju ma pai lo lo song 아, 그 마서 그런 게 정말 시. 아, 사나 그 저 된디 쇼 용요. 딱 나서 그또 뭐서 잡래서 시우고 세트리 라브레. 어다 그 정말 그 왔다. 저 렘발랭고. 저기다 저 가르 되냐요. 저 거를 알아봤어. 나도 서로한테 가르 되냐요. 저 렘바 그 깨자래 시. 딱 말이세 딱 저거 콘서트에 시아진난서 다 소용들이 상 그때 이지때 대가서 좀 되대 그래 단 녀마지 다 두수 대라 토용바가 갑라 근데 거기 중마대 쇼가 초리는 손도 장목이다 초라 손도 뭐 천왕은 딱 건라들 그 조송도 저거 거도 해야 돼요
맞아
샤요 다 야요 공부 매스 다 천왕 그때 쓰는 저 송야 세야 되지 예나 시사 말이 다른 천왕을 되지 거지 샤던도 시 되지 라운드 콜 남성 교수 때인데 저거 거다 다 천왕을 샤돼 야 답배사가 세다 꼭 저도 쳐도 사야지 콜 남성 천왕을 된 저거 거 주지 또 저거 건 줘야 돼 그때부터 그래요 근데 저야 서로도 돼요 근데 야 랑바디 냠데 디용 근데 다 자게 요소 나 로뇽미 때 무슨 내걸 먹으러 그래 막 너무 있잖아 공부 붙여서 공부 좋지 이제 너도 근데 컨텐츠 주고 야 프로그램에서 근데 주다나 자게 탄소 용마 좋게 방송 요소 뭐지 대바지는 되네요 말이야 그러는 거지 그 대바지는 변종 거냐요 세다 된지죠 호텔이 되는 남녀만 저기지 다 대화진의 제고나 되네 대화진의 신경 거부터 산지어와 밑에서 양도 검 양도 대바스 소라다 어떻게지 세바 임바이나 이 산지 두개가 지금 예란다 되네 매바이 말에
맞아
그래서
and so that's why if we have faith, there's actually a really good story to illustrate this, the power of faith and love with compassion. It's the story of Gongpo Bin. So Gongpo Bin, so basically we have this famous Jo Shakyamuni Buddha statue in Lhasa, and this is the story of Gongpo Bin, who was he was like this fool, this idiot, and he went as is kind of customary in Tibet to go on pilgrimage to visit the Jo statue, the Shakyamuni Buddha statue in the Lhasa. In fact, we have a saying in Tibet, like, you haven't lived your human life fully until you've gone to see the Jo in Lhasa. And so, of course, following in this tradition, Gongpo Bin decided to go on pilgrimage to visit the Jo statue, the Shakyamuni Buddha statue. And, it was a long journey. It was very tiring. Didn't have cars back then. And so when Ben finally reached the temple and went to visit Buddha Shakyamuni statue, he was quite tired and quite hungry. And there he walked in, and there's all these tormas called shese. These are basically like tormas made of like edible dough and butter, and they were all there in front of the statue of Shakyamuni Buddha statue Jo, like so many offerings, and there were all these butter lamps also. And so here is Gongpo Bin, and he comes in, and he doesn't think so much, he's just kind of like, he's kind of an idiot, and he sees all these tormas lined up, these cakes, these ritual cakes lined up, called the shese, and all these butter lamps, and he thinks, oh, that's the snacks, and the butter lamp he thought is like, oh, that's to heat up the food, like to cook, to dip it into the butter lamp, and then you kind of get it nice and hot. So he just kind of like helps himself to some of the the shete torma, and he dips it into the butter of the lamp, and he takes a bite, and he's just kind of looking up, and there's Joel, Buddha statue, just smiling as always. And then he thinks, oh, what a wonderful Buddha deity you are, so kind. Look, people set these offerings up for you, and then someone comes and eats them, and he's still smiling so graciously. And so then Gongpo Ben had all this faith arise in this Buddha statue, and Buddha Shakyamuni, he said, oh, what a nice guy, what a nice Buddha he is, And then he's so happy, and he goes, oh, I'm going to do some circumambulations of you in this temple. And he takes his sack of like his traveling pack, and inside of it were, he took off his shoes, his dirty shoes, and all sorts of, dirty things. I mean, think about it. He's been traveling all these many days on pilgrimage, so he's got all kinds of like stuff in this little traveling pack, and he literally takes it, and he says, he's speaking to Joel statue, Joel Shakyamuni, and he says, oh, I'm going to do some circumambulations of you. Would you mind watching my steps? Sorry, I didn't think she was going to come in. Would you mind watching my things for me while I do this circumambulation? And he literally takes the stack of his shoes and his dirty things, and he places it right there, like right on the statue, like on the lap of the statue of Buddha Shakyamuni. And he says, please, would you mind just watching over my things, and I'll come back and then I'll take them. And so then a little while later, one of the temple caretakers comes over and sees like somebody left their dirty like pack of things with their shoes and everything right there on top of the statue's lap of Buddha Shakyamuni, and he's just appalled. And he's like, oh my gosh, and he goes to pick it up and remove it, and then the statue speaks. The Joel statue speaks. And he says, oh, no, don't take this away. There's this man named Gongpo Ben, and he asked me to watch his things for him while he circumambulates. So then, of course, obviously the caretaker did not take away this pack. And then, sure enough, Gongpo Ben comes back, and there are his things safely there. Nobody has taken them. And then he feels so much faith. And he's like, oh, you really are just an incredible Buddha. Oh, thank you so much. Wow, you watched over my step for me. That's so nice of you. And you're just so generous, such a nice Buddha. So then Gongpo Ben says, I'd love to invite you to my home, to please come and be my guest in my home and have a feast, when you can. Please come. And Joe Shakyamuni says, okay, sure, I'll come visit. And so then later on, Gongpo Ben returns to his home, and he greets his wife, and he says, oh, listen, wife, I have some very important news for you. We are going to have a visitor. The great Joel Shakyamuni from Lhasa will be coming to be our guest at some point, so you have to be ready for this. And of course his wife just like scolds him, oh, you idiot! What are you talking about? He's a statue. How can a statue come and visit us? This is just ridiculous. You're a total idiot. But because Buddha Shakyamuni really said this, the statue really spoke and had this interaction. This was all because of the pure mind, the pure faith of Gongpo Ben. So Gongpo Ben really believed him. He really had faith. So he said, no, really, one day you will see this Buddha Shakyamuni will come. He promised me. So then one day the wife is going out to the river to collect the water. And there she sees some strange sight in the water. It looks like some Buddha form appearing in the water. So she thinks, this is interesting. So she goes back, gets her husband, Gongpo Ben, and she says, husband, so you remember you told me that the Joel would be coming to visit us and all this? Well, I don't know if this is the guest you mean, but there's some strange Buddha form appearing in the river over there. Maybe that's him. So Gongpo Ben goes running, and then he sees there's the Joel, just as he had seen him, and he's in the water. His body's appearing in the water. So of course Gongpo Ben gets very worried. He says, oh no, he fell in the water. He's drowning. So Gongpo Ben goes into the water to try and pull him out of the water, and it's all because of his faith and his trust. Then of course he experiences the whole image of Buddha Shakyamuni actually coming out of the water, and there was a big rock right by the water, like a cliff, a rock. And Buddha Shakyamuni then says finally, like Joel says, okay, Gongpo Ben, this is as far as I will go, but I honored your request to come visit you, and I'm going to stay here. And he dissolves into the rock, and to this day there is, right there in that area of Gongpo, the self-arising Shakyamuni, a form that is appearing in the rock. And I have not personally seen this, but many people go on pilgrimage to visit. So this is all because of the power of faith. Guru Rinpoche said, for anyone who has faith in me, Bana Jungye is right there at your door. And so Bana Sabhava is right there, like at your pillow, like right there in front of you if you have faith. And so that's why if we meditate again and again and we cultivate this faith and we pray, then the Buddha's awakened mind has no near or far. There is no distance for the Buddha's awareness. So this completes the first of the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewachen, and that is visualizing clearly the Pure Land of Dewachen. So that completes the first of these 4, and we will continue after the break. So this is for the morning session is complete. Hello?
Hello.
맞아. 얘기도 나.
예. 그저 쓰고 고는.
단다. 얘기도 나 단다.
야. 다때는 무슨 데몬 양수내 먹을까? 담보 오늘 저 담보 오늘 대화지는 대화기 저저여 봐가는 저 담보 네 대신 간선데 시대 때를 다 대화지는 생각된다나 거 때문에 뒤나는 생각나 지역대고 산지와 밤이 때문에 고당 제밖에 되게 대화지는 생각과 같아서 살다 대만은 저기 야 초사사가티 아니 저바장사가티 근데 정로든 심지 근데 뭐나야야도 뭐나 저바가티 배는 아주 건반하는 것들 방하는 담보 내 거다서 그것도 말하면서 그 최근 뭐 요르단 근데 소원도 그렇게 요르단 나나야 제사기 요지 띠지고 너 다 나지리 나서 데모 만한 제자유 갑다 담보지 야 요 bom보로 세다 내가 지금 생길 것 같아 너한테 나빠라 쌌다 테네 마 안에 주니바 소작 주장 어디 안에 냥에는 들리 조이어리스
So now for when we first are practicing this prayer of aspiration to be reborn in Dewachen, out of the 4 causes for rebirth in Dewachen, the first cause is to be able to visualize clearly the entire Pure Land of Dewachen. So we visualize, we meditate that in front of us, in the sky in front, the entire Pure Land of Dewachen appears, and within it all the awakened ones, Buddha Amitabha and all of his retinue. And we visualize all the attributes of the Pure Land of Dewachen. And so this presence of the Pure Land and the Buddhas within, this presence of that is like the support for our gathering of accumulations, the support for purifying obscurations, the support for going for refuge and generating bodhicitta. It is like the support, someone in whose presence to pray to. It's like when you walk into the temple, in the monastery, in the center, and you see first all the statues there in the temple, and then you have this feeling of having a witness, having a support, to whom to pray and in front of whom to make aspirations and so forth. So in the same way, as the support, as an object of refuge, as the support for the prayer of aspiration to be born in Dewachen, kind of like a witness, bearing witness to our aspiration. We have to bring to mind the entire Pure Land of Sukhavati, Dewachen, in front of us, in the sky in front of us, and all the awakened ones within. And so then that brings us to the second of the 4 causes, and that is the practice of gathering accumulations and purifying obscurations.
What did you say by Mayana? And so Jim, and that Kasi Nanzo Jim de Sanjay Jason Chamber, until you tell you didn't jokes in what Dogan and Chihali Yani jokes on you. Sanjay Jason Chamber, Chu Jason Chamber, Gende Jason Chamber, and it's like Jason Chambers in the Yadam Jason Chamber. Don't want this chamber, strong this chamber in a digital. What in Yanila and Chad for you? So, Jim, and then Nanzo Jim, the young yellow come there by in the then Nanzo Jim, yellows gone, yellow sarta, then there was a sorata, monata, Tedan, then Namjun, Jun the Julan the Gala, then some Nanzo young to sort up the one room, young need of Tobai Mayana, when don't they were a color, then Sanjay Bamiki, Shengo but is only Juzoga, gone, that and this is all of that monarch. And then that draw a color, then try yella, then they gone, Shengo but then draw Dr. Cora in some Sanjay Bami. They were thinking Shengo but Cora Java, the Tinibe gone, or then Cora Pion Tinibe John Roy. Then Miarawa color, then Sanjay Bami. They were in the Shango and also can be gone. The little repate, and the sort of mana, Tammy, they were in a young yet as all, go with paying the child. Then Sandok Kalasawa, and it did Kikala, and Sandia Babi, they were in the Shango and Jemba and Nama gone. And then answer Zadon the zone, yeah, talk it you call it Sandia Babi in the pool, summer, Denise. And then gone there by Mayana. Yeah, tea, Sanjay Obama in the Chaba chapter unit, Sanjay Obama in the yellow condo unit. Indeed, Namjun Julan gun here, 아니지 내가 지금 그 시행할 것 같아서 근데 나중에 조용한데 쎄 아니 냠니 쎄야 돼 아직 그게 뭐 말을
아니 제스 점바 냠는 쪽이나네 사디 제스 점바 체 제스 점바 딘데 제스 점바 파 이단 이파 제스 점바다 동바 제스 점바다 디제라 니 성성 고마
추첨 제스 점바
추첨 나서 네
도는
나를 뭐지
도는 나는 체와 가까운 냠인도 되게 송이거든.
도게나네 치와기 갔어 냠는 나서 So as I was saying before, when we are doing the practice of the aspiration prayer to be reborn in Dewachen or Sukhavati, then the first cause is to bring to mind again and again the picture of the Pure Land, the Dewachen Pure Land. So if we visualize this again and again, and we meditate and we bring this to our minds, attention again and again, then from one side, what we are really doing is we are reminding ourselves or recalling the Buddha, right? So we talk about in the sutras as a practices to remember at the time of death, like remembering Buddha, remembering Dharma, remembering the Sangha, remembering or rather bringing to mind the deity, the Yidam deity, remembering emptiness, remembering our ethical discipline, and so forth. So these are in the sutras, the teachings on what to remember, what to bring to mind as practice for the time of death. So when we are continuously bringing to our minds every time we can, thinking of the Pure Land of Dewachen, thinking of Buddha Amitabha, visualizing, giving rise to faith, making prayers, making aspirations to be reborn in Dewachen, then this can be something that we bring into our, like this whole practice of aspiration to be born in Dewachen is something that when we can kind of do it very conveniently and easily in the context of all of our like day-to-day activities. In other words, like let's say we're just sitting and it's our day-to-day activity and we're sitting somewhere or staying, we can visualize Buddha Amitabha, the entire Pure Land of Dewachen above the crown of our head. And we can make aspiration prayers and give rise to faith and pray to be reborn in Dewachen. When we are moving, when we are going, we can visualize Buddha Amitabha on our right shoulder. And in this way, it's like everywhere we go, we are accomplishing the circumambulation of Buddha Amitabha and the entire Pure Land of Dewachen. Really feel that we are circumambulating Buddha Amitabha in the Dewachen Pure Land. And like when we go to sleep at night, when we lay down to sleep, we can visualize Buddha Amitabha and the entire Pure Land of Dewachen, Buddha Amitabha there in the center of our hearts and place our awareness there, our attention there. And then when we do this and we fall asleep into this nature, then even sleep becomes transformed into a tremendous opportunity for virtue. And furthermore, when we are eating or drinking, we can visualize Buddha Amitabha, the Pure Land of Dewachen, right there in our throat chakra. And all the food and drink that we imbibe then becomes like the Gana chakra feast offering. So in this way, everything becomes like this offering that we feel that we are offering every bite of food and every drink to Buddha Amitabha and the entire Pure Land of Dewachen. And so in this way, when we meditate and we bring to our mind these Buddha Amitabha and the Pure Land, even in our day-to-day activities, then we are continuously bringing to mind all of that, like the qualities of Dewachen and Buddha Amitabha. So that's the instructions to do that.
딱 말아야 저기 띠 뻥무라고 그래. 대화지는 대화게 저저 예박한나데 저 담보 띠 생각선데 시대세. 다 아니 니바테 대화지는 대화 세바게 저 니바테 아니 저 초사 드병 시티는 무슨 말이야. 다 대네 예나 덤바가 거네 초사야 다 저거잖아 탑대인데. 다때 가려울 때 여기서는 미스남 첨부 진제 여바 임바이나 디니티 예라 mon란당 니티 삼바 가레제 여바 있나요 니티 금메바 거네 어떻게 상관돼? Hello. 제 고소는.
나 텔레콤마도
다들
연주 보고마도 연결권에 있어.
얘는 더 그거네. 다들 준이바데 네 총사 저 총사 대변 송말이 다 대화티는 깨워서 봐. 저 총사 들어가지 않고 그래. 다들 가르리세는 몰라 되야다. 아니 소나 그 총사야 당 아니 들어가지 않는데 그게 참 그래. 가르리세는 아니 뭐 소남 대바지 여바 이마예나 아니 뒤에 강상바데 아니 드롭터 바다 뒤 몰라 가르지 잡아이나야 아니 뒤 몰라데 아니 따바나지 아니 드롭터여리 산지 좀네 내가 노가는 송여 봐래 순나 덴베 매에 강상로 시들 송도 대는 만소지 몰라 답셔바데 드여라 아니 때 자대라고데
나도
자대라고 초사야 때 하자는 게 있지 뭐인 말이야. 나는 저번 장에 양 몰라 저번 세발에 그 파티 여러 봤다. 그 저도 저번 말이야. 뒤에 양 저번 장에 몰라 저야 그 있지 뭐지 이메인데 되네. 뒤 몰라 마다 보면
지금 조나잖아 담고
Love very much. Awesome. And so
전에 이 몰란도 만족을 그렇게 드르기 예 저거 장에 뭐지 소사 드르나 용야를 연합 됨한테 준이한테 손이요리
love very much. Awesome. So, when we talk about the cause for being reborn in Dewa Chen, the second cause being gathering the accumulations and purifying obscurations, the reason why this is necessary is in order to actually accomplish the prayers and aspirations that we make, we need to have a great deal of merit. In fact, that's why it is so important to accumulate merit and to purify obscurations. It's because it is through our merit that we are easily able to accomplish our prayers. In fact, it is always said, like in the Buddha's sutras, the Buddha himself said, a person with merit will accomplish his wishes, his aims. And so when we have merit accumulated, then whatever ideas and wishes we have in our minds, we can accomplish these. And that's why it is so important to have merit as a support, to have the supportive merit as our backing, as our support to actually accomplish these aspirations that we make. Now, what are the obstacles? What are the impediments or hindrances to our accomplishing of our aspiration prayers? The real obstacles are our negative karmas and obscurations, and that's why we need to purify these. We need to purify our negative karma and obscurations, which are what stand in the way of our accomplishment of our aspiration prayer. And to do this, to both gather accumulations and to purify obscurations, we have the 7 branch prayer as part of this aspiration prayer.
그때 옛날 덤바세데 담보 산차와 최반벌와 덕과셔와 아니 인지 개와 지스 야나서야 아니 다 라마 게비시니 추주 콜로콜로 소와다바 되는 산제다 산적 삼발 라마 게비시니들아 담지 kunyangi는 마다와 요걸 그 소와다바 되는 게버자와서 안에 인동다 내와지는 개와 치는 원한다야 어떻게 얘나 덤바스는 들리지 말해
And so, what are these 7 branches? Well, first is the branch of offering prostration. Second is making offerings. Third is confession, confessing our negative karmas. The fourth is rejoicing in the virtue of others. Fifth is requesting or supplicating the Lama, the teachers, the awakened ones to turn the wheel of Dharma for the benefit of sentient beings. The next one is any Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Lamas, Gurus, teachers who are thinking of going into passing away, passing into Parinirvana, supplicating them not to pass into Parinirvana but to remain present for the sake of sentient beings. And finally, dedication of the roots of virtue. So dedicating our roots of virtue for the benefit of others, for all beings to attain rebirth in the Pure Land of Dewachen. So those are the 7 branches.
그때 담보는 산차와이 말에 다 산차와 때 안에 만조 준칭이 그때는 만조 남제 산차와 그때는 성어동 타고요. 소제는 다 취세야 돼. 아니 만조 뉴모가 근들어와 ཉ엠볼 때는 성샤와이 말에 근데 산차와 때 아니 뉴모가 ཉ엠볼 차와요.
Rumoshe, yang chu nalola jukde banajin chene, chu gi nalola jine sungde wada jiabo sebo kogmando. I think we need to redo this call because it sounds like Rinpoche is underwater and I cannot hear clearly at all. Should I call back?
It's
very hard to hear. It sounds like blurred. Yeah, it's like slow motion, like the speech goes really slow motion. It sounds like Rinpoche is like sounds like everybody's underwater, so it's difficult. I mean, it's like trying to hear somebody speaking inside water. What do we do? How do we?
맞아, 제당 선주 들어왔다. 오늘 뇽모가 그냥 뭐 들어오고 여반이 말해. 대인도 아니 산 사러 왔대야. 가레세는 나랑 서로 산 사러 거 요리시나. 근데 소주는 안 소주 맞아. 라주도 요대가 기지 산 마더로 그 뇽모가 맞을 때만 들어와 그냥 몰라. 아니 산 사러 왔어 뭐 말해. 야 소주는 아니 사대가 랍자대 가래 하고 그 요리시나 미 yīna kūpa, tā mī yīna jī mā kūpa kī yarab kī jī tīdī kī kārīsi chūpa sāmbu, hāni jī tēyī lōbyā kī jī lā, hāni sān sarvā tā sūmi yorīs.
So, generally when we're talking about Dharma, primarily what we're really, the purpose of Dharma ultimately is to tame our own mind stream. And Dharma should be like an antidote to the kleshas, the poisons of mind. And so when it comes to prostrations, offering prostrations, the reason why we have prostrations is, for one side, it's because prostrating is an antidote to our pride, our ego. Like normally we have this poisons of mind because our mind stream has not been subdued or tamed. And so we have this pride, this sense of ego, and prostrations are an antidote to that. They help to subdue our pride. And secondly, another side of this is that prostrations are training for us to cultivate a sense of respect for others, a sense of being deferential, being respectful to others, and that's a quality of like noble integrity. And so that's another reason why prostrations are necessary, to cultivate that humility and that sense of modesty and respect for others. That's a question. So if we have pride, it is said that a person who has pride, like with the balloon of pride, the liquid or moisture of good qualities cannot stick. And so if one is like puffed up with pride, then one is unable to retain any good qualities. And so pride is said to be something that we must purify, we must abandon. It's one of the poisons of mind. But in the Western culture, it is sort of like you have a strong kind of culture of like paying a lot of importance to self-esteem and having confidence and being like independent and confident and trusting in yourself, and that's very strong here in the West. And on the one hand, that's good if you have, faith in yourself and you have a good sense of self-confidence and your self-esteem is very well developed. But the problem is it's easy sometimes, some people can mix that up with pride, that it gets kind of conflated with pride, and that it becomes a problem. So having like trusting in yourself and having confidence, that's one thing. But then when that becomes kind of like blurred, the line between that and then having pride, then that's not so good. So
근데 다 자면이 미크 부채 제마데 마드르근데 야빈데 좀마 부채 야슈르 텐데 담도 미키 심주송 다테 가르스 호페 그자비 하고 있다 그자야 고셰야 너무 지 나한테 봐봐줘 되게 싫어요. 난 내 돈이 되어서지 카드 그냥 맞지 돈한테 건발을 같이 된 이제 여와 돈이 벌어야 그게 대 콘단 내년 단계 자리에서로 콘타로 카나다 마 파이를 lep차데 봐봐서 다 저도 그게 배장도 라고 요새 거기는 네 캐나다 레는데 봐봐 배 망보진 도 싶어 봐 통상 나도 이랬어 얘는 다 봐봐 그 깨줄 문에 세는 되게 저 자파 동타 세는 법밭에서 요거 안들이 샤시 법에 시리 법에 시리 다 그저 남바는데 얘나 개조라는 뭐 없어 이 대가서 나서 법밖에 법병을 떠나 말이지 그래도 남지 대부분의 공송성으로 시그노 인지는 시그로 와야 그래서 내가 법밖에 인지돼서 어떤 토란 소변의 동문이 강도요 다 밖에 보이는 시기로 받아. 얘는 다 커서 취조 시기야. 더 남아져서. 네, 다때는 가서 파마초 개밭에서 별 맞아야 하는 거죠. 그래서 법밭. 근데 가득한 나 배송도 나는 이제 수선이 가능성. 유지돼서 그게 된 얘기. Hello, 뭐도 가르쳐서.
한국에서 치료서 우리 예팔 제주 로마.
아래 야야. 다 대상 자면게 미국 부채 진짜 심지어주는데 뒤니도 좀 통신 되는 정말 토지에서 이제 빈도 solendo.
나.
이 미국 군주 자컵기 미국 군주 지 야조대 심지어주 용어로 와.
맞아.
미국 교람. 된 자빈 돼서 배 약효를 쓰는 와. 자빈.
자반디 약속이 그래. 맞아.
대진도 동도. 대가래서 커서 그 잡배야 보여. 그게 뭐셔야 리보 그 잡배야 보. 뒤차는 잠을는 커서 마부체 안다고 그랬는데. 당소 나주가 나가 드리팅이야. 배는 상세야 돼. 뭐는 그 잡소리야 이거. 라라야 상세 그 잡지 받는 뭐야 그 공시도 만자. 대 참도 공시 여가지 차고. 대도 상세야 소제는 맞아를 맞아야. 소진이 밀어 그저 럭터가 된 줄 소변세야 되는 말이지.
So when it comes to all the different like countries and cultures in the world and their like cultural practices or like the way that they kind of conduct themselves, pretty much around the world it is agreed upon that Japanese have the most highest level of like kind of honorific and courtesy and respectfulness as far as their conduct and how they interact with one another. And the reason why is because the Japanese have a very high level of kind of a politeness culture and just being polite in the way the way that they hold their bodies and how they bow and respect one another, and that's why the Japanese are kind of regarded as like the most kind of, when it comes to cultural etiquette, as far as being most respectful and having the most kind of courtesy of any kind of cultural tradition by and large in the world. And in Dharma, it's kind of like the same idea. When you bow your hands and you bow down, when you bow down to the deities or the sources of refuge, it's also something that you're cultivating a sense of respect toward others, to your fellow human being. And that ability to bow to another person and to just show that level of respect is something that, like, when it comes to prostrations, of course, on one side, they are helping us to like decrease our pride, but on another perspective, they're training us to be just a human being with a sense of like respectfulness for others. And that is also like just a habit that is being formed through the practice of prostrations. So it also helps us to train in just being a person who shows respect. Like, so it's like culturally, it helps us to get that culture of respect for our fellow human beings as well.
나를 그잡세 녀다와 산세 근데 선지가 그잡에 와서 녀다와 초과자
Otherwise, we're so respectful and we bow down to the deities and the awakened ones, and then to sentient beings we're completely disrespectful and everybody fighting all day long. Then that's a little contradictory.
모의사를 예랑 재미서 나그 고송 그게 상처로 숨어대. 그때 송은데 안에 소속이 대바당 Movie yoba yena. Ane diri go ne naranzo je ya sanje dan. Ane sanje oba me de dewa jin san sawa yema yena. Ta sanje da sanju samba ke tuje ne nyeran yo mares. Tene je yema yende. Tene da ki lu kuba go ne. Ane ta da de san sawa. Nga kuba go ne sora da manande ya. Ye kuba go ne ane chi ta deba da mu je ba go ne. Tene ya san sar go le son tene son le.
And so that's why here in the prayer we come to the next line in this section that when we prostrate with devotion, there is no limitation, no difference between near or far, no distance. So therefore I prostrate with devotion of my three doors. So here, when we make prostrations in this way with faith and devotion to the Buddhas, to Buddha Amitabha, to the Pure Land of Devachan, then the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, their compassion is not limited by any distance of near or far. For their compassion, there is no distance when we have that faith and devotion. And so, with devotion of our three doors, it means like expressing our devotion with the physical body through offering prostrations and so forth. Expressing devotion through our speech by reciting the words of the prayer and the aspirations, and devotion of mind through having faith and devotion in our hearts.
다 대바 여바 있나? 아니 저 산지 그 투기는 아니 이랑요. 그러나 또 산지 좀 된데 따라 근육이 있는데는 로니도 투기 하나 센서리. 다 로시고 뭐로 로동가 이라 센서리. 얘는 안서 저 대바세 산지가 lab자도 만서 법정세 냥이 나와 임바이나. 뒤다다 임바이나요. 저 산지 기 생각다 투기. 어떤지 욕되버지. 어떻게 되지 차도 여바 임바래. Then 대박 매바 임바이나 아니 산지 너는 juk 대박 임바이나야 펜도 가게요. 펜 산지 좀 내들 그 무슨 juk 대박 값서 공기 다 레진세야 돼 산지 기타 분자로 와 공기 아니 노를 차요. 근데 다다 어떻게 된다고게 아니 얘네야 아니 된데 산지 기 dēnlē yōk dēbā, dēyāng dē sōsō kē nian cīng yin dēbā yin, sōsō kē lōma yin dēbā yin nā yāng, dē yōngā sāngyā rōgā jī. Dēnlē dē yin bā yin dē, jī dā, zō dē jī sōsō kē jī dēbā dā mūgū lā rā lē dēbā dē mā dō, jī sāngyā dē, jī dēn dā nian rāng kē, dēndū kē chē bā rā mē bā yin bā dē, dēndū sāngyā chōng dē dē kē gārē sōng yō rī sī na, dā dā ngā dā chō bā dā māo rī sā chō bā nī, 순난냐게 평용량 송여래 산제 공육대바가 갑자기 산제가 무슨 진 최고다 소라 만나다바 대다 마음버는 이제 산제 예에서 산제의 리서트 띵체벌 뭐 된데도 지 소라다 만나 최고서는 아니 순난도 평용 최고리 송티니 송여래 된데 디나네 더 개치시 가리 송여래 나도 이제 산사와 갑래야 그는 무슨 산제와 밤이다 대화진 생각과 받은 되나요? 산난 이제 된지 대바다 이치 모고 그거는 산사와이 말이나 대화진 산제와 밤이 랑은 되는 무슨 요 대바이 말에 되는 이제 대 얘는 얘는 뛰네요 그래서 이래서 말이야
Ramoshi tandadi sangi chongtandegi songdi yanjachi songrangdi tanda kongmosu shuktebegi dudan maungbagi tandi dudin ni
다다 산제 좀되는데 콩나 아니 최바 프로와당 소로다바 대다 마음바 산제 꼭 마족나야 산제 그 고송 두빈다 산제 그 린설라서 관에 최바다 만났다와 저서 안에 초사다 편유 기과리 성유지
맞아.
대 가르땡이 여르시는 다 투기를 내려요 말이 저 지시 말아서 대바다 이치를 알아야 돼요.
So if we have faith, then for the compassion of the Buddha, there is no limitation. There's no like difference as far as near or far. Like if we have faith in Lord Buddha, like think about it, even like Lord Buddha Shakyamuni came like couple thousands of years ago. And if we have faith in Buddha Shakyamuni and we pray to Buddha, like Buddha's blessings are still right here. Buddha is actually in front of us. But if we have no faith in Buddha, even if we're right in front of Buddha, like for example, during the time of Buddha Shakyamuni, one of Buddha's own sort of attendants and also his cousin, his own kind of relative, was unable to see the Buddha's qualities, didn't have any faith in the Buddha, and therefore did not gain the benefit of the Buddha's blessings, even though he was right there physically, in the physical presence of Buddha Shakyamuni. And that's why really when it comes to the most important thing that we have to have is devotion and faith and trust. Because if we have trust and we have faith and we pray to Buddha, then the Buddha is right in front of us. Then Buddha is not limited by linear time or by distance of near or far. That's why Lord Buddha himself said, the beings who make offerings to me now in my presence in this time and supplicate me while I am alive in this form now, and the future beings who have faith in me and bring me to mind and make offerings and supplications, the merit that they receive, the benefit is exactly the same. There is no difference. And so for Buddha, there's no difference as far as physical proximity or as far as time. The difference lies in the level of our faith and devotion. And so that's why if we pray and supplicate with devotion to Buddha Amitabha, and we have devotion and faith and trust in Buddha Amitabha and the Pure Land of Dewa Chen, then Buddha Amitabha and the Dewa Chen Pure Land are right there in front of us, and we will gain the benefit.
죽은 상황에 저기다 사회어를 조진해서 연도 진해서 세워야 사용어를 드럼한테 연도 드럼에서 터게 도교어를 빼면 연도 어디서 터진디 추고 어바면서 산설로 손다 다때 손도 안에 산지 나온 타이 때 안에 추고 거래 추고 나온 타이 다치 추고 예마인데 다다 나한테 조고 산지에다 산juk 선박이 조고고 참 추고롱이 마저요 추고 때기 아니 조세나 뒤에 다만 생기가 동 아니 조고때 산지에다 산juk 선박에 롱거다 추고도 좀 마송이요 된디제 이마인데 되네 나한테 기에네 사이에나 오저가 볼래 아니 보고 지내서 아니 생기가 동나다 zo na choba go gone ani la ma de bishini ka number la ani chiti kana kando be chiti ta da sa da rada la soba ka number go gone sanje sanchu sumba tam ge swan yori ten ji ya ro jene zo ma se wa ja wata tene me ma pe tene sanje nawan thai ki sa yom ba ne wo za jang ko dele ne je ju phama drum tene drama dele yang ani chi yang drama sin sin ji ko dong ani kana kando ko ma bu ji tene thole tene ozer ngada demba tele ne tada ma thokyo ozer tele toyong bate ane gururu mochi sepe manjune tele yang esendi ko tong audience wa thabja ota tene bi yori te ne chuko nawa tayete tene jinense jeju drama gururu mochi laso ba sanje da sanju samba thamji ko turi chuju ko re tene chu ko samsalo som tene sombare.
And so now to read from the text continuing on, it reads, the Dharmakaya Amitabha Buddha is the Lord of this Buddha family, and from his right hand emanated rays of light, from which arose Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezi. And then the further emanation comes out hundreds of tens of millions of more Chenrezi emanations. And from his left hand radiated out the light, which emanated Aryatara. And then her further emanations are the hundreds of millions, tens of millions of Tara emanations that emanate out. And then from the rays of light at her heart emanated, at his heart, from Amitabha's heart, emanated out Padmajumne, Guru Rinpoche. And from him came the further emanations of the hundreds of tens of millions of Urgyen emanations to benefit beings. So therefore I prostrate to the Dharmakaya Amitabha. And so here this is to say that the Dharmakaya, the absolute truth body form, is the source from which all the Rupakaya, all the form bodies of the awakes. Where all the form bodies of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas emanate. And so, for the benefit of sentient beings, from out of the expanse of Dharmakaya spontaneously arise the Rupakaya or form body beings. And so, this is to say that from Buddha Amitabha, all these awakened beings, Chenrezig and Tara and Guru Rinpoche and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas arose. So therefore, to the Dharmakaya, which is the source from which all the Buddhas emanate, I prostrate. This is what I mean. Maso.
야와탐지 추글은 롱지 숨만 나진지 드니제 이메이는 나눠서 제 산제와 밤에서 야 산사대가 이메이나 아니 다 산제다 산주 선바 아니 다 람마야단 라서 바참 고조군두고 뭐 아니 대시야도 개체 모임 말에 번들은 나눠서 제 제네즈로 제 드바 이메이나야 다 제네즈 찌부 제 드럽데 해요 바 딘지선 마당에서나 아니 제 산제다 산주 선바 람마다 야다 산제 군두고 뭐 고조군두고 뭐라 나중에 된데 그거는 양에서 돼야 돼. 그게 제목이 말이 된데 이메인데 이나게 산지어 봐 추구거든. 추구 임박이 준신라 때나 다 조거기 산지에다 산주 삼아 아니지 산지어 봐 미그 투기 내마 아니 또림 같은지 뭐다 된데 하고 고양이 말에.
And so that's why here when we prostrate and we go for refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and the three jewels, all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, all the Lamas, the Yidam deities, the Dakinis, they're all of the same singular essence in the expanse of Dharmakaya. That's why it is said, all Buddhas are one in the expanse of Dharmakaya. The mind of Buddhas is one in Dharmakaya. And that is why when we prostrate to Buddha Amitabha, then we are prostrating to all the awakened ones. And that's why it's important that we understand this point. That, like, for example, if we are doing, let's say, Chenrezig practice, and we are prostrating to or praying to Chenrezig, we shouldn't think, oh, now I'm only praying to Chenrezig. We shouldn't think like this. In fact, we should recognize that Chenrezig actually contains and embodies all the Buddhas and all the Bodhisattvas, all the Lamas, the Yidam deities, the Dakinis, all the three jewels of refuge are combined in this singular essence. And therefore, when you accomplish one deity, you are accomplishing all the deities. You are accomplishing the essence that embodies all. And that is what we have to remember. That is what is really important. And so, when we are, since Buddha Amitabha's Dharmakaya is the source from which all the forms, all the Rupakayas, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas emanate. That is why it is said, from the heart mind emanates all the Buddhas, all the wisdom forms. So that's why we have to recognize this, that the Dharmakaya is all-encompassing.
그래서 자가도 그 취냐 플랜 드바가 까블라데 라 가린테 드바 이바이나 데 사모콘 조군도 그모스 드럼도데 데네 라제 두비 랍잔도 세데 라제 드로콘데 라자 라 사마 드데 바레스 다 버바트서 그볼 라만 그pom 세데다 버트는 나로 체네즈 체네즈 기보이 마제세 데네 거르는 거 체제 드라마 체제 라마모 마모데 레레레레 드럼데 다 가보러 왔나 소도 좀 뭐야 그랬는데 라 제가 만들어 라 제가 만들어 다들 자가 이랬을 때 근조근도 뭐 이마시아 그 제목에 나바는 이제 제는 그 나나 되네 라마다 예담이면 봐 시고야 그때 이제 그는 이제 제는 거는 뭐 무지 마송 요를 간다 아니 이제 다 근조근도 뭐 시아 그 제목에
맞아. So that's why we have a saying like that in ancient India they would practice one deity but accomplish all of them, and then Tibet they would practice 100 deities and accomplish not a single one. And the idea here is that like in the ancient Indian masters they would just accomplish one deity, whatever that deity is, but they would recognize that in that one deity practice, all the deities are contained, because that one single deity, when they practice that, they recognize that it is embodying all of the awakened ones and all the deities. So it is all the refuge sources combined into one, and so they practice with this understanding. And so when they accomplish that one deity, they already accomplish all the deities. But in Tibet, sometimes the way it was like, that not understanding this crucial point, then it was like, oh, now you are accomplishing Shenriti, okay, now we're doing Guru Rinpoche, now we're doing Tara, and each and every deity like accomplished separately. And so the Tibetans, they would do 100 different deity practices, but it's hard, difficult when you approach it like that. We don't have a lot of time, and then if you have to accomplish each deity separately and individually, at the end of it, you could say you practiced 100 deities and didn't accomplish a single one. What's the difference here? It is whether you recognize that one deity is the essence that embodies all the sources of refuge. And also in the deity yoga practice, development stage practice, we always talk about the crucial points of deity development, and one of these is recognizing that in this deity, all the lamas and yidam deities are inseparable. Like the lama is inseparable with the deity that we are accomplishing. So, but in any case, the point is recognizing that the deity that you accomplish, that we accomplish, is actually the embodiment of all the refuge sources combined.
semjin yel kanjin pa namdo kanje ta da thokchi semjin ma da kanje ta da ma ji se se kumjin ba me da san salo sumba ta te sanje ba me ta ne sanje ki tamje chema ki ne ji shi mo te ne ma de ba yin ba de te nyamse dujo sinata te dujo se de nyamse du ta da ke ja te ne sumba de te du ta da nyamse me ba yewa me ba da Love
Rinpoche. So as it continues in the prayer, so Buddha always, throughout the 6 times throughout day and night, is gazing always upon sentient beings with compassion. And whatever thoughts and concepts are moving through the minds of all sentient beings, the Buddha always knows these, always. And whatever words all the sentient beings are speaking, the Buddhas always hear this. And so I prostrate, and so I prostrate to the omniscient Buddha Amitabha, it reads. And so this is to say, Buddha Amitabha possesses the omniscient wisdom of the Buddha, which means that he is always aware of all sentient beings at all times, day and night. Here it says in the 6 times, day and night. That just basically means there's never a time in which he's not aware of all beings. So with great compassion and love for all sentient beings, never separate, the Buddha is always gazing upon sentient beings with love and compassion.
semjin kunji yela dana deba dan mogla soba ke bewa kan nando yinanda dane nyom momba soba ke mageba nando la soba dona ni naranzo ki semjin ke ji ta ge mege loma ten la soba nando karen ten thoye mai mai na ya sanje ba mi tu ta tu chi yore ten ji naranzo ji ta deba dan mogwi se ba mai na sanje ke ne ba mi ke chin to ba ji ta dane naranzo ge yang 산재를 이제 대화든 솔와든 몰랐다 봐 이마이나야 근데 산재가 밤이 그 나서 그때 가렌드 소로다 책 가렌드 제가 임바이나요. 근데 산지기 이제 이시기 니기 세요레 대인데 나다 가서 산지여바 밑에 아니 추탄진 tema 근데 차고요 근데 이제 당한 속에 남주이나네 되다는 산지여바 밑기 심지 연동나 독재와 그 적대와 지당 되는 나는 속에 지 대바다 뭐그 원란도 서로 가래졌다고 말이나요 되는 아니지 산지기 탐지 팀밖에 아니 독주공 아니지 이식의 인지 신 뭐 저와가 투지 아니지 두다 연동의 적대와 대비 말이지 어떻게 좀
And so here it says, all the thoughts that arise in the minds of beings at all times, the Buddha knows, is always gazing upon all beings, and the Buddha knows all the thoughts that arise at all times in beings' minds. So whether that's devotion and faith when we are praying to Buddha, when we are making aspiration prayers with faith and devotion, the Buddha is aware of us, the Buddha knows. And so with the Buddha's wisdom awareness, the Buddha is always aware of sentient beings, always knows when beings are praying to him. And likewise, when beings call out to the Buddha and pray, Buddha can hear with his wisdom ears. Buddha Amitabha can hear because Buddha Amitabha is the omniscient one with all-knowing awareness. So at all times, Buddha Amitabha is gazing upon the sentient beings with great love and compassion. And whenever we have any faith, devotion, aspiration, prayers, we make prayers and we supplicate to Buddha Amitabha. Buddha knows, Buddha is aware of us, and Buddha hears our prayer with his wisdom ears and gazes upon all beings with great love and compassion at all times.
주방 3일 세번 마도가 치다 대전 환란 답지고 대화진의 집은 만나도 바도송의 시행된 것은 렘바와 밤에 삼절로 손에 다 대화진의 집을 세바라네 조지어시 아니 매제가 굉장히 시드니에 바래 다 대화진은 안서 아니 집을 세바라 아니 차진 가래 열으시는 조지어요 다 매제발라 가진 가래 열으시는 굉장히 열으시 다 굉장히부터 가르치는 주방 3일 세번 마도가 손으로 대화진의 집은 만나 접 손바디다 다음에 주방 왔다 3매가 끝나길래 세샤바 마도바게 심지 인 대화진 집하고 만났다고 하는 게 특별히 드니저 이마인데 주방다 아니 3일 그래대 대화진 집하고 거기 대인 말이었어.
So here the prayer continues and it reads, aside from the karma of abandoning or forsaking the Dharma and the karma of committing the heinous negative sins of immediate retribution where there is no intermediate state, other than that, all the beings who pray to you with faith and make this aspiration will accomplish their prayer and be reborn in Dewa-Shen. And so here, this means, okay, if we want to be born in Dewa-Shen Pure Land, there are 4 causes that we have to have. These are the supportive conditions that give rise to rebirth in Dewa-Shen. And there are also 2 things that will inhibit us from being reborn in Dewa-Shen, 2 obstacles or 2 inhibiting causes. And so the 4 causes we have to have. Now the 2 inhibiting conditions that would prevent us from being able to be reborn in Dewa-Shen are if we have forsaken the Dharma, and second, if we have committed any of the heinous sins of immediate karmic retribution where there is no Bardo state. Other than that, so if we've committed either of these 2, then we will be barred from being able to be reborn in Dewa-Shen. But other than that, anyone who prays and recites this prayer with faith in Buddha Amitabha will be able to be reborn there.
Tatinane, tat samikle nabote naran solene tata jong ka jong kawa imbare. Tan jong nishu te chubang le imbare te naran ha jang ge zakoya. Jong lawa nyenka chewa te imbare. Ta chubang le sidu kare labi yorisina. Oche chu ta chula lola te ya no ani ji chula la te ani ta tansan laba ke de na so chulo ki je pension ke ji ta sorry do ta so pe mase ba ke ta na so de wa kim je wa ke yo de ta sanje ke song chu chama de na so je ta thar ba ke ta semji na pemba do ba ke ta de sendala pemba je wa sma la pemba ta do ke pemba de inde 아니 지 참아 추 참아야 호인 맞지 강추 참아 아니지 산제 그 소인 맞지 니지 인 말이 또 늘사 소소가 제 강을 강도를 했다 소소를 로 감도 뭐가 뭐라고 했더니 마송 셔버리 마도 추를 장해요 말이 근데 추방을 해야 될 가서 나는 저 추장이 해야 돼 추라라는 다야 오리스다 라라 추는 배 독자리 삼았다 딘디글로 어서 추방을 해야 되는데 대상 나는 저 용라 추로 정타를 차단해야 돼 주방을 해야 되는 게 처리요. 산지 좀 되게는 만 야만 넘버 먹은 도브는 주방을 내서 간데지를 세고 유선 라라는 자원듯이 추라라는 자원듯이 라라는 넘버듯이 야버 되는 주방을 내어 세트는 소로 어떤 되는 하이 장사 거의 말이 다지 참여가 나서데 파세바 마세바 게는 콜이 인세바 산지 그거 mensaje tani mala so bari te tada na so jong khabo imare
Now, first of all, the 5 heinous sins, as they are called, the sins of immediate retribution without pardote, these are something actually very difficult to commit, these 5 sins. So it's unlikely that we would have to worry about these sins. However, the other one, known as forsaking the Dharma, this is something we have to be careful about because this is something that is very easy to do. And if we do, it is very dangerous and destructive for us. Basically, forsaking the Dharma means having a wrong view toward any of the Buddha's teachings, toward the Dharma. And included in this is anytime we behave or we view the different traditions or sects within the Dharma with a sectarian attitude of bias, where we think like, oh, these are good, but these are not so good. Whenever we judge other sects or traditions within Buddha Dharma as some are better than others, some are better, some are worse, then this is committing what is known as the karma of forsaking the Dharma, chupongile. So for this, we have to be very careful because all of Buddha's teachings, however they may manifest, they are all for the sake of giving the sentient beings a way to become liberated from samsara. All of the teachings and all the practices and the different traditions, they are all for the sake of benefiting sentient beings. And so in this way, the Buddha Dharma brings benefit in this life, benefit in the future life, benefit for the ultimate attainment. And that's why if we have a sense of, oh, this thing Buddha taught is good, but then this other teaching over here, or this other tradition of Buddhism over here is not good, then already we commit that karma of forsaking the Dharma. So basically, in a nutshell, forsaking the Dharma just means having an attitude that discriminates, as this is good, but this is not good, or this is good, but this is not as good. That kind of Dharma or discrimination or sectarianism, that is known as the karma of forsaking the Dharma. And so, for example, anybody who has one of those very strong, attachment and aversion, attachment for one's own sect or tradition, and a sense of aversion or sectarianism toward other sects and traditions within Buddhism, they have commit the karma of forsaking Dharma, actually. In fact, Buddha Shakyamuni himself said in the Manjushri Display Sutra, Jamba Rope number Rope Do. Jamba number Rope. In the Sutra of the Display of Manjushri, Buddha said, some people who say, oh, this parts of some of the Buddha's teachings are good, but some other of the Buddha's teachings are not so good, who have that perception of some as being good and some as being not good, they commit the karma of forsaking the Dharma. And the karma of forsaking the Dharma is very damaging. So therefore, it's much easier for us to unknowingly incur this karma than it would be for us to commit the 5 heinous sins. Because the 5 heinous sins are killing our father, killing our mother, creating a schism in the Sangha community, in the congregation, spilling the blood of a Tathagata out of malicious intent, killing in our hearts. So these are much more difficult for us, whereas forsaking the Dharma is something, if we're not careful about, we could do.
Tate molang karetabi yorisinata ondoganan song yori, habami gondogana. Ta sanje obami kong namje sang jago gatsena. Tane ane kong dewaji na jewa ki ane te molang taba ki senji teda tamje. Sanjung jodo senji na molang taba ki senji teda tamje. Dewaji na maje na tane kong sang jago me. Ane kaje kong sang jawa yema yena tane kong na de Dili sanjuk jodo semji na mana taba ki semji tamji dewa ji na jing taba wata dili dambu tokji yungwa ki kaza dili tokji mana taba re dili yima yinde ta sangye waba mi ta sangye barwa ta di sangye ya la kongi chajin rawa, mana rawa, tok rawa kare ji yori si na ta konga chubanda tsami ki le masa sanjuk jodo semji di dana dili kongi mana dewa ji na jewa ka kongi tsin tu Tene dewaji jewa mala taba senji teda tamji kongi dewaji na jingtok taba ke tene tamja da mala tokji shabare tene je imayinde ta sanje oba mi sangja bare de kare tin yorisena tene konga deba da mala tabse dewaji jewa ota tin mala den joba ota tene je imare otte sanje ki ndoganan ki maso bare
So it is the case that aside from these two negative karmas of forsaking Dharma and any of the heinous crimes or sins of immediate retribution, if we have not done that, then these two, any and every sentient being who prays with faith to Buddha Amitabha and who makes this aspiration to be reborn in Dewachen Pure Land will accomplish that prayer and will be reborn in the Pure Land of Dewachen. And this is something that the Buddha Amitabha himself said in the Amitabha Sutra. Buddha has said, because when Buddha Amitabha was on the path and first gave rise to the bodhicitta commitment to benefit the sentient beings, then at that time, Buddha made aspiration prayers, Buddha Amitabha did. And his aspiration prayer was that whosoever hears his name and who prays to be reborn in Dewachen, having given rise to bodhicitta, any and all beings who wish to be reborn in Dewachen and have faith in Buddha Amitabha, may they be reborn in his pure land of Dewachen. And Buddha Amitabha, at the time when he made this prayer, he said, if my prayer is not accomplished, let me not become a Buddha. Let me only become a Buddha once my prayer has been accomplished. And so then Buddha Amitabha did become a Buddha. And actually, if Buddha Amitabha had not become a Buddha, then that would have been proof that the prayer had not been accomplished. But now Buddha Amitabha attained complete Buddhahood, which means that this is the proof that his aspiration prayers have been fully accomplished. And so in this way, any and all sentient beings who hear the Buddha's name, of course, granted that they have not either forsaken Dharma or committed the 5 heinous sins, other than that, if they hear Buddha's name, having given rise to bodhicitta, they pray to be reborn in Dewachen, they will accomplish that aspiration. And that is the teaching that Buddha himself said in the sutras. Anyone who has faith in Buddha Amitabha and makes prayers to be reborn in Dewachen will succeed in accomplishing that aspiration.
Chile Cheche Kupe Sotan, legend number member Mato, Chese Maya 나미 마도 세제 빠인 로켓 도바탄 주민 체험만 도벌선 원모 체험면 산차로 숨바래 그때 산지어 밤에 아니 롱코 뭐네 아니 체험이다 뭐 찍고 임바래 근데 아니 산지어 밤에 뒤다다양 아니 대화지 생각하는 거 냐님다 보면 좀 되죠도요 근데 이제 이메일에 다 나온소지 뭐 태선해 봐 아니 이지 제직과 그거는 솔로 다바 임바이나 아니 산제 어바미 때 아니 뭐뭐 체바미다 뭐예메 바 임바인데 그 나온소지 다 레드 남이 있는 다 주야요 멤버게 주야요 말이 아니 다 다단데 나온소 담에 추게 주야요 말 레 세트 되지 된지 많이 봐 레드 남이 많이 봐 마도 봐기 이제 뒤 많이 봐기 다 지금 치진 뭐지 여러분 나온소 지금 nendra마라 유연도 당때는 아니 이제 모자 그 답정도 당때는 사초메 롱라소 봐겠다 롤 그 나온소 지금 치진 뭐 빠지 뭐지 여러 대단한데 마도그리 된지 있는 바인데 되네 뭐 와바미의 체바미 그 뭐인데 뭐 체바미 상설로 숨바래 Hello. Hello.
Oh, hello? Sorry, I have it on mute. Sorry. So here the prayer continues if you pray with devotion single-pointedly to you, then since you, Buddha Amitabha, are inseparable from Buddha Amitayus, then all untimely deaths can be averted as long as it is not the actual exhaustion of the karmic lifespan. In other words, aside from it being the ripening of previous karma, then that cannot be averted because then nothing can avert the ripening of karma. But other than that, any and all untimely death, see for example, there are so many conditions that could cause our lives to be shortened earlier than they were meant to be, and that is known as untimely death, various different causes. For example, car accidents or different elemental disturbances of earth, water, fire, air. There are so many ways that untimely death can occur. And so all of these can be averted if we pray to you. Why? Because Buddha Amitabha is a single essence, inseparable with Buddha Amitayus, and Buddha Amitayus is the Buddha of limitless longevity. And so that's why, aside from the karmic, something that is predetermined by karma and the exhaustion of the lifespan, one will be able to live to the full 100-year lifespan and avert all untimely death without exception.
근데 양난 거지. 네. 추드바가 간자 이마이나 그래서 그때 좀 뭐지야 돼 하지는 그 책이 말이야. 그래서 나한테 물을 팔바단 다해요 말이야. lama kumma chu kare song yuri chena tamjur ji mulu de chin de mulu pharje toda me sumbare nan zo ji mulu de tamjur ji mulu rumbo che se ya de ji yiwi ko no dan da wa yin ba de tin dal tin na 제 고도
루머지 다 거기도 이래요. 나중에 최대 거 맞다.
어야야 그러면서 그냥 양자시 너 당한저지 에 저당 무수히 많이나야 이제 최종보다 이제 내면 같아서 개침보다 라버동 나한서 그때 다리 추저밖에 간사트서 그 리디 제벌도 봐봐 이 말에 뭐 나한서 이제 선나 전부사나 토용 맞지 되는데 담저지 멀리 아니 이빈지 놀러 그 손도 맞지로 간데 좀 물을 좀 보채서야 돼 이 말에 되는지 이메일에 나 산지 좀 되게만 아니 송도 나한서 이제 최대의 사업자도 송 망보 송이 아니 이제 최종화가 답이 망보 송이 되는지 이메일에 nimalama kuma tsoka ni ti tangjur ji mali ri chi de mali phaje dodamen som ti som yore te nang zo ji li dele ani ji khwa le thar to ba li dele ji jindo pa de me ba dot to ba li dele tha to sanje ji ko hon dot to ba ki dada nang so ji li chepa phawa ji nang so to be yore te za chen bo zong na de nang zo ji yang nam ju ani yang na chu ba yin da ba le 세계 dir리트서 맞다 담이 tin지베 요 마샤베세나 나한테 트레이딩의 름초도서 잡고야 이 말에 너무 아연데와게네 르르 다다 통우진 대단한 대성사 천대 유ren 네바나 텔스나 바민조 소미르 자단 나한테 르르데 다 마다바임바 아니 지 동하바임바 마장바임바 tin지 요 대배주 야고지 당와임바이나 딜르딩 대그때는 아니 지 소나 쳔보사 토야 디 루틴 델라테나 이제 대화지 그 제토바기 데 조조토바 뭐지 드리티 델레는 크로바를 탈토바 딘티 제발 포와지 이마이데 아 지금 걸라야네 통난난 거야래 딘지 이마이데 데나네 뭐뭐바 비자 서로 왔다가 이마이네 나도 이제 새로운 팽글이 내 매발 팽글이 산지 세바미 오바미니 또 무거지고 추거단 무거지고 이마네 그때 좀 말해
So now, in general, to have a human body at all, it's always very good and very important if a person's able to have a long life and good health free from illness. But especially this is the case for Dharma practitioners. For a person who is practicing the Dharma, having a long life and good health is even more important because we who are practicing Dharma have the extraordinary body, the vessel, that is gained only through great merit. And it is through our great merit that we have obtained this precious human body of freedoms and endowments. It's like this wish-fulfilling jewel, actually, and that's why we call it the precious human birth. And so it's important that we maintain this physical vessel, that we respect it with, do what we can to ensure its long life and good health, because it is with this body, in this vessel, that we have the potential to accomplish enlightenment, the state of Buddhahood. And that is why there are, even Buddha taught so many ways to extend our lives and to benefit the health and the long life. Now, that's why, because of the preciousness of this human body, that is the reason why it is so important. And so, like, saying, oh, I'm a Dharma practitioner and like I can do whatever I want to my body, and then acting kind of like flippant about our physical body and our physical health is not good, because actually we have to recognize how precious and rare this vessel of the human body is and take good care of it, because it is this body and this vessel that will bring us liberation from samsara, that it is this body that enables us to enact incalculable benefits for others, for sentient beings. That is why this physical vessel of the human body is said to be so precious, so extraordinary. And so that's why it's important that we really pay attention to maintaining good health and keeping the body as long as we can. So in general, it is said, this body is impermanent, this body is the nature of suffering, this body is impure. But if we know how to use this body, how to use this vessel, then it becomes a great source for accumulation of great merit, this very body, this vessel, becomes the vehicle whereby we can actually accomplish the aspiration to be reborn in Dewachen, in the Pure Land of Sukhavati, where we use this body and this life to accomplish the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewachen. It is through this body that we can become free from all of samsara. And so that is why even when we pray to Buddha Amitabha, this also helps us for increasing our longevity and for giving us good health free from illness. Because also remember that Buddha Amitabha and Buddha Amitayus, the Buddha of limitless longevity, are the same essential nature.
Then Sanjolan Samaton Gombo in the Sansalo Sumare. That's simply Ganji, Sanjo Omega can see too. Then it Kaji Nimi be anything you go to then that Debaji, Deba Linji Jiva in my Naya. Tindikanza then the energy Sancho Matop to Partala, and it Sancho Galan said Domaris, dear Garrison and it. And so it gave sound, and it is handy sound and it's sort of good job. This sound and it is Sancho Matoko Partala, and it Sancho Lang said Dogmary song, the new song. They am Dogan, that simply Ganji key, don't go about making 10 2. 2 Najam, and it is Sancho the Senji, and some but Tapa, they tell the Deba the Gawa. Then the Jiva you may know.
And so to continue reading from the prayer, so someone who hears the name, hears the sound of the name of Buddha Amitabha, and who generates real faith and folds their hands in prayer, the merit they will accrue just through that is said to be even greater than the merit of filling all of the the billionfold trichiliocosm, the billionfold universes in their infinite number with precious jewels and offering that. So it's even more merit. It's just to one time hear the name of Buddha Amitabha and have faith and fold one's hand in devotion. And so that's why I prostrate to Buddha Amitabha with devotion, the prayer reads. So here, even it says, some people who just only so much as hear the name of Buddha Amitabha, but from the very depths of their heart, they feel faith and they fold their hands in supplication. Even the merit that they will achieve, they will never fall back from the path to enlightenment. And so here again, it means that from that moment, the seed of liberation and the seed of enlightenment is already planted in their mind stream, the seed of virtue. And so it will continue to grow until they attain enlightenment. And this is what has been said in the sutras. It's by hearing the sound of the name of Buddha Amitabha and having faith and a sense of longing for Buddha Amitabha with joy and faith, that means that continuously one's virtue will increase until attaining enlightenment.
배가 좋아 못한 거서 그래야나 그래서 나한테는 리서치를 못지 됐어 말이지 나한테 로 니동 앞이야금 하는 산지 좀 내가 야가 넘어서 송셔 버리지 네감 나오지 이마이나 부미의 집안에 제발 지우여 그래서 그러니 지금 모두 제발 매바 이마이나요 뒤뒤체나 근데 지금 다 자가를 참아 너무 참 찍어 인지를 니만 그룹소도 되는데도 검시 루소를 뒤가도 성샤와리스 다다도 되는 말에 다스게 다다도 되는 다 참아를 법양 법로그리 시용 요거리 아니 대인들다 포몬 다냐로 나버튼 상라고 이제 추중긴데서 구민데서 제발 파거든 같이 기발에 저 구민 그 띠인데서 추들어가 야가여서 잠을 가와이나 되리도 고소 줄을 채워 아니 삼세 채워 분명히 mambo yende yaro ha 근데 저한테 왜 다때 저단 은혜 인사래 뒤그 뒤뒤가 손셔 버리고 이제 좀 앞에 가면 내가 된다
and
산재기 저단 대 가려 하고 이러시는 저단 추저가 그때 산재가 르무조 안에 띵라다 포모를 제발요 말지 산재 때문에 라바 로병단 라바 쪽에 말했다 르라서 쪽 제발 말이지 산재가 뭐 무서운 거 말이야 다와지 상하트서 그는 불미트서 제발 좀 봐봐 이제 연재 뭐무지 되는 좀 나온 거
So here it continues in the prayer. So having just heard the name of Buddha Amitabha, until one attains the essence of enlightenment, one will not be reborn as a woman and will always be reborn in excellent caste or excellent family lineage. And in all of one's lifetimes, one will have totally pure ethical disciplines. So here it is said, like, any sentient being who just hears the name of Buddha Amitabha and has faith arise in Buddha Amitabha, until attaining the heart of enlightenment, they will not have to take rebirth as a woman, and they will be born in an excellent caste or family line. In other words, they won't be born in a negative caste or negative family lineage, which basically can be interpreted as they won't be born like in a family of wrong livelihood, like in a butcher or like a slaughtering family, or hunters or fishermen and so forth. Those who, by their very family tradition, are like sort of inheriting a livelihood that is commits negative karma, that sort of thing. Now, and then it says in all one's lifetimes, one's ethics will be totally pure. So now, in the past, when I have taught on the prayer of aspiration to be born in Daewon, I always get a lot of questions coming when we read this line about saying one will not be reborn as a woman. Then I really get bombarded with questions because people in the audience want to know, well, what's so bad about being born as a woman? Well, to this I answer context, my friends. It is about 2,500 years ago that Buddha came, and from that context, in that time period, there was a big deal, a big difference of being born as a woman or a man, as far as your opportunities and your ability to practice Dharma is concerned. Now, from the point of view of the essential nature, there is no difference between man or woman. But from the point of view of the time and the context within which Buddha came and taught, yes, it was often the case that to be born a woman meant you had less opportunities for Dharma and so forth. So there was a big discrepancy at that time. Now, when it comes to the capacity for learning Dharma and so forth, there's no difference. But we're talking 2,500 years ago, so yes, then in that time you would want to be reborn as a man and not as a woman. Now, however, that being said, from the point of view of Dharma practice, like nowadays, okay, it doesn't matter because men and women are sort of equal, gender equality and all of that stuff, and then you have all the benefits of practice are the same. So, women and men practice, they have equal rights, they equal education, equal opportunities for Dharma practice. In fact, I may venture to say that nowadays it seems women may be even better Dharma practitioners than men. They have more diligence and they seem to have more nurturing qualities and loving kindness and all of this. So even nowadays it seems like the women are the better Dharma practitioners, to speak on a general scale. But from the point of view of the time, then yes, there was a time 2,500 years ago when being born as a woman really did limit your abilities. But I have lots of support in the Dharma teachings for why this is not an essential critique of a woman by nature at all. In fact, it is said in Buddha's teachings that when it comes to practicing the Dharma, there is no discrepancy between your family line, your caste, your genetic pool, or whether you're a man or a woman. If you practice and you study, your capacity to accomplish enlightenment is the same. And in fact, in many of the Upadeshas, many of the oral instructions, it even says that a female body is actually superior when it comes to practicing the higher teachings. So that being the case, there's also that too.
단 제법 풀어야 돼. 양은 제법 풀시디 나도 야 제법 풀어야 되지. 라 산제다 산축선부터 소도 찍든지 뭐 이제 코데바 디중진의 되는 나도 야 제법 풀어야 된다. 진짜 많이 말. 단 제법 풀어야 돼. 조치시 나도 이제 소자 주장 같이 제법 풀어야 돼. 근데 딱 개치 시대 제법 풀어야 돼. 소소 용어까지 선나 여러분. 착선 어떻게 자기다 선나게 이해보라네. 최바들 그거 최바들 노인데. 더 대양 최바들 때는 라자지 나는 저기 소가를 법양 거 예르면 미기는 로봇동이야. 로봇이야. 짐바동이야. 어떤 뜻으로 보도. 양파 코나는 최바 부스케가 최바 마음이 양 자지 뭐도 소바가 대산 자냠시 마음이 체크. 자냠에 받잖아도 근데 야하는 제가 그래야 돼. 소제는 나는 저기 선나다. 지 자신이 님고 대마 총고 지 소제는 될 때는 지 소소기 지 밀으로 왔더니 짐바동이 그 공시대 나는 저 대법장이야 뭐라야. 나저야 뭐라야. 소제 뒤더나가 막 쳐본데 좀 손이에요.
So the second of the 7 branches for gathering accumulations and purifying obscurations is the branch of offerings. So when we make offerings, like let's say when we make offerings to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, we have to understand that we don't need to make offerings to them because they need our offerings, that they are lacking something and that they really want us to give them lots of offerings. It's nothing like that at all. We make offerings for our own benefit because it helps us to gather accumulations. And also, the process of making offerings helps to minimize and decrease our emotional poisons of greed and stinginess and our mind of attachment and clinging. And so this is an antidote. The practice of making offerings is an antidote to stinginess and clinging and attachment. And so in dependence upon making our offerings, we're diminishing our attachment and our stinginess, our avarice. And in addition to that, we are also gaining good habitual patterns. We're training ourselves to have a spirit of generosity so that we are more open to helping others and giving to others. And in fact, if we make all these offerings to the Buddhas and the deities, and then when sentient beings are around, we don't want to give them anything. Well, then that's not fair. That's not equality. Everybody's talking about equality, right? It's very big these days. So there's no equality there if you're going to make all the offerings to the Buddhas and the deities, and then you won't share with sentient beings. So that's why, on the one hand, making offerings diminishes our attachment, our clinging. It's an antidote to stinginess mind. And then the second point is that it helps to train us in the conduct of helping others, having a spirit of generosity to benefit others, because it is giving us a good habit of giving.
제바텔라 무슨 여러가지 제바인 말에 나텔라 다도 늘다 농주 배달지 무슨 제바 진지가 왔다 대서 말에 땅 무슨 저거라 땅뭐 딱 나한서 짜치히도야 건조도 제가 근데 짜치히도 나로 다 늘다 and it's a long use the social and aircon, and it's a save, and it's social Gencha, Donna, and it's a social Yabaki, and it's Jose, and it's not some. That is you town, and it is give it out the Lloyd Langley, and you're about me. And they were in the joke, and they did the conjugal. Yeah, they were in the joke, and then so the leader of the sort of charging bond, and you're about to do a show of
And then, so the line in the text reads, the first is the actual arranged offering, and so here the line reads, I offer my body, my enjoyments and possessions, together with my roots of virtue, and whatever offerings that are actually physical offerings, whatever they are, I offer them, and so that's the first. So here, it's like we're offering that which we have the most attachment to, whatever is the most precious to us. Well, we're offering that to the three jewels. And when we make offerings, like what is it that is the most precious? It is the self, right? It is the body. It's our physical body. That's what we have the most attachment to. So we are even offering our own body and all of the food and all of the ornaments and adornments like the jewelries and so forth, and all of our possessions and enjoyments that go with it, and all of our wealth and so forth, as well as even our roots of virtue. We are offering to Buddha Amitabha, to the three jewels. And so even now here, by making these offerings, we are letting go of our attachment and clinging to our bodies and our possessions and so forth, and offering them to the Buddha Amitabha and the Pure Land of Devachan.
Tadene Bardo dan Toga Gan Shivananji, Naji Chawaga Tsena, Nanzo Luda Luda Devata, Deva Obami dan Lama Control Chavapu San, and then Nanzo Jema Chavayamayina, and Nanzo Luda Lugula so was charging low, Dele, charging the Malo, the lot way of it. I need to Shahala, Chawaga Yamola. 딱 겹치슈다 동화체규지 소소그 류당 루유 되게 소소그 쳔다 저소가 차송바이나 타바가 바게 체슈제르다 체와그 동화에 체슈되는데 근데 뒤가서 류동토고 뒤 류동토야라 다단에 공부도 다때 공야다 다단에 나가 류당 루유가 통지 산지어 바미다 너무 근조 체바쿠이 섬데리야 섬은 대공토고 다 체바쿠 차도야 나는 속한 거 꼴통이 안 보여 말이야. 대체 내가 되게 이제 보이지. 내가 말대로 되는 말. 존중하는 소리. 다 생긴 그 산재라야 나서 류대야 쿠잡대 다 가래 줘 보이는 거다. 말을 류대 다 아니 산재의 고조성 왕인데. 다 산재다 산재 스마라 왕은 다 류대 가래 줘 보이는 거지. 다 산재 그 도비 예반하이 줘 보이는 거. 산재 그 더반하이. 님미티는 다 도구주였지. 어디 다때 산지는 저건 아니. 토비 예반 아니. 다 산지는 예반 뭐 가해요 말 내가 뭐 이렇게. 조조는 소만 아니래. 산지 거만 맞도 저와지가 타기 숨말에. 다 산지 그 내가 지요래. 얘네 산지 그 단단한 취벌 취 소야. 얘네 산지 그 동조야 돼요. 어디 때 산지 그 동조야 되는 통만이 지랑 그 취야 뭐 양소야. 아니 지금 무슨 선거지고 동이 용과 용을 동할 총을 동아. 아니 산지는 이제 상바는 이게 다 연동도 좀 많은 동이 뭐다 대리서 제가 부사들 내가 대여 봐요. 근데 다단히 나온 소리 이제 또 보면 다 이렇게 있습니다.
So also, when we are in the Pardo state, like at the time of our death, as I said in the Pardo teaching, it's important that we let go and offer up our bodies and all of our possessions and enjoyments to Buddha Amitabha, to our Lama, to the three jewels. And we really hold that state of mind at the time of our death. And if we really let go, and the benefit of this is that when we offer up our bodies and enjoyments and all that we are leaving behind in this life to the Lama, to the three jewels and sources of refuge, this really helps us to avert our mind's grasping and attachment And so this is something really important. So then, that's why when we offer the, all of these things in the natural environment, such as like the four, in the mandala offerings, it talks about like the four major continents, the minor continents, Mount Meru, the sun and the moon, and all of the different world systems, and Jambudvipa, and all of this, our world system, and all of these we can offer the entire universe and everything within. We can offer with a mind of faith to Buddha Amitabha. And so that's why with our minds we can actually take all of this into our minds and make offerings out of it. And see, for the Buddhas, when we offer with faith, like there's no difference in the like merit as far as like whether it's belonging to us and we are physically offering to Buddha, or whether with our minds we offer everything that is in our minds to the Buddha. To the Buddhas, is the same, because the Buddhas don't have any clinging or grasping to these things. But for ourselves, we gain the merit. There becomes no difference as far as the merit accumulations when we offer with our mind all of these nice things that we encounter. And so also really the difference is in terms of the level of our faith in the Dharma and the level of our practice. It's only for like increasing the qualities of our faith and our practice that we have these practices for offering everything up to the Buddha with our minds. So that's why it is said even if we offer just a single flower, then everything, like the great lamas and masters of the past have said, like when you go outside for a walk or a stroll, then you find yourself in this beautiful natural environment, or you're at a nice park, or you see beautiful flowers, or a really beautiful lake, for example, or nice forests or whatnot, and you just are taken by the beauty and by this quality of your environment. Then before just running after the attachment and getting caught up in just this ordinary mundane attachment to this environment, if we can offer it, we can say, I offer this beauty to the Lama, to the three jewels, then it becomes a source of merit accumulations, then it becomes an offering. So with a mind of faith, we can offer everything we encounter in the five senses that is beautiful and pleasing. We can offer that to the Lama, the three jewels. Like for example, like I go into this really nice department store, and they have all the beautiful things there, and the really fancy clothes, and all these nice jewelry and so many things, and then you've got all the, the young girls, and they're like looking there, and you really want to that work there, and you keep seeing these nice things you want to buy, but you can't afford them. So you go and you walk in and you look at them, you admire it, and then you pick it up, then you go back, you put it back, because you know you can't afford it, and then you go back again, and then you see all these things that you want to buy, and then, at the end, well, we can't afford all these fancy things, so we end up having to put them back anyway. So, rather than doing all of that, if we see these beautiful things when we go to the store, okay, buy what you need to buy, and then beyond that, rather than getting kind of just filled with longing for all of these fancy, nice, beautiful things that we see in the store, but ending up disappointed because, well, we don't have the money to buy it anyway. Instead, if we just feel in our minds, I offer all of this to the Lama, the three jewels, on the one hand, this is helping to decrease our attachment. On the one hand, we don't have the money to buy it anyway, and secondly, now it's becoming a source of accumulation of merit, and thirdly, it's getting rid of any kind of hope or fear, any expectation that we might have, our hopes of being able to one day have these nice things that we can't afford. So these are all things, anything we see in the five senses that's beautiful, form or smell or scent or touch or taste, we can offer. And so the one benefit of this is that it saves us the trouble of having to feel disappointed because we can't afford. Secondly, then it becomes an offering to the three jewels, the Lama, the sources of refuge.
Tana manzo number ke lorju ke nangata pe ninda tang seji chenbu jing ki ne jawu chi jahal phawa yimare chuja nyangni mi si tate sanje kunden lo jaz ke jo le tenib somaro te shama che lo chute sewa yin thoba ke tende ne ji ta topin ke jawu chenbu che phaware tada manzo chi jaha ki namba ga ne to so tada ngun je thoba te 다 주전형님이 가래네 주전형님이 다다 도른도 다다 자한에 가리서나야 다때베나 도르제딘레스 데 럼번에 산제 컨통사리 데 와라나스 산제 그 충골 코사리시 도 그때나 네 까와 도 까와 심지 담바스 문도 근데 무지가 깔라 다만저기 추 진이세 빠이난다 남주 가동 데뷔 사고라 딱 그래 됐어 빠이바이네야 담보대 라네 문도 거야네 딱 개와 가래 들어바이바이나 심지 인동 그지다 심지 인담용 크로와를 타 아니 다도 딱 산제적 고마토바 비치다 되는 말한 거 배워서 두부인 삼바데 토마키 꾸동데 기 전부 차비요데 되네 무지가 깔라 다 연계와 가래들 더바이마이네야 다 라비마이나 아니 저 무지 먹방에 봐서 돈이 갔다와 기 지세나 라비 대달 마저다야 다 아니 나서 개와테라 아니 로선제지도 때태가 기 전부래 나서 저 카동지도 많이 나야 아니 마게 카동들만 나이 세명은 이제 대바다 손데 아니 류게 양은 이제 다 luna yeson ane jopa tidul ko gona gewalen joyate muji ko ni ki chembuji tang tenen tha gewa kare de dobayna ti gewa de yendong da sanjo ko ji mo mana je da yate tate tamasum sinata te son te son yoba yemba yena ta mana so gewa kare de dobayna yena te gewa de number ta ko yang ta ko ji chaya ji tang 가테 뒤차진 뭐 강이야 정확히 마찬가 임바이나 근데 나도 개와때 타제도 진짜 저기 양다고지 차고 네가요 말이 디니지 남주 텔라 안에 나도 바발 담비제 요리 담부출라 갈포치는데 담부출라 자체 시원한지 아데 양도 안에 드는 소치 디니스도 쉬어야 되죠
rinpochela dogi tambe di yanjachi sonro nala yanjachi
동 기보체라 아니 베 단다 기침부터 솔라 안에 야다 되는 시에가 그래서 담부출의 자차 두 기보체는 내딘지 나서 보고 가베 따뜻 단다 정상을 되게
rinpochela nende lere tata di mama shi terrosa 이거는 정말 자기야디 개발되는 내가 딩거나 TV 폰 인바다
알레 단다 팀볼에 동 기보체는 내딘시라고
알레 단다 동 기보체
우리 딩거나 TV 폰 인바다 딩이 son서
알레 그때 이제 만서 그때 담바선데 기침부터 이미
딩거나 체로나
네 담바선데 기침부터 이미 근데 나한테 아데 양도 치나발 산럽 쉬어요스
맞아.
근데 남아티야 때 남주인 때 토게 줘야돼 그렇게 모르겠어.
맞아, 맞아. So, one really important thing to mention is the importance of imbuing ourselves with these three purities, the three excellent purities. And these are, again, purity in the beginning, the preliminary aspect with giving rise to the pure motivation of bodhicitta, and purity in the middle during the main course of the practice or the virtuous action. And that is whatever dharma we are engaging in the process, for example, of bestowing teachings, listening to teachings, or just on the day-to-day level, our practice that we do, our recitations, or if we are doing prostrations or circumambulations, whatever it is that we are doing, it's really important that in the beginning, we first give rise to the pure motivation. So whatever virtuous action we are engaging in, if we begin by setting the motivation that we are doing this for the benefit of others, for sentient beings, with the longing that all beings become free from samsara, and for the sake of all sentient beings to actually attain the state of Buddhahood. And so if we engage in virtue with that motivation set in place, for the sake of all beings to become Buddhas, then when we actually are in the process of doing that virtuous practice in the main action itself, ideally the best scenario would be if we can give rise to, because the real purity in the middle means being in the main practice beyond conceptual reference points, which means, ideally speaking, the best is if we can be aware of the view of emptiness, and our practice can be imbued with that view of emptiness. However, even if we can't do that yet, what we can do to satisfy the purity in the middle would be to keep ourselves, our minds, single-pointedly present and focused on that virtuous action. So, for example, let's say we are doing our recitations and our practice, then with our minds, for example, we are single-pointedly present in the practice with space, and we are supplicating single-pointedly. And so basically our body, speech, and mind are all united in single-pointed focus and all present there in whatever virtuous action we are engaging in. So that's why whatever virtue we do, if we can really make a point to do give rise to that bodhicitta motivation in the beginning for the sake of all sentient beings, and keep our mind present in practice, and at the end, dedicate the root of our virtue for the sake of the great enlightenment of all sentient beings, hence virtue in the end, or victory at the conclusion. If we can imbue ourselves with these three purities, whatever virtue we engage in, whatever virtuous action we do, it be totally pure. It becomes authentic virtue. However, if we are lacking any one of these three necessary elements, any one or all of them, then whatever virtue we engage in, there's no guarantee that we will derive 100%, that it will be 100% pure and 100% authentic. In Tibet, we have a saying like, when something is very important, we repeat it again and again.
이제 탈바토바 그 시다 안에 추저야 돼. 다음에 추세야 돼. 또 안에 탈바 그 라미 말에 된데 말인데 다 탈바토야라 아니 산지 그탑 몽부 송에 바가 나네. 되네 안에 다 간사 수위나 양은 이제 드럭 토바지 땅 냥닌 낭 토바지 되네 드럭 라라 안에 갈세 만조지 이제 딘디기에 드럭라라 아니 딘디기에다 나한테 양 까베 딘디 자체모도 마트바기 아니 제 탑라모기 나한테 탈바 드럭터바기 탑데 다 대화진의 제와기 아니 티 탑데 아니 다다는데 하정은 나한테 기체모지 차여데 다데 드버세발라 아니 춘지 저저 드바 가티 추니 빠와세는 다 대화진의 딘디여데 다 대화진 도고는 차진 가리 참고했는데 차진 제고 그래. 다 대화진은 제월세발라 가진 가리 열시는 가진 추니 열시. 근데 저 이제도 저도 투진 저 이제도 저도 가진 추니다 파빵 토바이메이나 나도 참아네 대화진 제그레시. 그래서 산지 존딘데게네 다 노데그나네 마니 티니 송초가 이 말에.
맞아요, 뭐지? So basically speaking, what is the main objective of practicing Dharma? What is the ultimate purpose, the goal that we are doing all this Dharma and virtuous action for? Ultimately, it is for the sake of attaining freedom from samsara. For the sake of attaining liberation. Really, that is what Dharma is. It's the path. The sublime Dharma is the path to attain liberation. And so, among all the many different methods and skillful ways in which the Dharma reveals paths to attain liberation, the one path that anybody, whoever they are, they can accomplish, they can practice, and it's very easy to accomplish, easy to practice, doesn't take a great deal of study or hardship. Something that is extremely easy to practice and one can attain liberation through it is this path of the Pure Land of Dewachen, of the prayer to be reborn in the Pure Land of Dewachen. And so in order to be born in the Pure Land of Dewachen, there are said to be 4 qualifications that we have to meet. That is 4 conducive things that we need to accomplish, we need to have, and 2 adverse conditions or impediments that we must be rid of, that we must abandon. So if we want to become born in the Pure Land of Dewachen, Dukhavati, what do we need? We need 4 things. We need to have these, we need to accomplish these, and we need to get rid of or abandon 2 obstacles. So if we can imbue ourselves with these 4 dharmas, these 4 qualities of supportive conditions to be born, causes to be born in Dewachen, and we can abandon and be free ourselves from the 2 impediments or obstacles, then we will be born in Dewachen Pure Land. The Buddha himself has said this in the sutras.
일단 튼진데 조지에 땜바에 말에 다들 조당보 오늘 텐션 한섬을 주나 저는 더가래 가고서 그래 제스 다 여보 고소는 다때 나저 대화진 대화가 튀진 그 차는 아니 조지 드고레스 전에 저 당보대 텐션 한섬데 세 대네 텐션 한섬데 tené jun nipa te ta jo chosa debyan tené ane jo somba te to sanju semji tené jo jeba te jin ane ngwa da mona ta te number je de ngan so dewa jin jewa kan tuji yin ba de tené ga jin ge chu de ane chubang ge le dang chamin na ge le de dewa jin jewa kin ngan so ge yin ba de o ta te ga jin ge chu ni de bang 아니 최진 그 저기에 들어가 이마이나 되는 거 안서 이제 미 뉴몽 주딩 그 간사 있는다 아니 이제 레더 들어가다 된바 그 간사 있는다 다지 로게중 지 포모 되네 이제 다다던데 맞아단 설모 제발 매봐 냐네 요미 그 제발 매봐 또반 도미 그 제발 매봐 되네 다리 저기에 드 같이 그 추니의 방 토바이 마이나 데 대화진의 제 토바데 데 산제로 밤이 그 투지다 말람 어디니 말에 다데 산지 그송 로와메 바기 산지 그 마니 송 체마 산지 그 까드나나니 드니 송 샤발레스
너도 다른 거지. And so, what are these four conducive supportive conditions that cause us to be born in Dewachen that we must accomplish? These are, number one, to clearly visualize the presence of the support that is the Pure Land and all within. So to visualize the refuge field, the Pure Land, and so forth as the support. The second cause is to gather the accumulations and purify obscurations. The third cause is the support of having the bodhicitta motivation that is giving rise to bodhicitta. And the fourth cause is dedicating the virtue and making prayers of aspiration towards this purpose. So if we have these four causes, these four supportive conditions, and we abandon the two obstacles or the two impediments. What are these two impediments? They are the karma of forsaking the Dharma and the karma of committing any of the heinous sins of immediate karmic retribution where there is no bardo period. So if we avoid these two obstacles and we accomplish the before mentioned four causes, then even a person who is filled with the poisons of mind, who still has negative karma and obscurations, there is no difference between age of young or old, doesn't matter, male or female, doesn't matter, monk, nun, or lay person, doesn't matter. Level of knowledge, level of meditative experience, level of heart, low realization, doesn't matter, because by the power of the compassion and the aspiration prayers of Buddha Amitabha, whoever we are, if we follow this, accomplish these four, and avoid the two obstacles and accomplish the four causes, Buddha himself has promised us, and Buddha's word is infallible in the authenticity of Buddha's speech and guarantee. He has said that we can be born in Dewachen.
근데 다 대화진은 제와 그 주지 뭐제와 그니 신은 되는 송여 봐 말이지.
And that is why it is taught that there are four causes that give rise to rebirth in Dewachen and two impediments or obstacles that stand in the way of our being born in Dewachen that we must abandon.
그때 저지가는 들으네. 전이바 네. 저 초사 드경리 다때는 저 도그 손에 땡샤발라 아니 얘나 던 된데 그거네 손여래 산사와 최반벌와 더바샤와 아니 지스여나 되니 추중 꼴로 쏘런데 봐 그냥이는 만다고 쏘런데 봐 되는 아니 이제 뭐와도 뭐나 뭐와때 넘버 된게 여버가는 다리니 지스여나도 마 쉬어야 말에
And so out of these four causes, these four supportive conditions that would bring us rebirth in Dewa Chen, we are currently on the second of the four. And again, the second cause is during accumulations and purifying aspirations. That's a cause for rebirth in Dewa Chen. And so here in this prayer of aspiration, we have from the sutra perspective, the 7-branch prayer and practice for gathering accumulations and purifying observations. And again, these 7 branches are first, followed by rejoicing, followed by supplicating the awakened ones to turn the wheel of Dharma, to teach the Dharma, followed by the request and beseeching the awakened beings not to pass away in starting nirvana but to remain present for the sake of sentient beings. And finally, the 7th of the 7 branches, which is dedication of our roots of virtue toward great enlightenment. So, out of these 7 branches, we've already covered through this prayer the first 3, and now we are currently going to discuss the 4th branch, which is rejoicing.
데네데다 가장 이제 겨웠어요. 투베체 데라 타도 먹이 선방나 년의 가위 지시야나 대여서는 냠도 더버송 세는다 가장 이제 이제 겨웠어요. 투바당 통화 그체나 아니 타도 가서 봤는데 아니 년의 지 가와게 지시야나 세바 임바이나 다 바로 보게 겨웠어요. 샤바게 손을 냠도 더버리 송 되니 송요 바리 산지 좀 내내 그때니 송요 데스
And so then when it says in the prayer that we rejoice from our hearts in all the virtue accrued by others, when we hear about others or we see others practicing and accruing virtue, we give up any jealousy or non-virtuous states of mind. And from the bottom of our hearts, we genuinely feel joy and rejoice. If we do this, then Buddha said that we will attain whatever the merit of that person whose merit we are rejoicing, we will fully attain the same degree of merit. And so, as mentioned last time, whatever virtue we accrue, when we hear from someone else accrue, when we hear or we see or we witness the accruing of virtue, if we feel no jealousy, if we don't have any of these non-virtuous states of mind, and we're able to rejoice, then it is said that whatever that individual's virtuous accumulations and merit are, we too will attain equally that merit. That is what Buddha said.
니마치 산제 좀니데네 자가데 조데바 깔라 아네 코노 진다 자보 사저스나 아네 진이 조요바 이마데 다네 자보 사저 기 아네 산제 좀니데 당 아네 콩기 코르다 아네 다좀바당 아네 님투당 산조섬바가 겐데데서 아네 진이 순뇽 아네 따다 닝공 시라데 진네 덴데슈 데바 이만데 데 덴데슈 차데 아네 산제기 다 순뇽 시라 지차와 깔라 아네 다 모와난 거 그래 데네 니마체르 산제기마 자고 사자르 까르프 그래 다 데랭게 게자데 아니 디 게와데 체랑 모완스 다 진다 자고 사자르와 데 공기다 진다 세네야 쳐바푸 게는바 산제 좀 내데 공고 고 게는 쳐바푸인데 야나 아네 칠레 박사긴디 때는 배우체와 질 게자도 모서 가르르 모서는 아니 산지 좀 내가 마자오 사자를 가르푸 나는데 내 자오 사자가 상나던 아다트는 젠다트 나인다 나르데 라차인데 배우 여주지 미젠다티 여주 말이지 다트는 젠다 차자 나인도 다트 게자데 배우 솔 체나연들은 게네 산지는 쳐바푸와 되게네 Payong solo chena dela chik sanje ka hoa nano chi se ya jaro saja ki tini shiware. Tane sanje chomni negi di jaro ki ini ta tada polong yesa ki dong ki silo chungta tena ta amagemu ini tindi pe lomo chik ta tindi jinga amagemu te yori. O di mengne tong nana ta taranga geza dela ngo yin song tindi pe sumare. Jaro saja ke ta ya kare ina si sanje ta tane ke denda da nga re de tane ama gemo che la gang che ga tane choba pu yo ma de kare se no geza che mo thab no gre tane mo wa de ngal mana kare ina si tini we ya shu de o sanje ka ma re tane chera denda re choba pu re sanje da ni gende yene yang ane dungche ke solo le yo ba ki di mo la de la che petreng che geza delle gise yaran chesha simora ta morang gise yaran chena ta jaro saja ta moyang sonamsa ane jaro le che tada yang ane je sanje chomdin de da kor gnen le che bal ndendao ke choba pu chosa degya kande yabo san de ni nyene ne je gawa de gise yaran chembo je chende teni peyong chewa de tele top som se sanje ke ti suma na yin de teni je ime de anzo je gise yaran se ya de ta sanje ki ma 탑 케라 투게 채워서야 돼. 드네 말이야. 근데 까블레 첨부 자 먹어봐. 두수 먹고 또 먹어봐. 노송 첨부 강연 먹어봐. 이 소소게 샘네. 되게 겨와도 덥시바 이메이나. 근데 되게 자 섬좀 잡아 그에는 소나 초사야 그에는 즉 된지 탐게 그에는 산지근 더버 첨부 는 주마 손샤와기. 근데 드니제 이메데 되는데 지스야서야 돼. 나온서 진 남준 네 아니 진 양인랑 더버 이메이나. tane 나랑서 지 샘 yin kable dan do song da kayang mogo ba gi ni ji sem ki tene gewala bo che sa to ya ge ni tene tab ke ba chi ma le
So, about rejoicing. So one day during the time when Lord Buddha Shakyamuni was in his form alive on this earth in India, there was one benefactor who was the king Sungyo. That's the Tibetan translation of his original Sanskrit name. And this king, this sponsor, great benefactor of the Buddha, invited and offered to Buddha Shakyamuni together with his entire retinue of arhats, Shravakas, Bodhisattvas, the whole congregation, the entire Sangha, during the alms begging time. King Gyalpo made offerings of this huge banquet of the lunchtime feast to Buddha and all of Buddha's followers and assembly. And so after Buddha finished eating his meal that was offered by Sarya, typically Buddha would then recite the names of the sponsors to dedicate the roots of virtue formally to that sponsor. And that was a tradition. And so after completing the meal, Buddha asked this king, this benefactor, King Sarya, Buddha said, so what should I do today? Would you prefer me to dedicate in your name the roots of virtue today? Or should I dedicate in the name of the one who has accrued the most roots of virtue, the biggest merit and benefit? So King Sejal, of course, he thought to himself, well, I'm the benefactor. I'm what made it possible. I made these offerings to Buddha and Buddha's entire assembly. So he's thinking to himself, surely there's nobody who could have made more merit than me. I mean, surely. So he replied confidently to Lord Buddha, of course, Lord Buddha, please dedicate in the name of whoever has the most benefit and merit from this. Because King said, yes, I was thinking to himself that of course he's the one. There's nobody else made these kind of much offerings. And then, so when it came time for Buddha to recite the name and dedication, So outside of the confines of this palace of King Sejel, on the outskirts of the village, there was one old lady that was very poor, a beggar. And so Lord Buddha, actually at the time of dedication, he dedicated in the name of this old beggar lady way outside of the outskirts of the village area, the city. And so, of course, King Sejel was very confused and didn't understand why Lord Buddha, how could this woman sort of trump the King Segel's merit? And so he asked Lord Buddha to explain. So, like, how is this the case? And Lord Buddha said, well, yes, you made these lavish offerings and sponsored all of this offering banquet for me and all the followers. And outside of the city confines is an old lady, and when she saw this offering that you have made, she genuinely from her heart rejoiced, and she thought to herself, this king, in the past, he created so much merit, and that's why he was able to take birth as this great king. And even now, he's continuing to accrue more merit because he's using his riches to make offerings to the illustrious one. And the followers, how wonderful is this? And she genuinely felt this joy and rejoicing. And then it's because of that her merit actually surpasses even the merit of you who made all these offerings. Just that state of mind, that genuine rejoicing. And so Buddha said this. And so that's why when we talk about rejoicing in the merit of others, Lord Buddha provided us, he was skilled in means and imbued with great compassion. And this is an example of that compassion and skillful means. That because of the Buddha's great compassion, we have a method whereby we don't have to engage in any kind of great hardship, with very little to no hardship at all, and doesn't have to take a lot of time, and doesn't have to cost any money at all. We can accrue inconceivable, immeasurable merit. And that is because we have this skillful means, this skillful method revealed in the Mahayana and the great vehicle teachings of Buddha about rejoicing. So in our lives, on a day-to-day, if we can try to practice this, put this into practice, and train ourselves to rejoice in the virtue of others, then this is something that we don't have to do any hard work. And it's just a matter of our mind. And through our mind's attitude, we can accrue enormously powerful roots of virtue. And this is, again, another expression of the skillful means of Lord Buddha.
나눠지 다 담배 쥐 괜찮네. 되니 평균 첨부 여봐 맞아. 남주 나눠서 진 소화가 출라. 아니 지시에란데 아니 냠슬랑 라마이 마이나 아니 소수 맞으가 나나야. 아니 대지 몽보지 터야요. 내가지 이 말에 가르스는 나눠지 다 지시에나 세야데 차도니데 코란이 가와라와. 차도 쇼 첨부제 여봐 있는 되게 지시에란데 냠슬링 더 지해요 말에. 지시에란데 야고제 줄이 제 용마이바이나 차도도 마쇼 총총 차는도 다 나눠서 지금 맞으가 나나 다 미스이 마이나 저단지 뇽몽바 메바 다 메바이 말은 나눠서 저 소수지로서요. 대다 얘네야 아니 제 뇽몽 첼 가와로 다 뇽몽바 쇼치 못 된지 제인데 다 맞으가 나나 깔레다 뇨라 몽보지 제예요. ben 몽보지 제 차도 제나 아니 베지 선악가 동안 몽보지야 아니 제 데니르 때나 다 조고는 나사제야 근데 아니 지금 년 칼라사 마토건 세모데 님 거야. 또 진짜 망보예요. 나서 계속 그 초를 또 진짜 따는데 망치시 망보지 차도 그때는 랩돼요. 다버지 통치 그멘트서 아니 진짜 강한 첨보지 요 말에. 되게 예매인데 다 지세야나 고마이 매나.
정말 고마마성 다양체로이도 실과도 거서와 미스야나 양념 맹의 요말에 애니마서 비즈니스 슈팅보게 연주 트닝 변화 미세기 틀려야 갈레모보다 뇨프로모보든지 통기 열리거나 셈기동에 아니 칼라자마 투보다 아니 셀라니마코는 알리쇼도 고맙다 체로
다 되네 다가나 이기 이제 다 zupola ane nasa tongendo ta mamboji yongre ta tende nyumong nanen mamboji chado betane yong yoris
Lazarus.
Lapa ne che tungcher ki mi ke nang tinde ne natsa mambo le ye res. Tinde je yima yin ta te chado te ki manyem bola ta jise yaran yimare. Soche ne tine yimare. Soche ne ta jise yaran yapo che ane ngang so jule chewa yima yina ta yin ki chik deji te soso ke deji ke jyot cha no yare. Ta yin ke pen longkyu ta yin ke chik ta zom ziba dra nyemba treshamba kare je yoba yima yina jise yaran che shawa yima yina te chuso de cho sa yare njikting ke chani soso la ne che samba jibo cha ya. 소소 대지 그 차진 제 가자는 이제 차도 형체모지 차와 임바이나 이익을 대지다 이익을 넣어다 연대가 차도 소소로 동화가 저니를 차노도 그 동화가 저 차이요리라 뒤에 더바 형체모사 가요 딘디제 임바이는 지스 연한서야 돼 담부 취소는 시나데 나서 남전 초와가 투네요 이제 대 배용당 이제 소사 전부 그 딘디 탑이 이제 제당 차도 세야 돼 아니 취소ਦੇ ਸ਼ੇਬਾ ਇੰਬਾਏ ਨਾ 아니 ਦਬਾ ਚੰਬੋ ਇੰ바 ਤੇ ਨਾ ਸੋ ਜਿੱਤੀ 그 차네 ਸ਼ੇਬਾ ਇੰਬਾਏ ਨਾ 야 차도를 때는 나 ਸੋ 지 ਮਸੇ ਸਮਝੀ ਬੋ ਮੈਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ 아니 제 강한 몸보지 엔테 왔다 들리 말에
Now, of course, we're talking about the benefits of rejoicing from the perspective of the Dharma. But even if we just think about it on the mundane level of our day-to-day lives, if we have become adept in the practice of rejoicing, then even in our lives, we will be able to derive so much greater happiness and peace of mind in our minds than ever before. Because, you see, rejoicing and jealousy are mutually exclusive. They are, by nature, contradictions. So when we have a rejoicing state of mind, then naturally this decreases our jealousy. And so that's why whoever we are, none of us are free from the poisons of mind. And so it's a matter of degree, however, because when our emotional poisons are very strong, then in our lives, this creates a lot of trouble and a lot of drama for us. And a lot of problems come. For example, emotional suffering in the mind and the stress. And like when we have jealousy and we have these poisons and strong negative emotions, it even impacts our ability. We don't want to eat food. We have trouble falling asleep. We have all kinds of even physical illnesses, physical ailments that come because of this suffering and the stress of the mind and because of jealousy. And that's why especially people that live in the cities, they have more of these kind of ailments and sicknesses based on this jealousy state of mind and these negative emotions. And so what is the antidote to jealousy? It is rejoicing. And so that's why actually, even if we just think about it on the practical level of our day-to-day life, if we can learn to rejoice in the happiness and the good things in others, then others' successes and others' happiness become yet another cause for our own happiness. For example, when we see somebody else who's beautiful forms, or somebody else enjoying beautiful sounds, or delicious scents and smells, or tastes, and so forth, any and all of the enjoyments and successes that we perceive others experiencing, of course, if we are able to rejoice in this and feel joy for others, then from the Dharma perspective, we are gathering the accumulations. Now, even from the mundane worldly perspective, we are able to feel happiness. Our minds can be happy because of that. And if we have strong jealousy and we are not able to rejoice, then of course others' happiness and others' successes become causes for our own mental suffering. And so from the Dharma perspective, of course, jealousy is a cause of negative karma, creates great negative karma. And then from the worldly perspective, jealousy causes all sorts of suffering in the mind and so forth. And so that's why the benefits, of course, of rejoicing are, from the Dharma perspective, the benefits are gathering these accumulations and so forth. And from the worldly perspective, actually finding more happiness based on others' happiness.
The music, Tate moda yarawa. Ka. Tene yabu je tongro shao yana ta. Korang na moda zipo da moda yabu yo samchibo se moda tongro shao yare. Ngan zo tende jen tong yuma yuma yana jis sen ga jis yaran je shao ba yuma yana. Ta niga de deji ke jor chali yas. Smaji ko chalo. Ta yana mi je ga ta moda yabu je tongro yana ta ngan zo chado sa tela ane tende je ba yuma yana. Ta di ngan zo yang donga ke jor chalo do. Sama ma ji ba. Nyumong ke jor chalo yas. Tēri tērāngā nī chī tā jīsī yārāng tē kēchī mbō tē lāpār nā rā chī dāmbā chū kī nā tēndē yīng kā tsōsā tā dēbyāng nā chī tūsāng gōnsō lā sōpa nā chī tēndē tōngā tā tūpā lā sōpa kā kā lā nā chī jīsī yārāng sēpā yīmbā yī nā tē suan nā tā pēyōng tā sō nyam tā tōpa nā sāngyō chōng tēndē kā nā ndō kā nā tēndē mā sōng yō rē sī.
For example, like if we see somebody else has a really nice fancy car, like, and we really feel like happy for them when we see them driving this fancy nice new car. Of course they're happy riding along in their nice car. And then we're happy too because we are able to rejoice in the happiness and the joy that they have for driving that car. So both people experience happiness. And for example, if we feel jealousy, pangs of jealousy when we see somebody else driving their expensive nice car, then their very enjoyment of that nice car becomes a catalyst for increasing our own negative emotions. So of course, in general, rejoicing is something very important. And then furthermore, when it comes to Dharma, especially if we hear or see somebody else doing the practice of Dharma, listening to teachings, contemplating, meditating, practicing, accruing virtue, if we can rejoice in that, instead of feeling jealous, we can rejoice, then whatever the merit that practitioner, that person is accruing, we also accrue the same merit alongside them. Lord Buddha himself has said this in the sutras.
Jisi yarang tela, sakye je gewa jisi yarang ma ke tsur ma sumbare. Te sen papa nangda suji ye, gewa kando kwa na yarang mo som tini sumbare. Ta ane jisi yarang te, ane pinyung chimbo temde imba ke jumsi tisen na, te nga zon papa nangda ansina ta, tukwa tumong ki, ane je nintu da ranja drachomba, Tindri ke tukju le yog deba ki ene pando ke yondin te tang. Anche tukwa chenpo ki ene chi tataran de san ondo tatarisha. Tukwa chenpo ki ene tas papa sanju samban nang ki tukju le yog deba ki ene chi sa jo langa la soba ke yondin tang. Tane ene chi tataran de papa sanje Jumdende namki ta aniji tende ta karba chami mambola chosa draba jang aniji yendongze ani thado sangye ani chujung kolo wala soba ge gewala ani nangso ge jisi yarante phabat namji gewali jisi yaramare ta sosu cheo seyende ta tada phagoi ke pando ge yende gyel ma je ba kanzala ani sosu cheo labe yede ta di sosu cheo namji tenje da lunga yisom ki 당 두성의 사샤바기 되네 이제 개와 아니 드랍샤가 되라 지스야나 고글에 손들이 손마데
맞아. 디스멤베라 타다디 동세시에 지나 타다디 그러나 아니 파고 남기 테니 줄라 유베기 아니 방도기 엔테들라 아니 소소 소소 개와 유베디네야 맞아 디지스이랑 세토나
말이데 지스야랑게 요르텔 남니 너가 지스야랑게 요르 남니 요데 파바난지 투귤의 요바기 반도의 연대당 단에는 이제 다 까바 장매발아 초사 드바장 심지제 동제 탈 상제 추지 좀 콜로코데가 소라엔 지세 이런 거 그랬어. 저런 난시기 단 파바기 가자 파바 가자 많이 나야. 단에는 소수제원 남지 개와사 샤바 소라엔 나는 속에 지세 이런 거 그랬어. 다 소수지오지나 다 퍼바의 소수지오니 제바때 통랑의 연디 줄레지 용바때 소는 퍼바지 대 마티바가 줄레다 소수지오라 그러
맞아. So if when we are rejoicing in virtue, but of course, when we rejoice in the virtue of ordinary sentient beings, that is known as the conditioned or sort of impure virtue, but we are still rejoicing in that virtue. But on top of that, especially, we also are rejoicing in the pure, unconditioned virtuous accumulations of the Aryas, the illustrious ones, the illustrious realized beings. And so that includes the realized beings along the common foundational path of Buddhism, the Shravakas and so forth, and our Arhats, and also whatever qualities they have of purification and realization, we are rejoicing in that, as well as along the Mahayana great vehicle path, the Bodhisattvas, all the qualities that these Bodhisattvas possess of the 10 Bodhisattva bhumis and the 5 paths, we are rejoicing as well in this. And the Buddhas, the Bhagavans, the great Buddhas, the awakened ones, all the merit and virtue of all the countless, immeasurable eons of gathering accumulations and purifying obscurations, until finally they awaken to complete and total Buddhahood, and then they turn the wheel of the Dharma. All that virtue we are rejoicing in. And so we are not only rejoicing in the virtue of the ordinary being's virtue, but also we are rejoicing in the unconditioned virtue of the awakened ones, the realized being. So we rejoice in the conditioned level of virtue of ordinary beings, and we rejoice in the unconditioned pure virtue of the realized masters and realized beings. So generally the word illustrious one, or Arya, Papa, is used to refer to any being who is on the awakened to the wisdom of the path of seeing, to be specific, and those who have not yet awakened to the wisdom of the path of seeing are considered to be sosokyo, or ordinary beings. So when we are rejoicing, that's the difference in terms of the distinctions, the labels, but we are rejoicing in both levels of virtue.
아니 심지 진도다 진도도 라는메가 산조가 토끼 되네 바르다 딱가바 담이 솜나서 봐다네 gembatoma 치tam송아 조바 검바 존주 좀바 something 냠바지아바 아니 따다데 시럽고마 아니 제소 파로다 심바토 초사 탐마마 조가 산 제나 산제근 제바 중니고 고네 심지진 아니 추좀 콜로콜로 심지가 동제바 어떻게 느껴와라 아니 지세여랑가
Love. And furthermore, as it reads in the text, also I rejoice in the virtue of those who have already given rise to the supreme, unsurpassable enlightenment and are engaging in the vast benefit of sentient beings. And so here, like those awakened ones who for countless eons have practiced the gathering of accumulations and purification of obscurations, engaging in the practice of generosity, maintaining the ethical disciplines, practicing patience, engaging in the diligence, meditating in the meditative stability and cultivation and awakening of the wisdom qualities, and then finally attaining the state of complete and total Buddhahood, total awakening. In all of this virtue we rejoice. And once attaining Buddhahood, then they go on to turn the wheel of Dharma for the benefit of sentient beings and to enact the benefit of beings. So we are rejoicing in all of this as well.
la gawachyo la jisa yaramari yinja gawachyo drupala ta tela yinja sokya jimba tongba tan domba songi dembar nawa tan kumba donda shedor tangpo na donda denba tamjun deba chung sanda hinja gongji chula chu gawa tanang kona yaramu sumare ta gawachyo la jisa yaramasi de gawachyo tela gawachyo parba chik tan gawachyo chebar wadnamba niya ta gawachyo 다 팔박 개와줘서야 돼. 다 먹겠죠. 파파마 잠지 나눠서 개와줘 차대요. 다 가서 먹여봤죠. 세대 루지 먹여서 다 소주바 마젠바 렘바 로베 마테 손로 리즈메게서 나가 먹여버시다 전 참아 측적 난처때 지야 되네 예지 납신 노신 lok다더라 왔다 대 참아 빵와이 바이나 개와쩌리 디나네 가연로 빵와이 바이나 개와쩌가나네 가연로 나서 doktor이 다때 개치 쩌당와래 다 개치 체버와시도 가르스는 다 먹여버쩌 빵와자 맞에 아니 데레 아니 다 다르페나 소쪽가래 빵나 되네 진라 소자바 나도 지금 세달동 진가 소자바요 대당 되네 따따다 도마송아 되네 진라 지마동아 what didn't get give your Mario's.
So, following this, there's the section of rejoicing in others' accumulations or accomplishments of the 10 virtues. And so we're rejoicing in any time others accrue the 10 virtues. Now, when we talk about the 10 virtues, there are two levels. One is just the general ordinary 10 virtues. And the next level is the extraordinary or superior 10 virtues. So the ordinary level of the 10 virtues means simply abandoning and avoiding engaging in the 10 non-virtues. Just simply by abstaining from the 10 non-virtuous karmas, one is engaging in the ordinary level of the 10 virtues. And so that means, for example, what are the 10 non-virtues? Well, the 3 non-virtues of body, killing, stealing, sexual misconduct. The 4 non-virtues of speech, lying, using speech to sow discord, harsh, caustic speech, and finally, idle chit-chat or idle, meaningless gossip. And third, the 3 non-virtues of mind, a mind of covetousness and envy, a mind of malicious intent to harm others, and third, wrong view. And so, when we abandon all of these 10 non-virtues, then that alone, it constitutes the ordinary level of the 10 virtues. Or any of these 10 non-virtues, when it is abandoned and abstained from, it becomes a virtue of abstaining from these 10 non-virtues. However, the extraordinary level of the 10 virtues goes beyond simply avoidance of doing these negative actions. It actually takes it one step further and engages in the opposite of the 10 non-virtues. So for example, going beyond simply avoiding killing, now we are actively seeking to protect and save the lives of others. So for example, the practice of life release, where we save the lives of beings, that is an example of the extraordinary virtue. Not only abandoning the non-virtue of killing, but furthermore, actually protecting and saving the lives of others. And then, for example, abandoning the act of like maintaining one's vows, for example, would be the virtue of abandoning the non-virtue of sexual misconduct, and the upholding the vows. And then practicing generosity, giving to others, would be taking it a step further than just not stealing, but also going in the opposite and actually practicing generosity.
Then 다소 잡시데 다 제와 나는도 지금 몰라서 봐. then 아니 돈도 다 중앙을 아니 지금 마음버서서 임바이네요. 나는 소리 대 소잡 아니 이제 제대로 나보다 나는 소리 남중 배웠죠 있는데 답변은 소 맞게 야야야. then 소잡시데 아니 제와 마당 돈도 중앙에 나는 소리 다 뭐좀만 이주기 마음버서서 사마 안에 소를 짠 나도 강토 덕지 이제 제다던 거요리스. 근데 양 안에 개왔죠 세인데 근데 소 맞게 받장기 아니 양 개와를 차요 말. 소 개가 도말인 거. 당에 소 개가면 상가 소소 담자지 이러고. 어다 대 여바 임바이는 개와를 차로 요리. 뒤때는 진의 소 잡아 임바이는 다 개와 아니 제발 받는 데 차요. 누가 되는지 요리. 다다 다좀바지 니마치 텐데 다좀바도 좀좀 문실라 소바지 여바니 말에 니마치 텐데 다 냐바가 요르 텐데 퍼브레스 텐데 이마인데 다 미치 다 니몰라 아니 페 냐바가 동안 뇽데 바지즈 양 제모리 인데 데레 양 냐르 동하미네 양 데지 터데바지 코페 지보차 땅데바지 어ten데 비즈그리스 다체 가레이나 제제 위즈는데 되는 누마 셴바지 요스 셴바 다 소소게 되는 셴바지 요데 그다 냐마 소 님님님고노 다 그런 거지 또다 되는 게 지가 소제 되그리스 다 얘는 제목 거다 소제해요 말로 제가 제목 소제해요 말로 내가요 말로 다 얘는 그거 너무 많게 그랬어 다 소제면 제목이 나가 너무 많게 하고 있는 근데 이제 소주가 님에게 거기 냐르바도 동안 뇨 근데 소주 파빵나 다 너무 많게 하고 뒤 개와대기 양 거는 이제 막 디지털 되게 근데 근데 그 로디오 봐야 말이 남타요 봐야 말이 근데 이제 다 나눠서 이마에는 전부 보면 이마에나다 개버쥐어서 네 먹여버쥐었다 라비 이마에는 참아빵 나는 마예바에는 양다 가래지 이마에는 야마 소소게 돈 반선도 제가 그거는 돈발랑 근데지 얘는 개버쥐어 참도요네 뒤때는 때는 나눠서 지다 이게 소자 세상라서 땅 소자 then the Yam Tabak Simjita, Shawa, Bamba Sans and Tonola Sobashan, Boba, Comji, Nimatola, Son said, Anso Yanizun Yaboy. Mijik at the Nijik, Soki Sobantonaya, Oman, Pimonsea, Sanjita, Sansen, Zonga Daya, Senga Daya, Tasopium Sanju Machabando. Dogan and Sanjita, Namo Budaya, Namo Damaya, Namo Sangaya Sayaki. Misha Yonari, Tandori, Basendi, Tindiji Shandroin, Tindid Namna, Niti Kunjus of the Dad, Dasha by Mayina, the Niti give the Tarbak sound, Mahomba and Niti Kova, the Tarbak, Tenusan, Majaba, and Dogan and the Nipsonia by Mali. The Zoman to Jinni, and Yamsalea, what the Niti Chalis. Then the Soju Banga, then Tele Don, and Niti Yin the Sojaba, what a tesson you.
So when we are talking about actually saving lives, protecting lives, and on the larger scale would be like saving and protecting the lives of human beings, and on the smaller level, smaller scale, even the smallest little ants, for example, just protecting, saving the lives, then when we engage in this as much as possible, if we are able to, on top of this, we are avoiding the non-virtue of killing. But if we are actually able to take a vow, make a formal commitment that we will abstain from the act of killing, then that vow imbues our virtue of abstaining from killing with that much more power, becomes that much more of an actual virtuous action. Then it becomes an extraordinary virtue. So it's the quality of actually making that commitment and that vow not to kill, that when we abandon killing, it becomes a supreme virtue. There's a story of this arhat that had miraculous powers, and he was able to transport himself to the hell realms and interact with the sentient beings there and see what was going on. And this arhat, he was able to see in the hell realms there was one person, or one hell being, who seemed like during the day this hell being would suffer tremendously, all the sufferings of the hell realm experience. And then at the night, it would be the complete opposite. This person would be enjoying and happy and have all this enjoyments and all of this happy circumstances. And then as soon as daybreak would come, then again this person would have to experience the sufferings of the hell. And then once night came, again experiencing happiness and joy and pleasures and so forth. And so the arhat looked into why this is the case, and with his clairvoyance he could see that this person had once been a person that worked as a slaughterer of animals, like the butcher, like the slaughterer would slaughter animals. So of course, generally, a person slaughters animals during the daytime because that's when the work hours are. And at night, anyway, one would be not working actively killing animals. However, the difference here is that this slaughterer actually made a vow that at night I will not kill any animals. So even though anyway he wasn't going to be killing anyway, he wasn't going to be working at night, but because he had made that formal vow and then he was abiding by that vow and abstaining from killing, so of course by the negative karma of killing during the day, he had to experience the sufferings of the hells during daytime. But by the merit of abstaining from killing and taking the vow to abstain from killing at night, then at night the whole experience would change and he would experience the joys and the happiness of that. So there's that story in the Buddha's teachings. And so for us, even ordinary lay people, man or woman, when we accrue the 10 virtues, it becomes that much more powerful when we not only are just avoiding the 10 non-virtues, but we are actually taking a vow. And we should take the vow whatever. Ideally, if we can vow to avoid all the 10 non-virtues, that's great. Or some, at least, of the 10 non-virtues, if we take that formal vow and commitment that we will avoid that, then that is truly something that will imbue our virtue, make extraordinary virtue. And then also, especially for those sentient beings who are marked for slaughter, for example, if we are able to avert that and protect them, save their lives as those then, for example, the helpless animals or beings that are really suffering, and sometimes we can't help, they have to die, we cannot stop it. Then when they are dying, if we are at least able to recite the prayers like Om Mani Padme Hum, or the names of the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, or from the sutras, we can recite the refuge prayer, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. Or when a person is dying, if in their ears a being, an animal or a person is dying, we can say the sound of the 3 jewels. Then they can hear that sound. Then it is said that the benefits of this are incredible as far as planting the seed of liberation in their mind stream. So in the future, that will become a cause for their enlightenment, their liberation. So this is a further explanation of the meaning of not only just abandoning killing, but actively seeking to protect the lives of others and so forth.
다 짐바동 세드 다 마zembal에 렘바테 빵나 다테 제단 겨와 차도 요리 아니 데레 게게 체파르와 갑라 아니 마zem발렘바 빵원점 마제 티테는 신디지는 짐바동 거요데 다 짐바동 세인데 다 만조지 신디지는 담바추게 짐바 세는 만조 지다 미지는 취시 아니 취를 개고르세 아니 취를 쭉 다양 취시에서도 망고지기 지다 양 처침부지는도 마카곤 아니 저 배참로시 되었다 대정보만 나서 취시에서야 돼. 근데 미지라 나서지 나추정 모두지서 도바이나 취대. 근데 소소기지 쳔자탄 아니 소소가 사벌듯이 등산그 윤지서 저서다니 취가 lav자디야. 취가 꿀마세. 취가 개발을 쭉 근데 취가 짐바로와. 근데 저거요래. 근데 산zen 노트 짐바세도 나한테 세 방교 농주 다 가르쳐 있는 양은 이제 소소기 강토도 소소기 빠고 그거는 되네 이제 진은 지마던 거예요. 라고 아니 나 등산 안에 미기 때 방교도 돌아던 여러 봐. 돌아만 보통 저. 대소도 전총세는 되네 이제 미진바데 지마던 돈 빼야거든. 누구나 무시 받지요. 되네 그게 되네 소브라지를 로자가 유스. Then go to the Panjuan Kinjiri, Mando. Diana Kandavi drove Japanese to Kun Nima Dawa de Tada Nanzo Tendo Loni, Chewy. What that so much, Narawa? Nima got their Dawa de Delta Pesate Goa. Then Matase, Marchen, Timu the Kutin even at the Mijan or Robatam use. Munero. Kozo Tindid Nanzo Chita. 짐바동 세야 되지 단 나눠서 요새 미진 때고는 가보려고 소소 소화지고 얘는 소가 등산기 밑에서 배 제주 망보 밤이 망보 아니 진짜 주주 망보 동셔요 진짜 전총세 근데 아니 지금 미진마다 아니 지금 세군으로 다 강아지요 대바 내바 가게 아니 지금 근데 쪼다 잠을은 다 가사 가와래요 어떤 된디라는 이제 소소긴 참바다 느바다 소소 뽑아본 거는 아니 된디 지마탄 줘요래. 근데 이는 그 담바취지 지마 산전 노트 지마 문제잡지 지마세는 다 미지마나 아니 지다 직다다 동하다 강아요데 바트 소가 나는 소그 로바즈 딘디지 세바 임바이나야 아니 짐바 차기요레스
LamaTsulnamAspirationMar12. And when we talk about also generosity, for example, the practice of generosity, obviously this is like another way of accruing merit, and so like the generosity practice of giving is like the antithesis of stealing, but then going further and actually giving generosity to sentient beings. So there are many types of generosity. For example, the generosity of giving the Dharma, sharing the Dharma. And so of course that doesn't just mean like we have to sit in a special place and open up the text and start, proclaiming and teaching the Dharma. Like that's one aspect, but giving Dharma is much broader than that. It just means, for example, even on the level of simply just sharing with others like the essence of the principles of Dharma. For example, to one's family and loved ones, especially to the younger children, the younger generation, just giving them Dharma spiritual advice, Dharma advice, and opening their eyes to the way of thinking that is in accordance with the Dharma, and inspiring and encouraging others to practice and do virtue. All of this falls into the category of the generosity of Dharma. And then there's what's called material generosity, the giving of material things, and that includes, sharing food and money and whatever possessions and wealth with others, giving to others as much as we can in accordance with our capacity. And so, for example, nowadays especially, there is so much waste. There's so many, people that are endowed and they waste so many resources that could be used to actually benefit others. For example, I had a friend at school that used to, he was a wealthy person. I mean, he had means, he had resources. And you know how you pay a certain regular monthly amount for cable television? So he said, okay, I'm going to shut off the cable, and the money that I had set aside for cable that I was going to pay for the TV and stations and whatnot, now I'm going to give this for others. So he designated that as a donation, like charity offering. That's something so wonderful, so amazing, isn't it? So that's why, if we think of generosity as all or nothing, we have to give everything we have, and that's difficult because we also have to be sensible. We have to live our own lives and take care of ourselves as well. But on the other hand, if we use all of our resources in a way that is just so lavish and over the top, and reckless and mindlessly kind of just throwing away resources and wasting, then that's also not the best use of these resources. Rather, if we, because in this world, wherever we go, we will find there are needy, poor people and beings that would very much benefit from any act of generosity. So giving as much as we can in accordance with our level and our capacity and our ability, that is generosity. So you have material generosity, and then you have the generosity of giving the Dharma, and then the generosity of bestowing protection from fear, protection from danger. And that also includes just any way in which we ease the suffering of others, whether it is console them, make them feel less afraid, or ease any of their suffering or hardship. So all of these fall into the category of generosity.
딱 등선 거기서 심문번도 대장 통선도 봐. 좀 어쩌지. 나라서 뺀도. 지금은 지금 문번도 되는 데서 다 님마를 탱들에 많이요. 집에서도요. 매주원으로 과자선배 여러 번 펜도 있다. 등선 저도 배참만 형배유지. 문번도 미카시에서 딱 돌로에서 파 이자사 말아 봤대 문번도. 양 카시에 임바이는 딱 돌로 고야메 밖에 강한 문부 유대 같은 사 유대. 양 카시에 세고이나 진리데 제 카시에 사모타 bakanga 유대 봐. 양 카시에 띠니 사야메 밖에 강한 진리에 봐 임마. 진리데 임바인데 so che number so imba ina ta tindila ten so chowa chi mo go ta jimban tong shwa de yo ma to ma ten ta je de bu ba yan yo ma 너무 초와 돼 소소 돼 초와 돼 지야 돼 지고 그러고 다 얘네야 아니 이제 다 나는 이제 남바던 특별 정보 산족 그 선냠스는 그가 가자 제 인도 산족 선세다 좀 연동 좀 그게 산족 선냠스는 그 소모요래 근데 이제 이마 인도 다 소소게 강토도 찍기 이제 밀드니 그 짐바동이야 아다 딘딜라 이제 다 침보다 춘종 그 깨져 말이 수수 강토도 강요요 대소그 대서 짐바동에 그 침보래 양 짐바동 세는 나서 이제 다 돌로 쳐다 자다 동타 몸 깨져 다 진짜 말다 짐바동 세대 밀지 때는 님지 사마지 때야요 바이나리 다 고무지 때 도바인 바이나 다 사만남다 세 니지 삼바데 니지 짐바당산 짐바양다고 창도요 다 님아 드리죠도 님지 산제 그때니다 짐바 동고 그래 성네 마 추송데 그래 다네 정보제 그래스 정보제 다 근데 짐바 그 배용성 짐바 동데 나그 짐바 가래동 거 그랬어 나미 땅고 나랑 땅고 이마스 다 먼저 짐바 동야마다 가래고 그랬어 들리시도 게요 마스 산제 짐바 동세데 다 짐바도 다 몽보였어 님지 미제 지 동바긴 좀지기 미텔 깨전 님부지 시바이마이나 짐바레스 라바다 짐바세도 밀지 로바 미진 가와 yin 펜바 그 뜻이 탐나 줘봐 이런 나도 지금 많이 있어 그 드니지 여바 임바레 드니지 근데 양 삼삼즈 따지 근데 말시안데 도야 그 내가 내가 tansan 여부 검신도 같아서 너 속은 막 못다 소연 양미서 짐바레 다 짐바나 나 줘봐 이제 나봐야 나저 법발을 때네 야 지금 쳐봤어도 그 팀부 제소 양 짐바서야 돼서 양 때저 국민 체반도 직전도 대다 초사야 체반 매바 이사지 산지 그때 송도 다 쳐봤고도 산지 턱기와 다 나온 수 쳐봤고요래 다 산지 가장 고는 시반 나지 심진 거와마도 여러가지 답이 전전 송요래 다 심진의 펜바 심진 거와 심진 지바 대마도 그 산지 지바가 탑진이요 말이지. 당한조 이제 신지진의 펜다 로바조 짐바동 바이바이나 제가 인기 산지다 산주 선바도 소야 통진노리 대라 쩨바야 차노리 대 초양 상노리 데니지 이메일 짐바서야 돼. 같은 남주의 나도 이제 소와 그 누나 예선 어떤 데니가 총네 짐바가 냐니 단 나도 이제 고갑당 코요 뭐부 유대바 데니 말에
这是同学超级了，他的另外这个你这三节的金巴当过三节的当去送那个的是，这三节的课的推下面了呢，三节的我的，像这么么些呢，这给上你们这些我的样金巴的做的是呢，这是为了你这，
他这三节个嘛，你们这去送那个的是。
哦，去送的，
去送的，他金巴当过个的送，金巴个朋友的送的是。근데 이제 방보 저기 다 정보 저기 다나 정보 짐바 가냐 또야미 가리고 그랬어. 어떻게 개요 마스. 저 짐바 또야 열리스. 저랑 밑에도 챙김 보지시 밑에도 동바근 좀이야 보지 때나야. 미 바로 보 간도 그래. 핑토도 그래. 대 짐바리 송바리스.
가진체. 가진체. 이 사이기 책상 집에 이 펜 손라디 고마상이 디시 가리. 자자자. 어디서 nowadays, of course, let's see, how many? Oh yeah. So like, for example, like nowadays, you know, we have coffee shops all over the place. And many people have it as their ritual to go to a coffee shop daily and, you know, purchase some coffee and products like that. And think about, you know, if we were to take some of the money that we pay for the coffee products and give that to others as an act of generosity, something like that, simple. For example, like, even like when we talk about generosity, it's like, even if we just like, there are, for example, people nowadays who have so much, like some people have so many clothes that they don't even have a place to put all of their clothing. And other people suffer because they don't even have enough basic clothes to wear. And the same is true of like food. Like some people have so much food that their only trouble is that they won't be able to finish all of it. Whereas other people suffer from having not enough to eat, not enough food to eat. And so, for example, like, if we, when we talk about giving generosity, we should of course be practical, keep what we really need for our own lives and livelihood. Because we don't anyway at the present time have the capacity to truly give all of our everything away and sacrifice even our basic livelihood. However, we can also, we are Buddhist and we are in the Mahayana and we are practicing bodhicitta practices. And so the idea is like we are trying to accomplish the benefit of others as much as we can. And so, of course, if we can always try to keep this in mind and whatever we can give and practice generosity in accordance with our abilities, whether big or small, whatever we can do to keep, this generosity expression of giving. And generosity doesn't mean we have to give $10,000, $100,000, $1 million. Generosity means even simple, like one day giving one meal to a person, to somebody. That's generosity too, because of our compassion, motivation, our loving kindness with a pure heart. If we even give just one meal to a being, that is already an expression of generosity. And so, for example, like one day Lord Buddha was giving a Dharma teaching and Buddha was explaining the benefits of generosity. And there was a poor beggar listening to the teaching and the beggar exclaimed, well, but I have nothing to give. I myself am so poor that how can I gain the benefits of generosity if I don't even have anything to give? And Buddha said, oh, don't worry, because generosity isn't that cut and dry. Everything can be an expression of generosity. There are many ways to give and to practice generosity. And Buddha said even you simply share a smile, you smile at somebody, and you say something kind to them, that you will make them happy, you will benefit their minds. That's also giving. That's also generosity. So Buddha said, there are many ways to practice generosity. You don't necessarily have to give a lot of money if you don't have it. There are many ways, like for example, the traditions of like collecting money in charity to give to others, or working for the benefit, like volunteering one's services and so forth. All of these are expressions of generosity, and they are really wonderful practices. Also, especially for Tibetans, there may be like this tendency to see like a difference, like see like giving offerings up above to the high beings as being somehow better than giving generosity to the simple beings. So we think of like making offerings up there as like superior. And then maybe like generosity takes a second seat to that, but we shouldn't think that way, because when it comes to gathering merit and accumulations, whether we offer up to the awakened beings or whether we give to the sentient beings, there's no difference. Why? Because what is the Buddha's purpose? Why we make offerings to Buddha is we want to please the Buddha's mind and accrue merit and so forth. But as I mentioned before, it is said in the sutras, in the scriptures, that outside of the purpose and benefit of sentient beings, Buddhas have no other desire, no other purpose. So the very thing that pleases the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas is for sentient beings to be happy and to be free from suffering. And therefore, when we give to a sentient being, we are automatically, by nature, we are pleasing the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, because it is their very purpose of existence, to benefit sentient beings. And so that's why practicing generosity can grant us the accumulations, the gathering of accumulations, and also, so, in the course of our day-to-day lives, if we can try to, with our body, speech, and mind, just practice generosity as much as we are able, that is good. Yeah.
안서 시거에 제일라 단 넘버 산제바기 큐라다 안에 로겐세야 제일당 양행세야 때 넘버 2여데 네 뜻이 로겐세야 때 가레르 로겐세 거리세나 산제 그 데누손세나 단 도와 도데 응원받음보다 마성여데 다 데르 로겐세나 냠서 가리 링 거여스나 다 초전 땡은제 실험 넘어 쏜데 냠서 링 거여. 대나서 맞아당 자화다 제벌여 말 참아 대 냠서 랭 저산지가 송드서 어느 집 동직 잡용은 된지. 다 된지 말인데 다 나랑서 아니 집 초전 넘어 쏜 거도 참아. 아니 검잡거도 아니 집 투상 거동라서 what 고대 해요. 다 처럼성 세대 망보지게 양 처럼성 세대인데 진짜 참아 개동나지 그래서 그야 깨자마 개서 자와나지 자와다 안에 되게 개long 개서나지 저거야 산에 좀 되는데 그 맞아 포모다 마 도마 송타 망보송지도 마 망보송이지 참바기 도마 다때 가래송이를 지나네 나한테 개미그 도마 세텐데도 남게 다때 개미 도마텔라 아니 자이엔 캬나 생나서 용다 때 자와이제스나 소주 파와 아니 마젬발렘바 파와 아니 메출라마 젬 파와 로얌 파와 되는 참 파와 때 나이 다때 참아 파나니 지 용조 개미 신의 때리 양 처럼소야 되게 양 띵나보데 차상소 마타바 임바이네 양진 나가 쩨바 시디 나는 pen 소쩨바 빵샤바 임바이나 도마랑 샤바 임바이나 때 도마송데 디테는 다 좀 메출라마 좀빵 되네 아니 마젬발렘바 빵 네지 네니 네솜 네지 네나 가는 담쪽에 소소가 가리세 솜도나서 바도 비밀을 담았으면 된디데 되는 데가 난지 남준 나는저게 육내에나 제바다 뱀메시 받기 쳔물 산지기 두수 통통 니자지 넘버송 거고 말이 되네 송자는 망보송 거 말. 개처럼도 뱀 망보도 남자 근데 딴 hin내에나 제 뭐도 봐 손에 뭐도 어다 된지 망보여지 다 된지 그 dombat서 다 라비는 제 게니 그 dom바 되네 대만 디나니야 차창소 마타베 임바이나야 지 남가 나 같이 그 dom바셔 대 dom바소야 되네 양 된지 많이 임바이나 남지 지 니네도 지균이나 저도 양 dom바니 저거도 니마 통통이 저거 세종아당 남강당 다다 보르는다 사가다와당 번조다와서 때 가서 린신 니네랑 신럽당 되니까 너무 망고래야도 어다 되니 망고여야 돼 너무 섬세들 되니 말이지 되네 라도 송한테 소리 지다다 베초 그 domba gelong 그 domba 신은 지 망고여 봐 말이야
Sorry, Maxi. Tanda, sama kosong cik masih cik tima kuwa didirela. Di soimbala penangata ani domba nga gina ne ani cik ram pena sokche pawa tam cik domba cik lam na yang dia cik student di
domba de chade
di stogre.
Teni gemi domba na ji juga domba ro.
No garam Maxi. Teni di juga le di soimbala any pena any mixture ame jin share poma wala ni som jinga ro ni khana poma
차상 빵 돈나리 대만이 바이나 가연로원 빵이 바이나 야 아니 나는 솔직히 괜히 그 도마데가 차로 그래
근데 디슈가 지 선선 드니 지가 고마서 디스가 주주 통통 기능 로
아니 니네 그 도마가 니네 그 도마
이동거 뉴네가 니네라
니네 도마테다 니자케 몸송고 말와테 도마투수 통통레스
맞아
되는 송자 그 도마양 뉴뇽리 남랑 제 넘버여 말이스
맞아 네가 나도 가진 치
되는 데서 그냥 사가 다와서야도 땅 번겨 다와서야도 되는 남제도 아니 집치 쫄나 땅 남강 데서는 소병랑 도마송 또 바이는 야고여리스
And so next is the practice of upholding the vows. So in Buddha Dharma, there are two aspects. One is the study of Dharma, and one is the practice of Dharma. So these two are recognized as distinct. So study of Dharma, learning and studying the Dharma basically covers the Tripitaka, the three baskets of Buddha teachings, which are the Vinaya, or ethical precepts, the Sutra Pitaka, the sutras, and the Abhidharma, or transcendental knowledge. So these are the three baskets that we study and learn in Buddha Dharma. And then there are the actual practice of the Buddha Dharma, which can be classified as the 3 higher trainings. And these are ethical discipline, samadhi, meditation, and thirdly, wisdom. So whether we're talking from the perspective of Sutrayana or secret Mantrayana, whatever we are practicing, this is how we can synthesize all of the Buddha's teachings in the Buddha Dharma into these 2 main categories of study and practice, or the 3 baskets and the 3 higher trainings. So now when we're talking about ethical discipline, that really means taking vows. So ethical discipline can be subsumed in the 3 vows. So for example, like when we meditate, when we engage in listening, contemplating, and meditating, when we take on the ethical disciplines and we are upholding and maintaining our vows and commitments. For example, like people think of Vinaya or ethical precepts, they think of immediately like, oh, then I have to be like this stoic monk, like this fully ordained bhikshu or this novice monk or nun like that. But ethical discipline stretches far beyond the monastic disciplines that are geared towards the monastics. For lay practitioners, male and female, Buddha gave many ethical precepts and principles that we can follow and maintain. And so, for example, that's why we have the Genyen vows, or the Upasaka vows, which is the vows of a lay practitioner that you can actually take and be a vow-holding Upasaka, or Genyen. So there are known to be 5, actually 4 main and 1 additional, making a total of 5 Upasaka Genyen vows. So these are the vow to avoid killing, the vow to avoid stealing, the vow to avoid lying, the vow to avoid sexual misconduct, adultery, and finally the 5th one is to avoid intoxicants such as alcohol. So, for example, out of these 5, if we want to be holders of the Upasaka vows, we can choose to take either any 5 or some of the 5. We can even just choose to take one of these 5 vows. Like let's say we just want to take the vow, I will not kill, but we formally take that vow. Then we become a holder of the Genyen precepts, a holder of the Genyen or Upasaka vows. But we can take any number of these. You can be a holder of 1 Upasaka vow, a holder of 2, a holder of 3, 4, or the complete set. And then in this way we become what are known as the lay practitioners, who are called Upasaka vow holders. Upasaka is the Sanskrit for Genyen. So we also have vows that lay people can take. So for example, like in a short period of time where we take a vow for a limited period of time, like let's say from sundown to sunrise, like during the Nyene or Nyune, the fasting ritual practices. And then also like we can take the vows like where there are like 8 additional Nyene vows, 8 that we take for a short span of time. And then like on the 15th day, like the full moon day or the new moon day or like the 10th day or the 25th day or like new moon, we have like special periods of time that are like special conducive for virtuous practice, and we can do the sojong, the restoration ceremonies, by taking special vows and commitments, or like the months, the holy months, like in Tibet, we observe like the holy month of Sagada and so forth, different periods that are known to be specific virtuous times for taking these like short time vows, like the Yene vows and so forth. And so these are also examples of upholding the ethical disciplines for lay people.
Then 나게 교지에 세디 셈dem바나와 아니 진게 투주라 소고도 고마담바 데네 땀도 안에 셔더 직세 님바다 셔와 장본나와 데네 동다데 땀주시데 아니 지 취시바 이진은 답자제바 아니 지 도미기 차단도 땀 많이 받게 어때 나게 교지에 이 말에
So, the, like, upholding the disciplines of the speech means, like, speaking honestly, and, not telling lies, but speaking the truth. And then also, using one's words to help to repair rifts or, like, conflicts between 2 parties, and trying to use one's words to, like, reconcile the differences and bring them back into a harmonious relationship and so forth. Then also speaking calmly and gently in a way that is gentle and kind. And then fourthly, speaking meaningfully, so that means like either speaking Dharma, talking of the Dharma, or giving advice to help others, but not saying any kind of random, like emotionally fueled speech and talk that is coming from like just like meaningless poisons of attachment, aversion, and so forth.
다 예지 개와선 세디 삼바다 닝지 아니 레줌레레 예치바 왔다 양다 음직대 양다고 다 대선나 아니 예지 개와선 소미요레 아니 삼바스인데 심지인 아니 라 데나 가와다 아니 심지인 데원더바 어제 심지인 데와가 치다 핀타번더바 데라네 삼바스 단 닝제세인데 양 심지인 그 동화를 말하는 심지인 동화다 전나 삼바지당 심지인 그 동화를 좁은더바 그로 아니 심지인 그 동화를 좁는 심지인 핀타번더바 그로 어떤 때라 닝제세나 삼바 닝제세 되게 sombre 다 양다고 따세데 레준데레 예치바 제왕하서 예치바 어떤 때래 나나서 그 나주 그 자원망이 나오지 다 레준데레 예치에 되는 다때 그 계좌 미차나 다 나서 나주 접세 그 계좌 받쳐 매번 나오지 망이제 돼 레준데레 때문이야 로고 해야 돼 된지제 이만인데 다 라마 공만져서 그 추드럽세데 가래 드려요스나 가데란도 저거요 gawad dabapa ta de yong la na so chi jiktin yang ta ko tawa na jule chi go yori jiktin yang ta ko tawa se ta chi le jule le yi chi wa ta de le ta de ye ji gawa so wa ta de gawa te na ko ne yang no so ma le
And the three virtues of mind are loving kindness, compassion, and trust and belief in the truth of karma, the law of cause and effect, and so forth. And so, like, having love and caring for others. Basically, loving kindness is defined as the joy in when others are happy and the longing for others, for sentient beings to have happiness. And furthermore, acting to benefit sentient beings for the purpose of bringing them happiness. So this is all the category of love, loving kindness. And compassion is defined as the longing for beings to be free from suffering and the intention to protect the sentient beings from their suffering and to relieve their suffering. And then not only to relieve their suffering, but to further bring them benefit. So all of this falls into the category of compassion. Now, trust and belief in the law of karma, the law of cause and effect. Basically, karma, the teachings on karma and what to practice and what to abandon, this forms the very basis and foundation, the root of Buddhism, the root of Dharma is karma, the law of cause and effect. In other words, once you lose faith in karma, once you don't have this, then there's no meaning of like practicing Dharma. The whole idea of Dharma practice becomes completely meaningless if we don't have this basic respect for karma, the law of cause and effect. That's why all the masters, the lamas of the past always say, practice Dharma, chödu, practice Dharma. Well, what does this really mean? It's because they're telling us to avoid negative karma and non-virtue and to practice and accomplish virtue. And so in order for this to come to be, we need to first have trust in the truth, even on the worldly level, authentic truth. It says the relative truth, the conventional truth of karma, the law of cause and effect. And so believing in karma, respecting the law of karma. So these all fall into the category of the virtues of mind. And so here in the text, in the chapter Rejoicing, it reads, I rejoice in all the 10 virtues. And so that was an explanation of these.
Then, da chungor ko was chuba minimbo. The chungor korwa ki showa ki yana yimare. Tatela sobjin jiktin ramja tamin zosan je na rambol malung. Teda na me chuju koro na jachi nyodo korwa dagi. Moishi toke tedun chembar so sumare. Tate so onde da so jun jiktin ki khan ramja na jog deba ki sanje da san sanje na rambol malung ba ki 다 상제나 아니 이제 다 두중고 말롱바기 상제다 상죽선바 내가 다만 이제 라마 게비신이 되다 탐제라 아니 이제 추주콜로 콜로가 소한다고 그래서 그래서 왔다는 진남바기 토기 문시긴 진 제와가 전나 아니 선제나는 추주콜로 콜도 소르세 되는 소한다고 그래 당문 상제 정도인데 아니 자와돌데 상죽 중심의 샤라 뭔가 저거 상제 되네 시아마 집지 셰거라 아니 상제 정도인데 추 마소마 임바데 추준 콜로 막 걸어 임바데 디조가 되는 라이왕고 상바데 자진기 되는 서정 콜로 아니 잡제바 당 동가리인 지푸는 되는 상제라니 추준 콜로 콜로 소왔다 되는 상제게니 직추 요월은 나슬라니 도마 데마지 추준 콜로 콜네 되는 마 소마리 어다가 난지 만소베 지다 라마 게비신이 된디빈지 용바가 값설라니 지마 추준 콜로 콜로 소원다 어 되는지 고그래 다때 소왔다 바인바이나 아니 소제니 추 망고송도 지 게와기 망모지 글란도 그네 추시 추두단시 아니 추근네시 되는 투상권성의 차 게고 걸마차 되네 되네 양기 소제네 다 나는 소제 내와진 게 지와기 그다 나는 소제 추방들에 사과이마이나 딥드바데다 탐디야 다 누그리스 어떤 이제 고그리스
맞아. And so following this is the supplication to turn to the awakened ones to turn the wheel of Dharma. And so, as it reads in the text, throughout all of the infinite world systems of the 10 directions, for all those who have recently become perfect Buddhas, I request all of them to please quickly turn the wheel of Dharma on a vast scale. And so here the supplication to turn the wheel of Dharma makes up the fifth of the 7 branches. And so here, as it reads, we are supplicating like all the awakened ones throughout all the world systems who have like a long time has not passed since they awakened to full enlightenment. We are supplicating them to turn the wheels of Dharma, and also to our lamas and the gurus, the spiritual teachers. And we ask these with your omniscient wisdom and your great love and compassion. Please turn the wheel of Dharma for the benefit of the sentient beings. And like, for example, why we need to supplicate to turn the wheel of Dharma, like once, when Lord Buddha Shakyamuni had manifested the complete attainment of enlightenment in Bodh Gaya under the Bodhi tree and had become a fully awakened Buddha, 49 days passed after Buddha's manifestation of awakening, and Buddha did not teach. And then finally the gods Brahma and Indra and Brahma and Indra, the gods came and formally requested Lord Buddha to turn the wheel of Dharma, making offerings of like the 8-spoked golden wheel and the right turning conch shell and all of these offerings. They requested, please can you turn the wheel of Dharma for sentient beings? And because of that catalyst, that condition, then later Lord Buddha went to turn the wheel of Dharma like in Varanasi, in Sarnath, and so forth. And so we are requesting likewise to all the lamas and the spiritual teachers, we should always supplicate and request to turn the wheel of Dharma, to teach the Dharma. Because the more Dharma is taught, the more beings are turn their minds toward virtue and understand what to practice and what to abandon, right from wrong, and know how to practice Dharma, understand more about Dharma, and therefore are inspired, encouraged, and taught how to meditate, contemplate, to listen to teachings, contemplate, meditate, and to practice virtue. And so, since one of the 2 obstacles to taking rebirth in Dewachen is the karma of forsaking the Dharma, it so happens that out of the 7 branches, the branch of supplicating to turn the wheel of Dharma is actually the antidote that purifies the negative karma of forsaking the Dharma. So by the virtue of simply praying and supplicating to turn the wheel of Dharma, we are counteracting the negative karma of forsaking the Dharma, which is one of the main impediments that would have kept us from attaining rebirth in Devachan.
Then, Tamanzo Nambaki Sibuji Hakokoya Kare Yosinata, Sanjeki Ma, Semjiki Jindum Kandana Yodisina, the Sanjeki Chusona, and Semjiki Tona Mado, Yin Sanjeki in the answer of the Jindum Zo data, the Machuson, Dindimani, Semjiki Tom Dubai Mare. They choose Tarba Lampi in the tennis, Semjiki and Nanzo Tarba, the Tenama, what a Dindi Mare. Sanjum in the Rangasong Yobari. Nana Chula, Tarpa Taptindo, Tarba Ranga Shibati Sondo, Sanja Kongata, Sinji Katanda, Konga Tachi Karayos in a Talamde, Mani Lamda Konga Sunyate, Sanja Konga Tapis. That Tarba Tota Matote, Sanja Konga, Tachiyomas, Teranzo, Rale, something so. Taranaji in it, Tom the Chum Matrican, Robodoma, Southern America, need to talk by Yin Mobile. Chuni Shivatembe Troranjo, something is only Sanjek. Sanjek Nanzo Dapatazo and Nanzo Dumba Tuanaji, Tomna Dapachu Matricians in the Sanjek is simply the Domatazo, and Nanzo Tolo, Tomatuanaji, Trayo Maris. Young Robert Domatazo, Sanjek in it, Domatazo Palan of Yelatil Yoka, Tindian Zoyo Maris, Robert Domas Haga messages. Then Sanjay Nika took you the joke there, Baki, and it is a part of your name. The song around Solomate, your mice. One of the Sanjay simply don't cut it over your sina. Chuni Shavatembe on the Chuni city, the answer to Damachi Martin. Then answer to Logian say, Nyani say, Tindilatina, Shiva Trovanjo, simple, answer Yataba to the song. Then Jadan Sanjay and it ma. Jendum Totan, the Tinity, Nanzo Gayan, Chujum Colocora, so and Tabate, Hajan the kitchen in Bade. Mun Sanjay Yok deba called San Jagal Lopsozambuji, Tindi, and it Lojun on the door. Sumba the Sota, Sumba Chibotaso, and it jumps over Parol and jumps over the Tronakanata, Jalal in Tinibi, Taramu, Nova Capsula. Consul Genember, choosing in the danger in the north, Sumbatas of groping in the room. Then it ended up and a Dawatang, Tasham, what in the window go the Genember Dindi, sure. Then he ended that the Sumbatas of Drogan on it, and Nanyata by Chusha, Tini, Losoya, way by mother. The name of it, Tapazan, and Yengi, Kambotsran, the other Tamil Penanzo. They ended up Jadas of Markalops on the Terrans of the Mamba Lamadan, and Genembatas on G in the Malasinam now, Sinam now, Chi, Mojaro, Chi, Shatin, the Nochi, Tindi Majas, Terrans of Mamba Tindida, Gedemba Tindi, another choose on which is Sora of Stambo. Terrans of Kayula, you they choose on the Penguins. That's Hanjiki Martin, the song you something. And Kinobuchi Tini and the Mason, that is new than answer Tinity made that is Lama Gavicini, Sanjeta Santo Sambati Saga, and Chujum Kolo, so at that. I need to take Gava Kurmaso. I did in a Chusho, the natural Logians of Chunyanina, what the Nija Bude somebody.
No, sorry, Moshi. Tanda Dishik Yangachik, somewhere Chila, Tanda the one Sanjay. 가족의 자가를 주변에 가서 드니나 아무기 드니 룩스장 거치 열이 드니 대변은 통과 전부는 저기 되게 jam석 바로 전에 아니 가래지 컨서 주나가
저는 jam석 바로 그 총자는 로 그래 봐.
맞아.
총자는 로가 값을 다 저거는 다 다와 먹고더니 로고도 그런서 그때 게냄부터서 추순king 게비신이 되니셔로요. 저는 되는 거 같아.
So, one thing that we Buddhists really need to be clear of, really need to clearly understand, is when we talk about how the Buddhas save the sentient beings or benefit the sentient beings, like the way that Buddha benefits sentient beings is by teaching Dharma. That is how the Buddha enacts the benefit of sentient beings. So, for example, it is the Buddha who teaches the path to liberation. That is how the Buddha's skillful means benefit the sentient beings, serve the purpose of sentient beings. Even Lord Buddha himself said, I have shown you the way, I have shown you the path to liberation. But your liberation is in your own hands. It depends on each and every one of you. So know that your own liberation is dependent on you. But I have shown you the way, Lord Buddha says. So that's why whether or not we become liberated is up to us. So Buddha, when it comes to that, it is out of Buddha's hands. But what Buddha can do is Buddha shows us how, shows us the way to attain liberation. Beyond that, our liberation is our own responsibility. And so that's why Lord Buddha, again in the scriptures, it says, the Buddhas cannot remove the sentient beings' sufferings and negative karmas like with water, cannot wash it away with water, nor can they transport the suffering of beings and take it away somewhere else or hurl them to a pure land. The Buddhas, how the Buddhas give liberation, how the beings become liberated is when the Buddhas show or teach the Dhammata, the peace or nirvana. In other words, Dhammata means the true nature, the Dharma. So it's through teaching the Dharma that the sentient beings become free from suffering. Otherwise, Buddha cannot, magically, take some water and wash away all the sins of the sentient beings. It's not like that. Nor can Buddha take away the suffering of beings and, throw it somewhere else. It doesn't work that way. So also the qualities in the Buddha's awakened mind of purification and realization, Buddha cannot simply transplant these into the minds of beings and then beings become liberated. No, but how? How does the Buddha benefit sentient beings? Through revealing the truth, it says, the Dharma, the precious Dharma. And then the beings then study and learn the Dharma and practice the Dharma, and that's how it says, Buddha says, they will be liberated. Through the peace, through the realization that comes from study and practice of the Dharma that Buddha revealed. So this is how the Buddhas teach, and that's why when we supplicate to turn the wheel of the Dharma for the benefit of others, is something very important. In the past, during the time of Buddha in India, there were many merchants, and and they would go on these long journeys, sometimes overseas, to collect the jewels for their business. And they were these merchants, and they knew that for many days they would be idle, because during the time of the distance of travel on the boat, so they would often invite someone from the illustrious teacher, a spiritual teacher from the Sangha, to come and give teachings during that month or however long they were en route during the journey on the boat and so forth. They would actually invite them on the ship, because this was a very virtuous tradition of practice. So they would request to give the teachings during that time. And so Khenpo Tsutrim Lodru, the great master Khenpo Tsutrim Lodru, when he went to Taiwan, he gave this advice to his followers, and he said, Khenpo Rinpoche, Khenpo Tsutrim Lodru said, so in the future, when you guys meet the lamas and the spiritual masters, don't go around going, oh Lama, please grant me blessing. Oh, please do a mold for me, do divination. Please do pujas for me. He said, instead, ask the Lama, please, in the future, will you give me teaching? Please give me the Dharma teaching. So, Khenpo Rinpoche, that was his advice, very practical advice, is just request teachings, because it is the Dharma that is going to help us. And so, request the law. So that's what Khenpo Rinpoche said, and it's really truly the case that it is through that we are inspired and encouraged to practice virtue. So Khenpo Rinpoche says, request the lamas to teach the Dharma.
나좀 문제죠는 아니 소병고들이 되는 som데 다 라강도 소양 제랑 속에 추근 지간이 그 소모 땅아 소는 다 등산 예자 송송 나서 제조기 라칸 열어봐. 최강 라칸 건바 라칸 열어봐. 다지 제조기 양지 소란데서 건바 소란데서 최고 부사 대코나에 되는 마당나 다 몽바 나저 제제 라칸도 건바도서 아니 로다 나주 로변세서 로다다 이제 진хан 나주 로변세서 진한이 바티 된지베 싸모 동고 그래다서 아니 나저 주 로변 거와 뱀 메시바게 제 개체모 아니 가네에나 근데 가도 편해요 되니까 보는도 내가래 나서 누유게 다다 나서 제 가요라요 나서 제 제와도마 지 나주 때다 독재와 제목이 나서 제다 그 누유네 전도지 다 전에 만송이 말이 그래서 그 제목인데 추나는 되게 송셔 말이야 추좀 보러 거와 소한데 뭐 그래 전에 이제 다 다른데 나간도 건바트서 양이 춘걸 거서 추럽견세서 어떤 데 시고 그래 송 되게 송이 그래서 내가 송래
맞아요. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he said it before. So a lot of times, like, Tibetans, we see the Gangyur, the precious teachings of Buddha, all the volumes of the Gangyur, of the Buddha teachings. We keep them in the shrine up high, and we see these as objects of offering adoration, and we make our offerings to the precious holy scripture. And His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, well, that's all fine, good, but what you should really do is you should open them up and have teachings on this text and learn and study them, rather than just seeing them as this holy object to actually learn what is inside these pages of these texts. So His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, so you actually have to learn, you have to hear about the teachings on these. And then furthermore, we think of the temple or the monastery or the Dharma center, we think of it as like a place to pray, a prayer home, a place to do prayers, and a place to worship or make offerings. And His Holiness says, for the future, you should also see the temple and the monasteries and the centers as like actual institutes of Buddhist study, as institutes of learning and study of the Dharma, where active study and active teaching should be happening. Because the study and learning of Dharma, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is always emphasizing how incredibly important that is. And there's some very important, crucial points being shown to us here on a very practical level. So that's why when it comes to the study of Dharma, that if we can see these, even the temples, we can supplicate to us to give the teachings, as supplication to turn the wheel of Dharma. Temples and these centers and monasteries and so forth, these can become the very places where the turning of the wheel of Dharma is happening. The study of Dharma is taking place.
Then, yeah, kasi may na ta nga lo chenpo cha song 다 만사 그 가사리 파제 로빙 영상을 뜻자원이 상해요 말이야. 안서 이제 양무 사자변에다가 송도 저번 남바 체연라 저것이 나주 로병대 산이 셔와 있는 데는 로병 거거든. 준세 가려리시나 저바 남바 체연라 체는 개발 맞을 장치 제원들 개발 맞잖아요. 제와서마 쪼와에 놀러라니 린다 송 말이. 답변은 데는세 무강디나 무이자 셔와 있면이나 다 산이나 초랭이 추조로. 된도 다른 나라들이 추럽는 개발차마 소모이면이나 다 추럽장소 쇼디는 제와서마 나서 추럽세야 제와만서 그때 랩대요 봐. 된데 제와서마는 개발차야. 제와서마는 나주시야. 어때 뒷바차야 볼 차들이 좀 되는데. 근데 소제는 다추 측계를 투바 임바이나요. 배평 정보요. 나서 이제 넘봤던 말에 추년바도 평용체 제도 평용체예요. 되는지 임바이네.
이게나 좀 받아야.
넘봤던 말에 장은 이제 추년바도서 추진이도 평용체예요.
맞아요. 맞아. 원하서 됐구나.
네, 이제 디스노도서 맞아 때에서 찍고 그래서 양 망부지기 당알로 친구 리송 취식을 말이 상한다고 다 다시 그땅 가동 체로는 넘어질 동네 평용제 체로다 추용을 가서 그 로병리 모두 밖에 평용 간에 요나서 되니 요시바리 된 말이 나서 된 노트북 그 समय 말에 다 정보는 뭐지 등산 대 유인지 몸보다 법과 유인지 로가 가는 나주 송도 니마제 콘 가레송소신 티란소가 다리 추셔요 마삼다스 다른 데레 나 로병세야 예인산 럽쇼스 되니서 때손 빼내나데 나랑서 양테 추셔스도 다데 접선체 시네코제 다다는 추제 예인산 양로쇼여로 나랑서 왕쇼세야 추셔세야로 고 소동로지 선노당 마도바 고 로병기 지금 림바로 쇼케모지 매반도 디그가 dimsing 때는 되니서 빼내나데 한서 때는 다 추셔 저런서 다른 추셔 마삼스 저런서 다들 나간 나 추추 로병세요 선데 선노당 쇼송바데 다 한서 때는 추제 저 양편장로 옆에 손nen가 배 한서야 제 추슈의 야 추달데 접선체 세안도 내가 제 남진 법바서 그 왕쇼 제 된디 다제 그 말로 손으로 제 용당게 여러 왔다 대장 많이 받겠다 추슈 세야다 로병이 선바도 어째 때를 로나를 제발 매봐 아니 제가 도모를 제발 매봐 왔다 된지 연구 그래 시다때 추진 콜로 콜로 나는 손대와 차고 봐 말이야
맞아 맞아. Also, you shouldn't, nobody should feel discouraged, like thinking like, oh, I'm already too old to have to learn all of this. There's no way I could possibly, study starting now, already in the later part of life. How could I ever understand or really learn the Dharma? We should never feel this way, never get discouraged. The great Sakya Pandita himself said, you should always keep learning and increasing your knowledge. Even if you know that you will die tomorrow, learn something new today. Because it is like putting wealth into a savings account, and in the next life you will continue where you left off, and you will derive whatever you have invested into your savings account now. So in other words, it's like if you're putting money into the bank, you're investing, and then that money stays there for you to take out in the future time. So even if we don't become a master of what we study in this life, even if we don't master it, we don't yet gain full become adept at it. It doesn't matter. Sakya Pandita says, even if we know tomorrow we will die, today we should learn something new. And even if we don't master it in this life, in the future life, we will continue where we left off. So that's why if we study the Dharma, even if we don't have full knowledge and become fully masters of it in this life, still we are planting the seeds. We are creating the conditioning and the habitual patterns so that in the future life, because as Buddhists, we also understand reincarnation. So we continue on from one life to the next. So even if in this life we don't become masters of Dharma, then in the future life we are already planting the seeds so we can become more adept in the future life. So that is why when it comes to the study of Dharma, actually it is more important even than just reciting or mouthing prayers, because Lear said that the benefits of giving teachings, receiving and listening to teachings surpass the benefits of mouthing prayers and reciting mantras. Why? So the benefits of learning is something that it doesn't matter how old or young you are, or whether you are a man or a woman, or who we are, we should all strive to continue to study and learn. It's a big mistake to think that we cannot learn the Dharma. We don't know enough, or we don't have all the background and so forth. That Dharma is just for praying, it's not for study and learning. Actually, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, when he comes to the refugee camps, he's always stating to the Tibetans, like, when you go to receive Dharma teachings, don't think like, oh, I'm going to receive the Dharma. Instead, you should think, I'm going to learn Dharma. I'm studying. I'm increasing my knowledge of Dharma. I'm going to learn the Dharma. This is a key point as far as it goes to like the way we describe it, the way we understand it. It's important because His Holiness is saying, like, start to think of it as learning. You're going to learn Dharma. You're studying Dharma. So this is something really important, because a lot of times, like, we think of Dharma as like we just go, give some tea, and like we just say like the prayers, but we think of it as just something to the limit of just like being deferential, instead of realizing that actually when we receive teachings, we are learning, we are increasing our knowledge of Dharma. So we should have that understanding, that attitude. Like otherwise, like, for Tibetan people, it's not just about going to receive the empowerments. then sometimes we have this idea that it's like Dharma is Dharma and study is study, but actually it's not that way. Instead of thinking like, oh, I'm going to receive this Dharma, we should think I'm going to learn this Dharma. I'm going to study and learn more Dharma. And for that, age and gender and all of this is irrelevant. So this all falls into the category of supplicating to the awakened ones to turn the wheel of Dharma and increase our knowledge of Dharma.
Then loda ga nyem bola nyangem manda ba soran da ba this. Ta sanje da sanju sumba lama gewishi ni. Teda tamji ani ko nyangem manda ba ani semji ga tong yo to so se tin soran da ba yimare.
Yang kira wanda 이 최선 시간 어디 다 발생이니까 그냥 최선 시간 지도 이게 저 선택이 나는 이게 시스템을 공부하고 아니 여기 그렇지
어때 로다 그냥 보다 그냥 만다 그냥을 만다 가지고 소원다 버리스 맞아 내가 가르치는 산제다 산주 선발라마 개비신이 돼서 그냥을 만다 가 심지가 동을 요도 소원다 버리스
나더러 맞지 나더 and then as the antidote to wrong view, we supplicate the awakened ones not to pass away into Parinvana, but to remain present for the benefit of sentient beings. So here we supplicate all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all the Lamas, the spiritual teachers, please don't pass away into the Parinirvana, but please remain with long life, remain present to benefit sentient beings. And this is an antidote to wrong view. So that's the sixth of the 7 branches.
다 연락 등박이 타마 태송 그냥 보나 뭐가 연락 되지 다 때라 타토기 뭐왔다 내가 그 뭐니여 바나네 타토기 뭐왔대 딘 선바시 다 다른 나누지 되어지 조지냐 설렘바 단다디 선바기 다이 다다이 내바다 몽바 어다다 뒤섬도 싹바게 개왔대 루일랑데 되네 다 가능 먹으시는 로아 생지 담제 그 돈 먹고리스 다 가리치도 먹으시는 어다 생지 담제 산제제 고모토 생지 담제니 내와지는 제와 제는 되는 감정 코어때도 동네 쪽도밖에 어다 딘디가 뭐만하래스
And the last of the 7 branch prayer is the antidote for doubt, which is dedication of the roots of virtue. And so here, the ultimate dedication is to dedicate, all the practice that we have done and all the 4 causes to be reborn in Dewacha and all the virtue of all of this. We are gathering together the virtues of ourselves and all others, and we are dedicating it. And who are we dedicating? And what is it that we are dedicating? We are dedicating all the virtue of self and others of the 3 times ever accrued, being accrued, and future to be accrued, in the past, future, and the present, all together. And to what end, for whom is this virtue being dedicated? It is dedicated to all sentient beings. For what is it being dedicated? For all sentient beings to become Buddhas, to reach the state of enlightenment, and to be reborn in Dewachen. We are dedicating the roots of virtue as a cause for all beings to be liberated and reborn in pure land of Dewachen, and to dredge and empty the depths of the 3 realms of samsara. And that is what we are dedicating the roots of our virtue for.
근데 다른 타도가 뭐나세 생기담제네 코와를 타 대화기는 제 산제적 공부도가 뒤지고 세단 내가 그 몰람데라 된다 개와 다른 녀미는 체는 두민체와 조비시 네밀란토 제블도 된 반전점이 야지간가다 두든 세와 미디 치도 삼부동 그 주딘 이빈로 때나도로 펜도 자친도 문도 동다된 것도 그렇죠 숨말에 다 딘디기 다 샘진 개왕 무샤바티 게자테 첸들라 아니 다그 줄이 녀드미 되니 두민체와라 소바가 첸데 그 파티 다 내단 동다 두마이바가 체와테다 탐지 시 되니 네미 란소제 루크토 데 판조르테단 제바메바 야키 초타고 페 델라네제다 체다 큐라소바다 두다 달라소 체와다 파티메바 되니 소소비지 큐던 덤바가 삼바동데다 탐지 예제는 드 Then Tado and it Tembatang pen simply the pendo judging one drop ne. Then Militon the Denver Dover show, so that they more again.
And also, so as it is expressed here in the words of the text, so what we are dedicating is for all sentient beings to become free from samsara and to be reborn in Dewachen. And on the, immediately, for temporary and ultimate. the temporary or immediate level is, for by the roots of virtue, may all sentient beings in like all of the roots of virtue are dedicated for the sake of all beings, and may they all quickly attain the state of unsurpassable enlightenment, and may the three realms of samsaras be completely dredged from the depths. And so when all of that virtue swiftly ripens, may in this life, may we be free from the suffering of the untimely deaths, all the 18 types of untimely death, may they be pacified. And may beings enjoy good health, free from illness, useful longevity, and the vital energy, expanding vital energy and strength. And may beings enjoy the glories and the success and abundance without ever being without exhaustion, without depletion, like the river Ganges in the summer, the flowing river. And may we be free from all the harm and suffering of Mara demons and enemies, and engage in the Dharma, practice the Dharma, and may all of the benefits, may all of our aims and intentions be accomplished. Wish fulfillment in accordance with the Dharma, and may we accomplish on a vast scale great benefit for the Buddha's teachings and for sentient beings. Thus may our human life become truly meaningful. So, in other words, even immediately when all the roots of virtue ever accrued, we dedicate so that it quickly ripens for all beings to be free from suffering of sickness and demonic affliction and untimely death. May all these be pacified, and may beings enjoy good health, free from sickness, the increase of vital energy, youthfulness, strength, glory, wealth without depletion, and may we be free from harm and obstacles and unwanted circumstances, and may all of our intentions and aims that are in accordance with the Dharma, may they be accomplished just as we wish them, and ultimately may this human life become truly meaningful so that we may be able to accomplish great benefit to the teachings and sentient beings. So those are the words of the seventh branch, the branch of dedication.
Tatne taran haro ke chutende tanajak tadan taran haro te demo de chapter na samsung de ta charmari de ta ngaso jewa mando ni chuten yoma kana munten man ro to bachi tindi shugins
Not very much. So this concludes the morning session. I was hoping to finish the whole prayer of aspiration in the morning session, but it's okay that didn't happen, but we'll continue in the afternoon. So thank you.